the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. You see me stop, you see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with dirty lies. You can try and cut me with a sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club.
Hello and welcome to Valorant Challengers. It is day 3 and we're down to just 8 teams. I'm Yinsu and I'm beyond excited to bring you 2 best of 3s today. But before I get ahead of myself, let me bring you in the casters and analysts for all of the games today. It is the return of Mitch and Lothar. Hi guys, I am very happy to be back on the desk with both of you again. But before we get started, Mitch, I'm going to give you one opportunity and one opportunity only. This is the only time I'm going to ask you this, but let us know how Alliance have been getting on and what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, so obviously in the BL1 stages, when we started with an OT, it was probably the most stressful thing that I've ever been through because we had no video, obviously, no coach slots. So I'm listening into a radio cast of my boys like in OT and clutch moments. That was stressful. Outside of that, pretty easy BL1s. Made it through to take on FPX after BO3 against Inside Games. FPX were on fire, though. They're pulling out some new things. They've got a lot ready for this tournament. It was a pleasure to get to play against them and see everything that they've been working on. And we learned a lot. So we'll be back in the future qualifiers. But for now, I think the better team did win. And I'm excited to see FPX when we get a chance to put our eyes on them on stream.
They have been on fire. They were on fire yesterday, but they weren't the only team that was on fire. Lothar, how impressed have you been with the level of competition we're seeing here?
I'm impressed with overall level of, or let's say I'm impressed with the progress of the increase of the level in teams in general in Europe. You know, I'm really happy to see that not only the synergy between agents and teams in general are being better than in the previous tournaments, but also the raw talent that we see in every single player in almost every single team. They're just better than they were before, you know, and we have seen that yesterday. We have seen Monkey Business come out of nowhere, basically. If someone is new to the scene, they never heard probably about that team, and suddenly they're winning 2-0 against, well, let's say it's an upset, right, against Vitality. And in general, I feel like Europe is progressing way, way faster than outer regions. Maybe you know which one I'm talking about. So, you know, it's exciting times to watch EU Valorant.
Well, you brought up Monkey Business there, so let's take a look at the stand and the bracket, because like I said, there are only 8 teams left now for this stage of Challengers. And, you know, I think most of the teams we would have expected, the usual suspects, your Liquid, your G2, your FPX, but there's definitely some new faces as well. And, you know, speaking of that Vitality Monkey Business game, are we seeing this as a true upset, Mitch? You know, being someone who wasn't the Monkey Business's #1 fan, let's put it that way, back in the home ground tournament.
Hey, I gotta give them a little bit of props, right, straight off the bat before we get into whether it was an upset or not. Monkey Business, they look better than they did in Red Bull home ground. There's a significant drop off in the amount of trash talk going on about well-established players on Twitter, so that makes me happy straight away. But looking at that matchup, even with that level of respect for them that we'd seen and we'd gained coming through, not just yesterday, but the day before, even with the games they were winning, I still would consider it a little bit of an upset, purely because if you look at these teams, I mean, you've got a group of Overwatch players which within Valorant have not achieved anything, and the most recent tournament they were terrible in. Like, they were invited, they wouldn't have made it through a qualifier. But now they're versus Vitality. Almost every name on that lineup you know, or you've seen, or if you look at their stats, they're out of this world. Feku and Sender, Machina, Vac and Brams especially. Within Valorant, they've done huge things, and even outside of it. So, on paper, that should be a game that Monkey Business lose 9 times out of 10. Now the question for me moving forward, because I would consider it a bit of an upset, is have they actually got what it takes to bolster down and say, hey, look, we deserve to win that. We deserve to be here with all these other big name teams. And can they compete, or was that just a lucky day?
Well, Lothar, on the subject of these teams breaking in as well and maybe giving our sort of regular veteran teams a run for their money, do you think a team like Monkey Business and some of the other teams that are coming up in the competition do have the potential to maybe replace one of the bigger teams, or at least push them to the edge?
I think a lot of people are forgetting that this game is brand new. It doesn't even have a year, you know? And when it comes to like, let's say, competitive success of teams in general, or even organizations, this is something that has to be established over a very long period of time. So we're gonna see a lot of upsets for the next probably another year, you know? There will be a lot of people transferring from other games. There will be a lot of new talent coming in, especially now with the leaderboards being introduced to the game. You're gonna see a lot of people suddenly spike to a top of the leaderboard. They're gonna get drafted into some small team, and then suddenly you're gonna have 4-star players coming out of leaderboards, forming a team and upsetting a lot of people. And that will be happening time and time and over and then time and time. So we're in it for a treat, you know? This is something that not many people are able to witness, because that only happens in brand new games. But since it's an FPS that is, let's say, focused on shooting, right? You can make jokes about how important is utility, how important is shooting, how random is shooting, and so on. The game revolves mainly around just hitting those headshots. And I feel like because of that, and we have a new generation of players coming in to Valorant, it is something that we didn't see before in tactical games. You know, there's a lot of mix of old blood, you know, veterans and the new blood coming in. But you can still see players that are older perform insanely well. A good example is Angel yesterday. He was going nuts.
Well, Lothar, I think you made a very good point there, because we aren't quite at the year anniversary yet, but a lot has happened in the game. And here is a video to break down everything that's happened in the history of EU Valorant so far.
Do you remember these pictures? A lot has happened since Valorant's announcement over a year ago. A successful beta launch, new agents, new maps, and above all, the first esports tournaments in Valorant. Established organisations ventured into the new tactical shooter. G2 Esports, Liquid, or Ninjas in Pyjamas, big names who set up a roster in Valorant early on. and already with phenomenal players from various FPS shooters. Anyone who wanted to see how Mixwell with Jet or Scream on Reyna silenced their opponents had a lot of fun in 2020.
Oh, that's huge.
With the Ignition series, various organisers were invited to a professional esports tournament for the first time. These were dominated in the European editions by Mixwell's team G2 Esports. They came first 6 times. At the same time, the game was continuously optimised and the ranking system adapted for competitive players. 2020 culminated in Riot Games' first own tournament, Valorant First Strike. Worldwide, the best teams competed for the biggest title in 18 regions. First Strike raised the level again and even showed that G2 Esports is beatable.
Pit down in heaven. The A's from Nuki closes this out. G2 eliminated here by Heretics.
Team Heretics, 100 Thieves, Force and BBL Esports are just some of the names who won their regional First Strike event and can now start 2021 with a lot of confidence. So a lot has happened over the past few months. Nevertheless, this was just the beginning. The Valorant Champions Tour should take the esports experience to a new level. Teams such as Heretics, G2, Fun Plus Phoenix and many more are up for the fight, and the best stories in competitive Valorant are yet to be written. So buckle up, or as Raze would say,
Here comes the party!
I mean, honestly, forget about Valorant because I'm just glad that little Jonas turn 12 made it into that video. That's got to be my personal highlight. But it's actually insane to see how far we've come since that beginning of the game, before the maps were even released, which is kind of crazy. And that is quite fitting to everything that's happening today, because we do have some veterans coming back in to compete and also a couple of new faces. And here is the schedule we will be following for today's 2 best of 3. First up, G2 will be taking on NiP, and Monkey Business will then see if they have what it takes to take down Guild after that fantastic performance against Vitality yesterday. But not only that, you guys, just to give you some tasters, tomorrow Fnatic will be making their broadcast debut against Wave, and then a very tasty matchup between Team Liquid and FPX. But before we dive into our first best of 3 today, I sat down with NiP's Emil earlier to talk about the fixture against G2 today. I'm now joined by Ninjas in Pajamas coach Emil. Emil, welcome to the stream. You know, it's a new year, it's a new competition, and it's a new Ninjas in Pajamas as well. You guys have gone through a couple of variations of your roster. Do you think you've now found the perfect team?
I mean, it's hard to say that you have a perfect team, but I think we are definitely on the right track, at least, compared to before.
Well, a lot of people are very excited about this NiP, and I think people are really seeing the value of bringing in a player like Existence and JD as well. So tell me how they've been settling in and what kind of impact they've had on the roster so far.
I can begin with Existence. I think there is no secret about how well, for example, Rhyme has been performing. And it was kind of just one of the direction we wanted to go with the team, where we wanted Rhyme to have some more freedom. So bringing in Existence kind of enabled Rhyme to be that star player that he wants to be. And that's kind of a reason why we want someone like Existence. And he's doing very well in the team. He's a big pillar, and that takes some responsibility out from Rhyme, but he doesn't have to be that. They can just focus on, you know, being the amazing entry that is. And then JD, you can see the stats of JD. There's no secret there that he's an amazing player. He is, what can I say? I mean, he doesn't really need a period to come into the team. Like he can just be himself in any team, I think, and just frag out, right? But he's doing really good. He's very young, so he has a lot to learn. But on the skill front, I think dare I say he might be the best player skill-wise in Europe, in my opinion, because I've watched him a lot. But we will see. We will see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's actually that outlandish of a statement. Everything I've seen from this player so far, he's, like you said, excellent. In terms of existence, I just wanted to talk about him a little bit more because he is so experienced, and I think he is someone that people are expecting a lot from. So what has he done for the team, I guess, in terms of IGL, in terms of bringing that experience in, and what has he changed up, I guess, ever since he joined this roster?
When we decided to take him in, our goal was to kind of revamp the whole team. So new strats, new principles, new way of thinking, new just everything, right? So him coming in, we have his point of view of a game, a little bit more deeper strats than we had before. So he will bring a lot of depth to our play style, some more just good principles to think about. And also when we play these officials, right, he's very stable. He's a very good guy to have with all of his experience. And I think us having all of these young players, kind of inexperienced players, is a good asset to have.
Well, we've already seen you guys, perform very well this year, but we haven't really been able to watch your games in the Challengers qualifiers. But from what I saw, it didn't look like you were challenged very much up until your best of 3 last night. So talk me through what happened in that game against 19 Esports.
We knew we were gonna be pretty good. We saw them doing really well against HS Deer on Ascent. So we didn't underestimate them at all. We played them before in scrims. They have a lot of strats, a lot of lineups, all of this stuff, right? Going into the first map, we had a really good lead. Then we got a little bit complacent, saying, "Oh, it's gonna be easy," and then we started losing rounds. The normal stuff. And then next map on their map pick, they're really strong. I can say, sure, we didn't play our game on Haven, but they did very well, so I have to give it to them. And then last map, we just, put it into the next gear and just run them over. So last map was easy, but I think they still did very good, that team.
Well, looking ahead to today's game, it is a very different beast from yesterday. I did a little bit of digging, and because you said, I think, to us yesterday that you feel like you've played against G2 so many times, and I believe the official stat is that you've played 4 best of 3s against them and a best of 5, which means you are definitely familiar with this team. You know what to do. But however, you guys still haven't managed to quite beat them yet. What do you think is the secret in taking down a team like G2?
I mean, we get the chance today to try to do it again. I don't know. There's no secret, really. I just think we have to have a good day. It's more on us, actually. G2 is, even though people can say, oh, they can be inconsistent and whatever, right? They are very consistently at the top. So it's just going to be on us. Are we going to have a good day? Are we going to be able to read into what they're doing? Are we going to be able to do our stress the way we want to do? I think that's just the key. We focus on us and go from there.
Well, I think a lot of people think that this is the best Ninjas in Pajamas we've seen in Valorant so far. So I do hope today could be the day that you finally overcome G2. But that is all the time we have for now. Thank you so much for joining me, Emil, and best of luck with your fixture today.
Thank you.
Well, as Emil said, they've played against G2 many, many times, but they still have to play G2 again today. You know, they've played 4 best of 3s against them and 1 best of 5, and they still haven't quite managed to get a win. But could today be the day they come through with a W, Lothar? Do you reckon it's going to happen on this broadcast today?
I will be gentle. I will say on paper, it doesn't look so. The difference in the firepower is so far, I feel like, on average, too big. Although the inclusion of JD in the lineup is actually a big change. He has insane damage per round, which is basically 166, right, per round average. That's nuts. For example, in G2, Mixwell has the highest, which is 150.93, so almost 151. Then Ardis and Zeke almost on the same level, between 148 and 45. But in general, it seems like G2 have just the pug style that makes it work, and I feel like NIP tries to get it from the other, they get the power out from the other angle, which is the more let's say strategical approach to the game. But right now they're just falling off because they're just not good enough in duels. Will it be today different? We'll see. But on paper, doesn't look good for NIP.
Well, I feel like this is probably the strongest, maybe most consistent NIP we've seen so far, because they have made quite a few roster changes. Mitch, do you feel like this is the best NIP? And if so, is the best NIP going to be good enough to take down G2?
I mean, you're putting in a world-class IGL that's been tested for years, that understands both the game he used to play and the game he currently plays, probably to an extent that rivals the best, if not is better than. I think it is the best NIP. I think it's the best that they've looked. But I would also put the caveat that in the other rosters, they were given a very short amount of time to prove themselves. And and it was something I said from the very first time they made those changes, when they picked up their Paladins roster, dropped them immediately, picked up another roster, made changes immediately. It can never feel safe playing on that team. You know that the fourth and fifth slots potentially are revolving doors, and if you don't perform, you can get booted out of them. Now, hopefully, management there has changed their mind, because it's not healthy to put players through that kind of environment. But who knows? If that's something that's weighing in on the players, I think it can be a problem whenever things go downwards for the future of the team. At the moment, though, I don't think they should beat G2. Matter of fact, I think G2 should pretty easily dispatch them. But you're looking at a couple of things that have changed. Obviously, we're saying about Existence, his IGLing is fantastic. And that's not to say anything negative about Rhyme, but Existence is just world-class and has so much experience. Now, Rhyme then gets to go back onto his pure entry role, right? We've seen him on the Rays looking like an absolute beast, obviously picking up Sova, maps like Icebox. I've really enjoyed watching him have that freedom to just play loose and play for himself a little bit more than what we'd seen in the past. And then JD, he's just nuts. It's a different conversation. He's playing a different game than everybody else. He's just too damn good. With that, they have a chance. They really do. And we saw it when they lost Icebox, right, in the Red Bull Homegrounds event. They lost Icebox, which was their map pick. They thought maybe they could surprise G2 there. They didn't, but it was still close. Then they trashed G2 on Split. It was 13-5. It was unbelievable. And to push G2 that much, now sure, G2 lost focus. On that map in particular, they weren't necessarily firing on all cylinders. There were players missing, but NIP showed that if they catch G2 on a bad day, they can take a map and they can probably take a series. So I would be a little bit afraid if I was G2, but as I said, on paper, same as Lothar, I agree this should be G2's game.
Well, I'm in the camp of feeling like this is probably the best NIP we've seen so far, but you're definitely right. The other rosters didn't get as long to develop, and I'm with you. I hope this doesn't happen again. And just speaking of JD, I believe in that Mill interview earlier, he said that he feels that JD is probably, if not the most skilled player in Europe right now. Now, do you guys agree with this statement, or are there other players that come to mind for you that you feel like are more skilled than JD?
For me, I don't think that I am comfortable saying that someone is the best player in Europe, because there's
most skilled. There's a difference.
I mean, that's still like a very wide term for a game that has different aspects to it, and I don't feel comfortable saying about anyone. For me, what is important, though, is the consistency over time, because everyone can be good in few matches. Everyone can also have very bad few matches. But what counts is the consistency. And if JD, an example, will be able to get that level of performance in most of his matches, he's gonna be like one of the biggest talents in Europe, you know? And I feel like that can be judged only in time. In few months, we will be able to say, like, this guy is nuts. He's nuts because of his consistency, not just because he has few good showings.
You know, JD, just on that topic, has got 1.4 KD across his, I think, 70 most recent maps, which is just what the hell? That level of consistency is it's disgusting. It makes me feel sad that I'll never be that good at anything. But I don't know. I mean, look, I'm biased, you know. Ask me who the best is. They're probably going to start with an A in their tag. But JD is definitely one of the best out there. I think at this young stage of Valorant, we can't really come out and say, oh, well, this guy is fundamentally the best. But if you ask me top 5, JD is on every iteration of that list. Hell, if you ask me top 5 NA, JD's on that list as well. Because I'll put him on a flight, he'll still be top 5.
Well, I'm excited to see what's going to happen because I do want all of us to keep a close eye on JD. But before we go into G2 side of the things, I just want to quickly look at the map veto because they are in, and I feel like this has the potential to change a few things because, as we know, both of these teams have maps that they prefer, and although G2 don't really have a weaker map, I'm sort of expecting maybe Nip would pick Haven into them, just because I personally definitely wouldn't want to pick something like Bind or Icebox into G2. And here we are, the map selections. First up, we have Icebox, then Bind. The two maps I said I would like to play against G2. And Split. Lothar, right, we're seeing that Nip picked Icebox into G2.
So-
Is this like a mental edge game, or are you feeling like they've got this?
I actually do think that Icebox might be the weakest link for G2 from all of the maps that I have seen them so far. I think like there's a big misconception of how the game is being played on Icebox because people think it's very puggy style, you know? Like maybe that's why people in A kind of like playing it in competitive, but like I feel like in Europe, Icebox is required to be a very structured map to play it well. So teams that have a puggy style can be easily, let's say, caught in a moment when they are not covering something or not aware of something because there's so much stuff that has to be communicated on Icebox to make it work. And I feel like because of that, NIP might be approaching it differently against G2 because they feel they have an edge in the strategical approach to the game. While an example on Bind, I feel like that's one of the best maps for G2 because it just, you know, if you have the raw firepower, I feel like G2 just will take it by default. You know, there's nothing complicated there. They just need to shoot their way in those on those bomb sites, spike sites. So yeah, I feel like that's an approach that NIP currently has.
Well, Mitch, you know, before we saw the maps, you said that G2 should dismantle Nip in this best of 3. And now we have seen the choices. We all know how great G2 are on Bind. They're quite frankly probably, if not the best team in Europe right now on that map. But we got Icebox up first. Now, how do you fancy Nip's chances after seeing that?
So, I don't know exactly what happened last time in Red Bull Homegrounds. Obviously, I watched the game. I was there for it. But when you look at how G2 play that map, they play no flashes. They don't play with a Cypher or a Killjoy. It's a very different approach than what we'll see from some other teams, and it relies on a lot of aggression. Same thing can be said when you look over towards the NIP front. Their mid control was somewhere that they relied on in a lot of rounds over on the defensive side, using the breach to flash in above tube and pushing down through it, trying to peek down underneath the tube, or just taking the straight fights down middle. Now, when I look at those two things, it was a 13-10 scoreline, playing what I would consider to be G2's game, right? A map that they're good on and a style that they're very familiar with. It's what they play. For NIP to pull it out and still have such a close map, it's definitely a good sign. What I think is going to confuse a lot of people when you look back at the results is NIP picked Icebox last time. We already talked about this, right? And it was 13-10. And then it was G2's pick of Split, and they won 13-5. Now, I actually really like the fact that NIP are first of all sticking to their guns, that they're coming in saying, no, we're good on Icebox. We almost had them last time. Let's go again. But also, you are not going to see that same G2 on Split if you play them right now. Odds are that's going to be a very, very different team because it was players just not performing on the G2 side. That could have been any map. It could have been Bind. If they played the way they did, they would have lost 13-5. I think that NIP were in the danger zone of falling for, I wouldn't say it's a trap that was planned, but a trap for sure if they went for the Split pick. So I like they're sticking to their guns. Do I think they can win it? Sure, but they have to win Icebox. I really don't see Bind going their way, but if they can take Icebox and Split, or rather, they can take Icebox and Split, so that's where they'll have to do it.
You know, at First Strike, we rarely saw Icebox. I think it was probably till the final best of 5 was the first time we properly saw teams play Icebox. But yesterday, of course, on the Icebox game, we had a Viper Mirror matchup. And Mitch, being our resident fanboy of the Viper, are you expecting that today as well? Oh, Lothar's here as well.
That's why we work together.
You know what? That's the thing.
Here, you know.
That's the thing. Because it's normally Mitch, because Lothar's not there, and now Lothar is here. I'm surrounded. To be fair, I love Viper too, and you know, Fnatic are playing tomorrow, so we'll save most of that till tomorrow. But for now, Icebox, first of all, would you like to see the Viper Mirror matchup? And second, how would you maneuver that if you're in a situation where you're playing Viper versus Viper? Mitch, I'll come to you first, but Lothar, I also want to hear your thoughts on
So the thing is, I really don't think we'll see it. For NIP, they just don't play Viper. We haven't seen it come out at all. No, they've had a little bit more time. And one of the things that we'll constantly say about playing with the Viper is that it changes your playstyle so much. If you want to put in a Sky instead of a Breach, if you want to put in an Omen instead of a Brimstone or vice versa, this is something that you can do on the fly. Viper, no, you're not going to do it. It just requires so much of a change to your playstyle to work around that agent. Now, when I look at the setup from G2, though, one thing that became immensely apparent in the game versus NIP was that Pith will exclusively push that B side. I think the majority of the rounds he was pushing up there and getting hyper aggressive. But NIP read that. They started to respond, ignoring his initial wall and snakebite by walling up with the Sage and taking the fight on top, taking Pith out and overrunning the B side in the first couple of seconds, realizing that the initial start of the round for G2 was based around middle, and Pith was like the anchor, just throwing out his utility to say, oh, don't come here, while they took mid control, and then his teammate would come back and they were ready to fight. So I like that. But now the thing is, both of these teams know what the other team knows about their Icebox. So a little bit of a change-up is possible. And maybe if NIP have spent the time practicing, they could pull out something like a Viper. I just don't see it happening.
Well, what do you think, Lothar? Like, how would you maneuver this? I mean, in the event that we do see a Viper versus Viper, which we have seen, how do you go about playing that matchup?
Oh, it's I feel like you don't change anything. You know, like in your approach as a Viper, because if you change something, then you become reactive as a Viper. And I feel like you have to be proactive, which requires your lineups, requires the setups that you planned in the first place, at least in attack, you know. I was thinking maybe an example as a defender, Viper, you need to prepare your orbs to be in the plant location. So when someone is planting in their own orb, you counter that with your own orb so they get damaged. It's easier to disrupt that plan and so on, but I feel like we would not have that situation anyway. As Mitch said, actually NIP has a smaller agent pool than G2. They don't pick Viper. They also, which is all, I find it very interesting because we play on a patch after the Brimstone buff, right? And we don't see a single pick from NIP as a Brimstone. They always play Omen. Is that good for the team? I'm not certain. Like, I feel like Brimstone in current metagame is a very strong pick, and it's especially strong on bind. Of course, weakest on Icebox because his range is still not good enough. He's basically then pushed to play on mid and be very, let's say, quick on rotations because otherwise he has no impact. But on other maps, bind, split, Haven, Brimstone is, in my opinion, more useful than Omen nowadays, since he has actually an impactful ultimate. He has very impactful Molotov that is currently cheaper. So there's also a lot of possibilities when it comes to playing post plans, pre-plans as well. And the Stim Beacon is actually playable, you know? So I'm a little bit worried that NIP might actually fall off because of that aspect as well, that you don't have to play around a lot of possibilities from NIP. There's always an Omen, there's a Viper, so you don't have to prepare against that. If I would be an analyst for G2, I would definitely tell them, you don't have to worry about this. You know, this is something that NIP never plays, unless they put a lot of work behind the scenes to prepare for this best of 3. But I don't think that's possible. Like, you know, playing a different agent that never played before requires so much time, otherwise you're going to be lost on the map.
I do wonder if that's down to Korea as well, though. Like, I don't think it's a stylistic choice that they've gone for Omen rather, I don't think it's just purely a choice. I think for Korea, he's got so much time on that Omen. It requires a lot of time on Brimstone now to learn how to segue in. He was someone that we didn't really see ever stray from the Omen picks, with the exception of, I think, one match here or there at the very beginning, before it was even NIP, when it was like hip, 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 and all the way back then. So, I do definitely agree. Brimstone on maps like Bind and Split specifically, it provides so much, even down to post-plant utility, right? You can actually defend the spike for so much longer if you've got those lineups when it comes down to your Molotov, and on defensive side as well, you can have your Molly pretty much every round to slow down any pushes. So he's incredibly valuable as an agent right now, and I think where feasible, teams should be picking him over the Omen for the most part. Although Omen's flash is still insanely overpowered.
Yeah, but another thing that didn't fail to mention actually is that with the Jet nerf of her smokes, they are not as helpful on attacking a side as they were before. While Brimstone kind of takes that into, like, if you take Brimstone, you take that into consideration because your smokes are longer and they allow for those quick executes, which was also made because you played Omen and Jet at the same time, right? You lose power because of no, you don't have Paranoia and the Jet dash, but I feel like Brimstone just on maps like Bind and Split is just better than Omen currently, you know. But this is so fun about Valorant. You can have a different approach to the game than everyone else. There's no cookie cutter way of playing the game. You know, you can do something yourself. You can always learn something from playing new agents. You can always get a new synergy in, and this is why I feel like a lot of people are saying, oh, you know, like Shazam had the rant yesterday on his stream when he said that the game is so random because just who takes the duel wins, you know? I feel like that's just closing yourself in a very small bubble, and you're not taking into consideration that maybe there's more to it, you know? And I feel like because of current situation on the globe, because of the pandemic, we're not able to make a mix with other teams in other continents. People are still very enclosed. If we're gonna get LANs, I'm so excited to see like Korean teams, European teams, NA teams playing against each other, because this will be the pinnacle of Valorant, and we'll see who has the better approach to the game, because every single continent has a different one. Like NA, we just aim and hit heads, you know? But then we have Korea, which is the most strategic one, and we have Europe, which is like a mix, you know? And G2 is basically more of an NA team than EU team because of that. So it's so interesting. You know, I love Valorant.
Well, I would love to see Fnatic play Vision Strikers. I don't know about you guys. I feel like that could be a next level strategic masterclass. But before we sort of dive in a little bit deeper into the game itself, I wanted to quickly touch on G2, because G2, once again, champions. They win another tournament at Red Bull. I know they kind of slipped up at first strike. People had a little bit of doubt here and there about them. They made that one roster change by bringing in Zeke, and they're back to their winning ways. So, guys, how long is this going to last? Are we going to see G2 realistically just be undefeated all the way to that Masters event and maybe even win it on the way that they've been going, Mitch?
You know, I think it's a dangerous road to go down. When you talk about G2 at the moment, you have to realize that it's not just that it's not that they're slowing down. Everybody else is catching up. And this is something that we warned of a year ago when we were seeing G2 just pick these events up in beta, or coming out of beta rather, so less than a year, say like 9 months ago. We were making the statement that they're so far ahead of everybody, but it's like that Fast and Furious race scene, right? Someone else hits the nitrous, they make the right decisions, they're right up beside you now, you're competing for the finish line. And I think we're starting to see that now when you've got teams like Heretics, like FBX. Heretics coming out of nowhere, by the way, just left field as hell. Obviously, once they started to play, we all realized this is a team we got to respect. This is a team that could actually do some damage. But, you know, the ones that you would have expected, your Liquids, your FPXs, your Summon FCs, now Fnatic, to come up and take that crown, it wasn't even them to do it, which was a beautiful little twist for the EU scene, which shows how much depth we've got. Now, this lineup change that they've made, bringing Zeke in, I know there's been a lot of conversations around, is Zeke IGLing, is he not? We have fundamental proof from the players. It's plain as day. Everybody's still IGLing. It's like, this is, everybody calls Zeke's, when I was talking to him, he said that Mixwell and himself do the majority of the calling, but it is very much an open platform of, if you have an idea, go for it. This is what G2 have always done, and it's worked for as long as we can remember. But as a player, bringing Zeke in, especially when he's on the Reyna, he's one of the few players that I'm going to give credit for in taking out a Reyna, because he just doesn't have bad games. He was texting me after that Red Bull Homegrounds, being like, I played like trash. What are you talking about, man? He's still one of the best players in Europe on a bad day. That's a good thing. But the rest of the team, obviously, we know how much skill they've got. They understand the game. They play against their opponents more so than, or they, in a way, they just ignore their enemies. They play their own game, but in a very disrespectful manner. They take space. They treat you like you're a top 100 team, whether you're FPX or whether you are in the top 100. And that's something that I got to give them props for, because right now, when it comes to confidence, when it comes to aim, they're a team that nobody can beat in that department. And certainly it's very hard to play against them, because how do you predict a team that you can't even look at what their IGL likes to do? Because it almost looks random when you look at their round to round approaches.
Well, I believe the players are ready now, so we're about to find out who is going to be victorious on this first Icebox map. I don't think we're going to get an agent select with me here, so I am just going to pass it over to you, Mitch, and Lothar, because I don't want to miss anything.
All right, thanks very much, Sue. Appreciate you. Lothar, what are we seeing? What are you thinking in terms of agent select for this one? Do you think he'll get the Viper v Viper? So I've already picked. Thanks, Nip. If it was G2,
You wanted to be fast.
suspense could have been there if it was G2, but no.
Yeah, I mean, already locked in, right? Omen, Breach, Cypher, Sage, Sova. I mean, the Sova is a little bit of a surprise, but I feel like in general we could have suspect NIP locking in everything super fast. I'm not surprised by Zeke playing Reyna here. Like, he's insane on that guy. Like, Zeke is a massive upgrade to G2's firepower, and this is the player that we should look at on this map. I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, Zeke only plays Reyna on Icebox, and he is going always hard on his opponents, you know. But look at Biff.
Oh, he's
That Viper.
He's gonna do it. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Right?
they play that Viper for the B setup instead of a traditional Sentinel usually. I think Patatek's trolling here. I'd be quite surprised if he went in for a Killjoy.
Yeah, I didn't comment on it yet, but I feel like no, never mind. He goes Sage.
There we go. Yeah, okay. I saw the lock-in thing come into play. I was like, wait, did he just lock in Killjoy? No, okay, that makes sense. So one of the things well, first of all, let's address Akukos over on the LIP side. That is Existence. He plays under Akukos. I don't know why. We've asked, no idea. He just plays under it. Let's move on. If you saw, so Reyna, typically, we mentioned that her flashes are not nearly as useful as someone like a Breach. And I 100% would criticize the hell out of NIP if Existence came along and picked Reyna. And like, oh, well, you're just replacing your flasher, right? No problem, just slot it in. That would be a big problem, because for Existence, he's a good player, don't get me wrong, but he's not the one that you're going to expect to take in initial engagements and to really frag up and put the numbers on the board, and therefore not the one to make use of an agent like Reyna. G2 are intentionally taking a disadvantage when it comes down to the flashes. They're handicapping themselves in that aspect, but in order to allow Zeke to play this insanely aggressive and confident style that he's so good at and that has been working for them in that A-site defense. So I don't mind it, honestly. And this is why I say he's one of the few players that I will come along and say, you know what? There's Reyna I'm not going to complain about. And then over on the LIP side, you know, I talked about their mid-aggression and all that aspect of their game in the pre-show. Now we get to see they're starting on the attacking side. This could be a little bit tough, because we know that G2 are solid here. Their B pushes, their A defenses with Zeke, they're on fire. And now it's gonna be a pretty big challenge for NIP in this. Lothar, do you want to be so brave, so bold as to throw out a prediction right from the start?
You mean
This
like
map.
exact prediction, or just who wins? Because if
Wins
it's
this map.
just, yeah, I feel like this is gonna be G2, but we'll see. Like, this is just on paper, right?
On paper, of course. Exactly. There's no way to know until the cookie crumbles, and we'll see just how that happens as we get into the game here, ladies and gentlemen. The first map of the day, BO3 Icebox, as G2 start in the defense, and straight away NIP looking to bring the fight to them on the pistol round, rushing right through mid onto the B site. They've already overwhelmed Pith, but he has a little bit of support, quick rotations from the mid hold, and A site, they've left it completely open, knowing the plant is coming in. Now all they have to do is defend in the post plants, but look at the HP. Everyone's so low. NIP still winning these duels as a Kukos, aka Existence, pulls it off. JD up behind, catches Artis in the back, and leaves it all down to 1. It's Patatek healing himself up, has to hit the shot, but he can't deal the damage to Korea. So 1-0 we go, and a swift start, a very confident start for NIP with 1-0.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting start because from judging on the first 15 seconds of past Icebox maps for NIP, they actually do almost always go into mid, you know? And felt like G2 wasn't prepared for that. I really like the way Existence just pushed in through mid, went on B side with those flashes, and I think that was Mixwell just being flashed on default, was really caught off guard by that. So that was a really nice and fast execution. Look at that, they always try to like put that pressure now, 2 rounds in a row. Instant pressure. I really like that NIP approach.
The only problem that could come into play is the fact that obviously G2 at this point, they could have went for the likes of a Stinger buy or something like that, and already we switched to Mixwell and see a Bucky in his hand. If you're NIP, you have to be very cautious of these second round buys. That's an aftershock kill onto Patatek, back right of A. He got pushed into the open, I think tagged up a little bit, and so just a very...
I was surprised by that kill. Like maybe it was a combo with the slow from Sage. I didn't exactly see it, but that was a nice kill.
It must have been tagged as well because he was so far back from it, so he would have only got hit by the very edge.
Okay, so I can explain that. The aftershock got actually buffed, secretly buffed this patch. It has a higher, longer range by 1/3 of it, but it deals full damage.
Are we
on it as well?
Are we playing on that patch though, or are we playing on the old patch? I think EU is on one patch behind, right?
Oh yeah, right.
1.2. Yeah, so
Good question. Lul.
well, either way, whatever happened, he's dead, and so too is the round, the hopes of winning it. But there wasn't too much of an investment. We said, obviously, there could be the Stinger force buy from G2, and that's where things get dangerous. But if you're playing as they did, they don't expect to win that round. They lose it with the weaker weapons. They obviously didn't go for that force buy, and now they can afford a full buy for the most part. But with 2-0 on the board, losing this round would be detrimental. You do not want to see this one go into the hands of NIP if you're a G2 fan, because then the money goes to hell and the rounds start to really clock up. Patatek, it's so smart! He puts down the wall but pushes. They hear the sound cue. They think he's gone. He gets one, but now he's stuck. This is the problem. Still getting a second kill, running away and making it at least up to his wall where he awaits the sweet release of death. A player caught up here, Mixwell in trouble, being pushed down by 3, and a pre-fire from Rhyme eliminates him. A 3 versus 3, a huge start by Patatek, and his teammates come to save him in middle, but they have to mount a retake as they've lost the B site. A slow comes in, and they might be hesitant to actually go for this. At this point, you could be about to get hit by some shock darts, peeks in through the smoke, and there's nothing to really block off. Sure, they can smoke it, but that doesn't stop a Sova recon from coming through, which is already back up online for Artis. They have to be very careful about going for this spike plant. They want to wait it out and pretend they're not here, but there we go. The tag just about gets out, and so they know that the players are here. G2 are ready, and they're sticking around. Planning the spike is going to be tough. They'll have to find the kills first, and Korea gets dropped to leave a Kukos, or Existence, all alone in the 1v2.
That will always make me laugh, you know, that name. But yeah, Existence putting weight in this round, but it's still not over. The lack of Sage for the attackers is a huge fumble right now. Wow, he actually gets that? That's insane. 1 versus Patatek, who did so much this round. He actually had a triple kill already. 1 kill from Patatek, from Zeke, and now 1v1. It's gonna be nuts. He knows the position.
Oh, but look at this.
Well, he used the ultimate.
It's a Rolling Thunder. He can just wait it out. And the thing is, at this angle, if they tap it, it's going to push them out. But a preemptive one, it's actually, I think it's dodged. It was Patatek. He was waiting for the peak, but he taps it now, blinded up, makes it away to safety. Time is ticking away. The heal comes into play, taps it again. Oh, he's going to be hit by it, but he dodges it just about. The peak's still there from Existence, and a 4K to close it out. I could have sworn Patatek was within that fault line, but just about sidestepped it. Existence reveals himself, goes back in. The shot missed by Patatek. That was crazy. But a 3rd round now in the bag for NIP. They are looking good. Also, I've just noticed that everybody else has got NIP. We just opened the scoreboard again. They've got the tag NIP in caps, but Existence has gone for it with a lowercase I. They've whiffed it.
He likes to put the dot on the I just like he did this round. You know? It's actually insane how solo performed, two players solo performed this entire round. Zeke and Existence, they made those rounds. Only them, you know? Both of them made the difference in those rounds, and Existence closed it out, which I didn't think will happen, to be honest. Like, Existence pulling weight in this match when he, in previous matches for the past 3 rounds, his average damage is only 108 per round. Like, this is not his average game. And this is the second time he performs so well in this tournament.
That's exactly what we want, though, right? We want to see Existence reaching those new heights, more comfortable with the game, but more importantly, with the team. Now, we've had a little bit of investment coming in from G2, and not just economically, or rather in credit. Whoops. Mixwell's just been hit in the head by that. Doesn't do any damage.
But he doesn't know that he's in it, because if someone is inside of the cage when it's activated, it doesn't trigger the sound.
Exactly. Oh, that's an awkward fight. Patatek gets away with murder, finds the kill and the information early, and it doesn't cost them that much, really. A man disadvantage, but with the ultimate of Mixwell, that could be the difference maker. That's what we're looking to. Has no updrafts left to get above that smoke, but Pith and Artis, what is going on? They've shut them down, and Mixwell, the cherry on top, flying those knives into Chihuahua, picking up a Vandal, and a first round for G2. That is a disastrous loss for NIP.
Yeah, this is just back-to-back, like, backstabs for both of those teams. G2 that felt bad for sure, losing the full buy round against a bonus round from NIP. But NIP, I feel like this is like uncalled for. The way they just dueled the pistols for no reason without the plant. That was really awkward position to be in, and now they lost all of that cash that they won in the previous round. So this is not the best possible execution possible. But Mixwell with the kill right now on long B. This is something that he needed in the previous rounds, but he goes aggressive and he's gonna pay the price.
Ooh, he almost got away with that as well. Caught Korea in the shoulder, and Pith is there for the trade. Still the man advantage to play with, and altogether I think that's a positive situation. NIP, obviously they've invested themselves with the way these previous rounds have gone down. They were happy to lose the... Well, I'm sure they weren't happy about it, but they lost it. They still had some cash in the tank. They still got a little bit more to do, though. You got to look at that res that's about to come through. Mixwell brought back to life, but as that happens, Artis gets dropped on a little bit of over-aggression down middle through Tube. With that, a 3 versus 3, the back being watched in a very sneaky little position. We don't see that too often. But Chihuahua, having secured their back, all they have to do is plant that spike. Still a wall in play for JD if he wants to throw it up. And I thought maybe towards the defender spawn you would see it come into play. But no, he's now walking that way though, so maybe...
Oh, this is going to be awkward timing. Awkward timing for both, but Chihuahua wins that duel. That was really awkward timing for him because he still had the camera available, but now the retake is happening on A side. Both players coming from different angles. JD with the upper hand. He's gonna see that head. Piff pays the price for that peak. Playing so well, man. I'm really impressed.
NIP are looking really, really good right now. You cannot underestimate this team. And as I said, coming in, you know, we're looking at JD, we're looking at Rhyme to do a lot of this heavy lifting, but a new player has entered the server. His name is Chihuahua. And we knew as well, you know, when we saw this pickup go through JD and Chihuahua, those two are absolutely unbelievable. But the role that Chihuahua plays is generally quite reserved, shall we say. He's playing on the sites by himself. He's very patient and cautious because you don't want to be throwing away opportunities or throwing away your utility rather by dying in the early round. So, and there's the standard Viper setup that we've seen, but they actually just ran through the wall after he popped it, knowing that he wouldn't have his weapon out, he wouldn't be holding it. The one way will still allow Korea to get a little bit of an angle, but the player's already crossed back from yellow. They're going to clear that out with the drone now, which is on its way forward. They've seen Viper as Pith destroys it, and they know now that yellow is more than likely clear, but they'll still make sure. Paranoia, followed by a teleport across. Now they've got that control. The question is, what do they do with it? Both smokes still remaining for Korea, but look at G2. They fully rotated into position. 4 players here with Zeke solo holding the A site. Not only that, but they have a Hunter's Fury online, which can seriously delay any plant if they wait too much longer. This is dangerous. And they've spotted a player back yellow. They know that they're there at this point. A shock dart has come through as well. Oh, that was from the defenders, excuse me. So I was going to say they knew Sova was there, but never mind. Korea going to go for the TP, but it's towards the back of B, so they still know this is going to be a B hit.
Yeah, they exactly knew where he's teleporting, so this is a signal, a huge signal to go for that. Now the counter ult from Piff, but he dies instantly, so that's not a factor anymore. Mix will have the kill from the backside, but this is awkward. This is still awkward for both of the teams. Look at that battle. Look at the battle in the mid.
This is an interesting duel. Chihuahua, he's going to tank the Hunter's Fury, but he got the kill first. The problem is, in a 1v3, it's just not winnable. That defuse is going to come through, and with that, the round is going to go the way of G2. But it's just about. I mean, we still get a tight one on that. I do feel like NIP stalled a little bit, though. They had an idea in the early round. They wanted to force the fight, but as soon as Pith made it away, they just didn't quite figure out what else to do.
I feel like this is the problem with the B side. The only real way of planting the bomb right now for NIP to actually get that side is using the Sage Wall. But if that doesn't happen instantly, or is just instantly destroyed, they're gonna struggle, because everything can be just shoot through a wall. You know, you can always penetrate those walls and delay those plants, or just straight out kill someone who's planting, and that's a big problem for the B side. So when they are slow like that, they're gonna pay the price, because they already, G2 is taking control of it. They're ready to retake, they're ready to delay everything, and that's a huge problem. This is where Chihuahua should have probably looked earlier and open either that A side for rotation, or just make sure that there's a flank going in and threaten G2's position before the plant.
Exactly. It just felt very stalled. And I think, oh, I thought he saw a foot there and realized it was no player. It was like the bit at the very edge of the orb. Baited me. Didn't bait Korea, luckily. He's all good with it. Now, in the 4-2 score line, where NIP are at, losing this probably equalizes things. They've got to get back in there. They're up against a decent set of ultimates coming through from G2, but not ones that are likely to be used, with Zeke being the last to rotate in. You have a res as well, and that res can completely change the round and going for this early aggression, but not if your Sage dies. The wall, it's being spammed on just to destroy it, but Pith receives a lot of damage in return, down to just 14 HP. They revive up existence, and a man advantage is now there with Pith super low and no Sage to heal him and even make it slightly easier to take these fights. Getting back in is going to be damn difficult now.
Not only that, but the revival of existence actually gives the advantage of having the ult as well. But did you see that shot from Kra? That was insane.
Absolutely nutty stuff. Putting it into a two-man advantage, and oh, well, they've even committed the Rolling Thunder to it. Maybe a little bit early at this point. I feel like you probably just save if you're G2. Pith falls, and more weapons lost as they eventually decide to turn tail and run towards A. Save what they can, but Artis is caught. JD now on his way to pursue a little bit further. Zeke has stalled in towards the spawn, and he could be in trouble. There's two players closing in on him. He finds the first, but JD shuts him down. And with that, 5-2, no weapon saved for G2. I really felt like in that 3v5, they had the chance to carry them all forward, and they just overstayed their welcome a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like that save of the weapon on G2 was instrumental, especially if that would have been an operator, but they didn't even pick it up. For NIP, losing a weapon is not really that big of a deal. They still have the economy just working for them, so they have an advantage. We have to remember, this map is actually attackers-based map. So winning 5-2 for NIP is not like, the end of the world for G2, but it's definitely not looking good for them. At least there's a 1v1 trade right now, but it still is as a disadvantage for the defenders, being, on the same amount of players from both sides. It's easier for it to attack with the same amount of players available.
Exactly. It's like the map stays the same size, right? But you don't have the same amount of players to defend it. So the attackers are always going to have the advantage in being able to just take the numbers duels. You have the wall put up outside of B, and exactly what we talked about before, Lothar. Chihuahua lurking, but he's actually pushing up and finding some information, finding some space for his team.
Crucial.
It's a big risk, but it's paying off here. He's cleared everything, well, after this little corner, and they'll then know that there's no Pith in and around this area. Maybe he's playing backside, but Chihuahua, well, he's just wide swinging. He knows at this point, he has a feeling that this is completely open, but it looks like he's going to go for the flank. Rhymes being caught off by a stinger, and with that, okay, they pull it right back into a 3 versus 2. The B side already secured as Chihuahua pushes up into the back lines.
Yep.
And with that,
that's his job.
Oh, hold on. They hear the steps. They know at this point that the players are on their way towards B, but they don't know where Chihuahua is. He should be the one that secures this round.
Chihuahua is the instrument of success for NIP. If he gets the informations, he gets a duel somewhere, even, you know, he gets a kill, that's gonna change the entire way of the round. But here, still a good trade. 10 seconds left. Only one player left. Goes for the safe plant, which is very important. Artist flanking a little bit. He has the time. He has a good weapon. But that's it.
The Guardian, man, that could have worked out. All he needed was the headshot on the follow-through. Korea with the perfect swing on that. But at the same time, kind of lined up with his teammate. I was getting worried. But Artist doesn't get away with murder this time in 6 rounds for NIP. On paper, G2 looked like the favorites to take this. But again, you have to remember that 13-10 scoreline that we had before, we saw that NIP were capable of taking G2 all the way. And in fact, if I remember correctly, and I better pull it up to double check myself, to fact check it. But if I remember, G2 got off to a pretty good start on that map. And it was almost like NIP had warmed up into it. I'm going to go back and find that game now.
You know what I really wanted to say about NIP? It's so cool to see JD, the best performing player from them, on Sage. He will get so much value from that ultimate. It's insane, especially on such a big map like Icebox. There will be so many just good occasions to get a res, and which is also very important because they play such a ultimate heavy composition. Having a Sage that reses so much will give additional orbs to another player as well, because he dies and gets res, so he gets additional orbs because of that. That is insanely valuable, especially with Existence on Breach, who has a 7-point ult as well.
We're talking through this because it looked like this round was done and dusted, right? A 4 versus 2. All of a sudden, 2 big kills come in. Artist, though, left on 11 HP, still gets the kill. That plant can't come through anymore, and they know it. Up on the ropes, Existence has shown himself, and the swing comes around from Pith. 1 HP! He's almost gone, almost done. The Classic even comes out to close the round. They've seen him in the box, and Pith with a wall bang from a Classic and a buy round to finish it 6-3. Now, last time that we saw this game go down, it was a 5-4 lead for NIP that then spiraled a little bit, but on the attacking side, G2 just demolished. I think they got like 8 rounds straight or something like that. It was unbelievable. So the tougher side, the one we should be worried about, is still to come. That said, the 6-2 start with a 4 versus 2 to get 7, that looked like, you know, easy pickings, right? Even if you have a slow start in the defense, you're walking away with a good score line and you've got the room to maneuver it. But after losing that round, the impact could be huge.
That is great. I'm not really worried about G2's position yet, but we'll have to get that halftime to see how it goes. Pistol round is going to be instrumental as well for both of those teams after changing the sides.
Missed the bounce on
shocked that. I feel like it missed a bounce.
Yeah. I think he meant to right-click it first. A little bit of an oopsie. It's all good. It happens. There we go. Korea taking down Mixwell. What a start. Remember, they have some pistols even in this round. NIP are not looking healthy in the economy front. Surprised they don't even push up to try and retrieve that weapon, but you can see now that that would have been a risk not worth taking. There's 2 players pushing down Tube. But with that said, there's 2 players pushing down Tube, and they had a res. So, of course, Mixwell gets picked back up, and we go back into the 5v5. For NIP, though, they have ultimates to play with. They're just not the most impactful, really. Cypher and Omen, they're not going to change the course of the round 9 times out of 10. And so this is somewhere...
Basically, the Omen ult is just like a recon arrow, you know, exactly. for them. Unless they have no control of Beard, so he can't teleport to plant there. Maybe next round then. He still has it. They have an entire control of the site. But mixed with the big opener, we didn't see it, but it was a good, I think from Broiler, a good shot from Broiler to the nest.
Oh, hold on. They're coming back out for this with the wall that's up. Artis, Mixwell, Panatek. Everybody's clocking up frags, and it's all down to Mixwell in the end. JD healing himself back up, but it's hurt. Mixwell knows he's not pushing him. He was going to stick it, but then he swings at the last second and finds the third. That is 6-4, and G2, they are on fire right now, picking up round after round. They had that last play with the classic to close it out. You know, in terms of buy rounds, though, G2 have looked so much better when they're on ecos or when they're on low buys.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe they shouldn't just buy big weapons. You know, just play with pistols.
Classics.
Try to, yeah, classics pretty good. Still, the right click is you know, it's a big tool in your disposal.
Nerfed, bro, come on, it's been nerfed.
I mean, it's been nerfed, but you cannot shoot it like 3 times straight,
Yeah.
because then it goes all to hell. Like it's such a big spread.
Yeah.
But I wanted to point out as well, G2 is actually favoring Phantoms on Icebox.
True. And, you know, it makes sense if you're someone like Zeke, playing around those close angles on A, if you're playing close B as well. But for the most part, this is a very long-range map. So that's where the Vandal does typically prevail, regardless of region on Icebox. Oh, Rhyme. It's always risky, right? Down the player movement, you can see it's just perfectly dodged. Sure, getting the tag with the drone's going to help, but it's never 100%. Oh, Korea, we say that the ult doesn't really have much impact. Well, that right there, that was perfect.
That was actually super nice. He did teleport underneath the rafters, so he had so much time to open that kill.
I like the fact that he doesn't full commit to this. You know, the tags were hit up onto Artis, but JD just backs off afterwards, not wanting to full commit his life for what would have been a guaranteed kill, but possibly a trade for his enemy. And in a 4 versus 2, when he's got the res up, you don't want to leave anything to chance. Just play this for the win. And that's exactly what they do.
Take a look at the minimap. How well they control post plant the entire side. This is so good.
Spotted him. He saw the barrel.
As soon as I say that, he actually turned around and Existence got killed by Piff.
So I like the position from Existence. I think he was just stepping out to check Heaven incrementally. And you know, no way you win this Pith. Come on, it's a 1v2 now at this point. Maybe a little bit more doable. Goes in for the headshot, but can't connect it. He was low on HP, so I didn't expect it to work, but he still made a pretty good try at it. But yeah, the problem was Existence was stepping out, clearing Heaven, then going back into his corner. But the timing when Pith made it into Heaven, Existence had turned away, was looking back at his corner, but he hadn't fully stepped back in. He was only on his way. So the barrel was just barely visible. And so Pith realized that
the classic timing. The classic timing. You know, you can already see the spams in the chat.
Well, look, it doesn't matter whether it's luck or whether it's skill. The timing works out. The position is what wins this time. Mixwell, I like this, hiding behind the wall. Okay, not something we've seen from them before. He's going to play aggressive on it after he hears nothing apart from the Cypher cage.
But you know what's funny? When you look at the analytics and the heat maps of how G2 plays Icebox, they actually do push long B a lot.
Oh, 100%.
A lot.
It's usually Pith as well. It makes sense in this round with Mixwell having his ult, but Pith is usually the culprit. We've seen him against NIP in particular pushing up almost every single round. And Artis, let's rethink some of these arrows.
What is happening today with Artis? This is like the third shock dart that goes like that.
Artis, he goes inside the smoke though in a shocking play. Even if the dart doesn't connect, that one does. Out he goes with the Vandal, looking around the left side, and he's almost caught a victim. And they're just tucking away up behind the walls. The spike plant to come through in a 4v4 retake to be underway. G2 not in the best of spots. Rhyme is very isolated here though. He has a little bit of help from Omen. But Korea distracted by the player behind, left Rhyme open for a second. Luckily, nobody peeks through and takes that fight as they delay time. Chihuahua comes in. Nice shot to Mixwell. The ult deleted. There'll be no screen plays here today as a 2v3 remains. Trying to get back in with the man disadvantages is never easy. And Pith, well, he gets a chance to go at it one more time. He didn't win the 1v3 in the last round, and this one's not looking any more likely. 8-4 at the half. And you just think about it, Lothar. With the weapons that they had on G2 in these rounds that they won, there's at least 2 of these rounds where it was a very weak buy, where G2 should have lost. This could be an incredibly convincing half for NIP if it wasn't for a couple of hiccups. And I think they'll really be kicking themselves now if G2 come out and perform the same way they did last time. One other quick thing I wanted to mention was we mentioned how Pith pushes B a lot. Notice, and if anybody there has the time to do this or cares enough, go and watch back the first time they played in Red Bull Homegrounds on Icebox versus this one. Pith changed his playstyle completely, and I think that's because he knows, especially against Existence, that game, you got away with it then, but you won't get away with it a second time.
True. I'm looking at the plans that G2 is doing right now on Icebox. It will tell us a story for sure. G2 is planting typically on actually B. So it's interesting that they do attack A this time.
I mean, for NIP, you have to say the A site was definitely the weakness of their defense. Thinking back to Red Bull Homegrounds, they lost, I think 7 rounds in a row on this site, or 7 out of 8 at least. It was tough to watch. Obviously, you'll have more thought having gone into it, but you see here immediately G2, they bait out NIP. They find the opening kill on A. They know that these players are going to be insecure about that hold, and so they instantly rotate to B, where they'll try to overwhelm Chihuahua, hiding behind Yellow, swings at the right time, catches one off guard, but runs right into heavy traffic. B side overtaken, wall up, and that will be a spike plant with a man advantage to hold off against the retake.
It's so hard to pull it off after you lose so many players on the defender side. So Chihuahua needed 2 kills basically to, you know, make it even for both sides. But now with the post plant, this is going to be so tough for Existence to try and get multiple kills here. He can clear some angles, but it's still like Yellow is such a big objective.
Oh, they're going to double peek back Yellow to try and take down Akukos, aka Existence, and he's still on low HP. JD healed himself up and catches the frag, but not the double. Wasn't ready for Artis. Good team play there from G2. A lot of those fights, if you watch it back, were 2v1s. As soon as they knew where the player was, they're peeking them together and just overwhelming, and it speaks to the confidence of these players. Now, one thing I want to say right away, whoever's in chat, I'm not looking at the chat, but I'm sure there's someone there who's going to be saying, Zeke's such a noob. Why is this guy even playing Reyna? He sucks. He's got 3 kills. Well, he's playing the A site. If you look back at that, a lot of the hits were towards the B side. A lot of the presence was on mid, and Zeke was left in retake scenarios again and again. Combine that with the fact that other players were stepping it up massively. I hate when Reynas get low kills, but I'm not going to criticize
I mean, he had a very good first blood in one round when they actually attacked A, and that was the moment when they went back to B.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like he doesn't have a lot of possibilities to just show up.
I mean,
but here, this might be a different story, and he goes for a double kill.
Who's a noob? Sorry, Zeke? Did someone say? This guy's on fire. In this round, at least. No, I mean...
But, it's an eco, you know? He's an eco Cobra right now.
Eco-fragger Zeke. No, but I don't want to draw too much attention to it. I know I already have, but, but it's one of those things that it always gets to me. You know, you see players that, due to how the rounds have been playing out, look, he's doubled his kills. Legend. But it's very easy to look at scoreboards and say, oh, this guy's terrible. He had a bad game. He needs to do this. And so, in a lot of these situations, he was playing from a negative footing. They knew where he was coming from. They weren't hitting his sight, so he wasn't able to use those angles that he likes to play off of, where he found success in the previous game. And I think a lot of credit is to go to NIP for just avoiding giving him the same amount of room and space as they did previously.
I think that's because of Chihuahua, actually. Like, the way Zeke would like to play it, he would like to, you know, when he sees that they're executing on B, he should probably just roam the map a little bit, get more map control for the post plan. But because of Chihuahua, he wasn't able to do that.
I thought Mixwell for a second didn't even need a gun when we swapped to him. He was just out there with the finger guns looking to take.
Well, he still has a toy gun, which doesn't count.
That's true, yeah. He's just going to tickle them up a little bit. Hey, man, those kind of weapons, I won't say a name, Playzilla, shall we say, they could hurt. You know, I used to have one that you pumped up. It was an air-powered one. You pumped it and pumped it and pumped it. And if you pumped it enough, man, it would hurt when you fired it off. It could probably break glass. I never tried it because I was pretty sure it would. They've spotted 3 players. No, 2 at least. But they know Korea plays around here, and the paranoia is going to give that away. At this point, I'm expecting rotates back towards the A side, but they don't have anybody lurking. This was full commitment towards B, and that makes it very difficult to actually play this around. JD, there we go. Just about catches his teammate to get the heal line up. And yeah, well, I was going to say it's looking unwinnable. It definitely is now with Chihuahua closing it out.
We can talk about this round like a lot. You know, there was some utility being used in a strategic way, but it all came down to just hitting heads with the Vandals that we have seen. This round was all in duels, you know? And I feel like G2 just... That was exactly like the one round that I have seen from NIP when they were just so reluctant to break into the side and just get control of it, or at least try. You know, they all died on not even going into the yellow area, you know? Interesting. It's just so different to see G2 approach this map than every other team. Let's see how it goes this time. You know the exact position of Korea.
The thing is, the setup there was Chihuahua trying to catch them off guard, but he just got spotted as well with the drone going through. So that's big on Loco and reset on the B side defense. NIP, I said previously, they struggled with A, but it looks like G2, well, they've realized, you know what, they're going to spend a lot of time fixing their A. Let's hit the B. And they're working so far, at least. Korea, inside that smoke, he might get pushed on with some poor time, and it looked like Artis was about to go through it, but instead he's stepping away. Not having the Phantom, you don't really want to spray inside of this smoke, but Korea's just biding his time, pops out of Paranoia, clears the back right, but ultimately doesn't get them the space that he was hoping. If G2 went aggressive there and tried to finish off fights on his teammates that were making some noise from behind, that could have been the biggest play of the game so far from Korea. But instead, they backed off. They played passive for their utility. Obviously, when you've got a Viper, especially with your snake bites, combining that in with your poison orb, your main concern is going to be having lineups for when they put a Killjoy ult down. They're not running Killjoy, so you actually have nothing to worry about in that sense, that you can play a much more passive. And look, there it is, right? Snake bite, you have your poison orb. It's a very, very solid post-plant setup. So
I'm really interested in why Korea didn't try to stop that plant. He was like basically, you know, he could have touched Ardis while he was planting the bomb. So I found that very interesting. Maybe there was a call already that they want to probably just play a full post-plant retake, and if that's not possible, then they will save as they did, right? But it was an interesting round.
I think honestly, if he takes down Artis, he probably gets sprayed down through the smoke. And there it was like
the thing is, then they don't have the wall anymore, right? They cannot save plant anymore. You can spray all of those positions all the time, even when you're at the they have to rotate. Oh my god.
Well, that's an interesting play and a half. NIP, they've walled up and pushed Existence on top, completely caught G2 off guard, and that's exactly how you want to play some of these rounds. Aggressive. Rhyme, though, he's left by himself. Both of his aggressive players on B have died, but so too of the players who wanted to push up. And look at this. Does he continue pushing here? Korea is in the key position to win this round. He could catch them off as they push forward. Now, they're always going to look to the left, but he's at an angle that you won't typically be pre-aiming, right? Chihuahua as well spots out that poison orb, knows that they're going to use it to either push up under tube, through tube, or to rotate towards Korea. But he's tucking in. Korea knows that he's in the better position, but they are going to come towards middle. They're looking at it. At least the timing is poor for Chihuahua. Zeke had looked away, but Pith was still looking, but that's where Korea comes in to win the round. TP goes across. He's trying to get away. There's the Paranoia. It hits. It does damage. He knows exactly where this player is, and the chances of winning that round just fade away completely. And what was that didn't actually do physical damage? It just completely ruined the chances because you're blind. You have to spray. That gives away your position. The rotates are already underway. Your time is so low. They could be flanking. They could be mid. The round is... It comes into a deathmatch.
Cool. And he got bullied at the same time. You know, like, Korea, that was such a nice play to just put Artis in place in that round. Like, he had no options, basically, right? You either push blind and you try to catch the Omen off guard when he's close to you, because then you can see him. But at the same time, Korea was taking his position better. He was drawing back. He knew that if Artis has a play, it has to be aggressive. So he played that around. I played around it, and it was so well played by Korea. Oh, but he missed the shot. You know what? From winning a round to maybe throwing a round.
Well, we'll see how it closes. I think for NIP, that what?
That was so cool! Right after the wall was popped down, so they still have a chance to plant. But that was such a cool shot. The combination of Viper wall and this Sova drone or recon arrow, whichever it is, allows you to get 3 kills like that. So now the round is equal. 1 loss to 1 loss. They're rotating towards A. No control over A from NIP. They just over-rotated. And now you only have Sova on it. There's an recon arrow going in A. Will he get it? No info. There's no one on site right now.
Okay, Zeke on range. I love this with the Phantom. The power you can get, but the problem is that's a perfect rolling thunder. Existence hits it on command. JD taking 2 kills, not quite able to finish it off, but it's a 2v1. Time is low, and Mixwell has to push forward to try and get this plant in. A 1v2 with 70 HP. He knows where one player is, but the other's completely unknown. And with 10 seconds, he has to just win this one after another. There's Ryan gone. 6 seconds almost as he goes for the plant a little bit more. And he's going to stick it fully. No push coming down, but can he get out of there? He has no dash. The swing, and he thinks Existence was down below. What a round from Existence there. The Rolling Thunder was what got JD those 2 kills. And then he closes it out in the 1v1. 11-7. And the tight game continues.
The Rolling Thunder was the MVP, but it was JD who came in and got the double kill, which is, you know, this is why Breach is a typical support player. He gives the flashes for someone else to shine, right? You get those kills when someone is defenseless. You get those kills when someone is just stunned. But it's so important, as I pointed out before, JD is on another ultimate. It's crazy how is he able to fuel his ultimate like almost every other round if he gets kills like those, you know? And they also play really well with the orbs. He gets a lot of those. So this brings a lot of additional firepower to NIP. And you know, why do they need duelists when they just have a duelist that is just rezzing people?
Yeah.
So cool.
It's essentially what the former G2 member David P was doing, right? The battle sage.
Kinda.
Yeah, it's what you want to see. Oh, hold on now. G2 going in for this. Mixwell hit the headshot on that as well. Good damage done. Chihuahua comes in for a double though, saving the day. This man kills everyone through smokes, through cages. He's tagged one player up close. He's going up on top, but Mixwell saw him. And with 30 HP, you're not going to risk that. He's going to wait for the heal and play it afterwards. They know that Sage is caught up close and there's a gap around the wall. They have no idea. Chihuahua didn't see Artis further away though. Popped his ultimate instead of taking the fight, but it might not matter. It's all down to Mixwell, and the flank is perfect from Rhyme every single time. 12-7, we go with that defuse. This is getting scary for G2 at this point. It's map point now to try and take it all the way to Bind with and guarantee split, even if they lose Bind, right? That's the important part. Because, yeah, Bind looks great for G2. But I said if they can win Icebox, they have a real chance of taking this series. And we're 5 rounds in a row away from G2 even hitting an overtime.
You know, I said that I'm not worried about G2 when they'll be going to the attack, and especially since, you know, they also won the pistol round, right? They're given basically the next round as well. So I was not really worried about their performance, but it seems like they're just not pulling their weight in full buy rounds, which is also the story in the first half.
I want to give them so much credit for picking this map because, again, I think most people that look at the Red Bull Homegrounds results will go, but they beat them 13-5 on Split. Why not play Split? The reality was they put a lot of time into Icebox. They know that this is a solid map for them. And when you... Oh, no, Korea. That's unfortunate. A bad way to start as Pith hits a nice headshot as well. Existence
and he had both teleports still available. He could have just teleported on yellow, right?
He could have, yeah.
Or even on site.
It's a poor start for sure, but just to finish the point about NIP, they knew that the A site was a weakness on their defense. They won the round. They won the game in the first. Oh, what is JD doing there? He pushes up behind, and I'm going to share Pith's frustration in that one, as he no doubt is very annoyed that someone's just made that kind of ballsy play straight through his ultimate. That now drop mid is open, but the problem is, even with the res, they have to retake the A side. The flash is perfect. That is gorgeous by Existence. He had no idea on the timing, but I don't know, it just worked out. Fair play.
He just felt it, you know. That was so cool. Like, the flashes from Breach are just insanely powerful. 3 seconds, a fully flash. Like, Chihuahua got a free kill basically on Zeke. And now it's 4 versus 2, even though they had a 2-man disadvantage. That's straight out from Chihuahua. That's crazy. Others with the double kill though. They're still alive. They're still alive.
Oh, but hold on. The defuse is coming in. 8 bullets left to go for the spam. He runs out, has to reload, and it's going to be stuck all the way. Existence, fittingly, is the one to close this out, win the round, and win the map. 13-7, ladies and gents. NIP have taken the first. Phenomenal work by NIP. They fixed their icebox. You can see it. They put a lot of time into that after the disaster that was the previous attempt when they were 13-10. 13-10 they lost, but the problem was the second half, right? Their defense was just non-existent.
Yeah.
It was terrible. But right here,
Funny wordplay, by the way.
they fixed it all, thankfully.
Yeah, you know what's even more crazy is that it actually came down to the way I described how NIP can take down G2 on this map, right? Because they were so prepared on positioning that G2 didn't take into consideration. There were many rounds just lost because someone took a flank against G2, either on defense or attack. Like in this last round here, Piv was caught off guard by JD, right? He just went into tube on mid, got a kill, and that's it. And many of those rounds were exactly like that. JD gets the res on someone, suddenly it's even. It's crazy, but I'm really impressed by NIP. They played it really well. Chihuahua was the absolute MVP, but not only because of his performance and the way he shoots, but the way he took the map control for NIP. That was pivotal. Most of the runs were won by Chihuahua by his lurk. He took so much map control. If he would like be able to show it on the screen, the entire screen would have been just NIP color because, you know, they just Chihuahua takes so much informations from G2 and gets a kill on rotations. There were so many lost battles for Zeke when he just got caught by Chihuahua somewhere in mid on the boiler coming out of A. It was nuts, actually.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable game. We're going to talk a little bit more about it when we come back from this quick break. We'll have Sue with us to do a little desk segment before we get into map number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
looking like the fluorescent, and it still doesn't look remotely. Welcome back to Valorant EU Challengers, where NiP have just taken down G2 on Icebox in the first map of this best of three. I am Yinsu, and I'm joined by your casters and analysts, Lothar and Mitch. And boys, I'm feeling it. I know we weren't feeling NiP that much before the game, but after seeing that performance, I'm feeling it, and I feel like maybe they can do it. Maybe this is the day that we're going to see a NiP W over G2. Lothar, you weren't quite sure where you sat on this one, and I think you thought NiP just didn't have the firepower to be able to take down a team like G2. Do you stand by that after that map, or have your feelings changed?
I was being proved wrong on both fronts, both on the firepower and on the strategical one. I feel like NIP played it great on attack and on def when it comes to the utility usage, but also had players that were actually hitting insane shots. Chihuahua was spearheading that, especially that spray down from AK in the last round was insane. The double kill that he had on A side was also nuts. He was pulling so much weight, but to my surprise, also Existence, if I'm not mistaken, had a great showing, which is not something that we are accustomed with, right? Because he had 18-12 with 6 assists, 4 first bloods. 4 first bloods for a breach. He had the most first bloods from his entire team. Second one was Chihuahua with 3. That's absolutely nuts. Existence was playing so well in this match.
Yeah, entry breach is a new meta. I do feel like battle breach. Mitch, I know you've been a fan of Existence, and Emil was saying, he is an experienced player. He's a smart player. He brings leadership to this NiP roster. He brings a different kind of way of looking at the game, and I feel like we definitely got a taste of that. How impressed were you with Existence's performance?
Existence is someone that I really enjoy watching, regardless of whether it's in this game or another. He was actually someone that we worked with a little bit in Alliance for a while, and getting to talk with him about the game and his views on it was fantastic. And then when you look at how he fits in with NIP and the firepower that he's given, it's already a winning formula. Whether he turns up or not, we're saying that his stats maybe aren't the best, but I think what he does for the team already, and exactly as was echoed by Emil, it's fine. It's perfect. It's exactly what you want. But when he turns into this beast, it's a whole different ball game. This whole map, we started out, right? We started before the map, typically Existence, he's not doing too well. And then the first 3 or 4 rounds, as Lothar is saying, it was like Existence was listening to that pre-show and went, I'll show you, buddy. It was fantastic. Now, I think he's a really solid player. He does a lot outside of that as well, in terms of you could see the remedies that were there for Icebox and how they'd fixed it. The problem for me is going to be, I don't think the next map is going to go the same way. I don't even know if Split's going to go the same way either. This was somewhere that they'd put a lot of time into, that they knew they could beat G2 on based on previous things, and we saw it simply in how Chihuahua was playing, completely countering the aggression from Zeke. They were ready for Pith pushing up. There was very little that they could do to actively gain the map control that they had last time without running into somebody like Chihuahua waiting for them and waiting to punish them. And then even on the defensive side, we see the confidence from someone like Jade.
Mitch, I am very sorry. I'm going to cut you off there because
Already?
we are into Asian Select. I know, but we do have a post-show. You can talk about all your thoughts. But as you said, you know, Bind, it is G2's map. It's G2 are not the kind of team that will just roll over and give you a 2-0 in a best of 3. Let's be honest. And this is their playground. Lothar, are we more realistic now to see, you know, G2 at their finest on this map?
It's their pick, you know, they played very well historically speaking, but I also wanted to mention that G2, in almost every single game they play, whatever it is, League of Legends, Valorant, or any other game, they typically lose the first map. So it's like, you know, it's okay, they like to play on the back foot, but on Bind, I feel like they would just come very hungry, you know, to the game, and we'll see a completely different G2. At least I hope so, because I would love to see this come to a free map show. Even though if NIP takes it down to 0, it's gonna be a very interesting just storyline for everyone, for us as casters, for analysts as well, for the viewers. It will be insanely interesting to see, right? So whatever is the outcome of this match is, it's gonna be nice for everyone, because I feel like NIP is proving everyone wrong, that they do progress a lot in the past, let's say, weeks even, right? Because it's kind of fresh when it comes to this iteration of NIP. So I'm really impressed.
Well, Lothar, it's time to jump into the game. It's time to get here. I'm impressed with how someone's got the whip out for these players. Because normally, Lothar, we're talking fill. You know what I mean? In between the maps, you're like 15 minutes or something. We're just ready to go. This is fantastic. I don't need to make very long points. And now that's your turn. Yeah, your job. Anyways,
Dude, look at this. Only two frenzies. 2 frenzies, 1 for each team. But a lot of ghosts still happening. It's kind of interesting to see, like, the preferences of players. Map control being taken over. Look at that. Chihuahua doing what he was doing on Icebox as well, but this is a huge execution on Long B, but they lost so much map control.
Quick point as well, Patatek taking out the Brimstone, which is worth mentioning, because we were saying previously how he hasn't been doing that all too often.
Okay, we're seeing those shotguns, right?
I was refreshing my feed, I'll be honest. I lost.
Okay, so I thought for a second that we were playing again on Icebox, and this is doing the same shotguns, but here Mixwell with the big opening frag. This comes in as well.
Nice stuff to start it. I know they're going to get the control of the side. Easy plant. But the flag from Chihuahua, it's being watched for. They're ready for the timing. It could work out perfectly, but he doesn't suspect someone to be here. So Pith gets the first shot off, but he doesn't hit the heady. Chihuahua survives on 10 HP. And with that, a chance. A small hope for them. They'll clear out Hookah and know that control is not theirs. Off of that, you suspect there's someone on the site. Chihuahua spamming through, and Korea was the one to find the kill, but a 1v2 to win. 74 HP. No smoke left for another 10 seconds. He tries to bait them out. There's the molly gone. We talked about that before. Elbow is the final player, but he's not peeking. Artist being so low on HP doesn't want to give any opportunity for this to go away. A smoke comes in, but here's the recon rather going up. He heard the smoke surely, so he knows, but thanks to Korea being so low,
that was interesting.
It works out.
That was really interesting, because I thought that because of the sound cue from the smoke, he's not gonna use it, or at least just gonna put it inside of the smoke. So could have been actually way closer than it looked. If Korea had higher HP, so it wouldn't die to 1 bullet, Artist could have actually lose this round. So they both played patiently, and I feel like Korea went for the winning play because of the smoke and just sticking to it. But unfortunately for NIP, they didn't have enough HP on Omen to play it off. Still, a very well played round by Chihuahua. Winning that dual pistol on Long was instrumental to even have a chance of retaking. But it was still a tough task to do, because it was a 3 versus 5. Mixwell with that first blood was huge for G2.
Massive work. And again, as we have a little bit of time talking about the Brimstone and how impactful that can be with the Omen, one of the things we said was post-plant utility. You know, that Molotov is so valuable. You can stop pushes on the defensive side. I don't know what's happened with his bookie. JD's drawn some sort of weird shape out of the mist. Interesting. And definitely not the range you want to use a bookie on, which is why he's going to the Classic. But we saw there...
What are we talking about? Bucky kills on every range.
It's true, right? Right click from all the way down B long, why not?
You just have to look at someone and be like, bang! You know, you don't have to press even the button, just do the sound.
You just say it. Ah, and that's it. Oh, Rhyme didn't make the sound with his mouth. That's the problem. And instead, they're just getting absolutely overrun. It could have been a bookie ace if he had just shouted bang. That's Coach Lothar helping you out in the background. If you're losing your matchmaking games, ask Lothar for some tips. He's got you. What do you do with a sheriff? Do you have to make a different noise for that?
You go kapow.
I'll just go through all the guns. Like, what about Odin? Have you beatboxing in a second?
Odin goes brr. But it has to be like lower, like this, like this.
It's gorgeous. I don't know if we'll hear any Odins on this map, though. That's the sad thing. It definitely makes me sad. When we move to Split and when we move to Ascent later on in the day, well, perhaps later on in the day, no spoilers for the vetoes. Maybe we will, but Korea, unfortunately, the bookie, as much as Lothar wants to believe it can kill at every range, with 10 HP on that range is not going to work out for you, unfortunately. So we go 2-0, and G2, they clock up another one, which was expected, but now they come up against the big rifles, the big burras, as Lothar would say.
As you mentioned, Odin, I'm actually kind of surprised that not a lot of pro teams are using it, you know, because it's a very situational gun, but an example on Icebox on B, it can stop the plant for such a long time, and it's the designated weapon to take if you're expecting a Sage to make a wall on your side, right? Because then it just destroys it in half a second with so many bullets and so much penetration and such a high damage. But in the meantime, quick execute on A. Seems like it mixed with the big opening.
It's a good start for them, but they're going to delay a little bit longer, right? They're clearing out path, but that smoke down, it stops them from peeking too much further. You don't know what awaits you around that corner. Existence, well, he awaited Mixwell, but unfortunately got taken down right afterwards. A brave attempt at the push, but one that doesn't net a whole lot for them. A man disadvantage still to play with, and for NIP, losing the site, losing players, it's looking unlikely that they'll do anything but lose this round. The flank cut short by a well-placed tripwire. So unfortunately, you're not going to see their Rays push all the way on through. And with that, JD is left isolated by himself on the A site. It's going to be tough. But JD is a player that can definitely pull out these big plays when it's needed the most. He dodges the recon by moving around the box. Actually gets spotted in the end and wallbang, so never mind. I thought he was going to keep going. But it didn't work out for him, and now 1v3 that his teammate has absolutely no interest in going for, because he sat over in hookah still.
He was basically stuck. Like, I'm sure what he would love to do is just to go back to heaven and just take control of the site from there. Maybe get an entry kill when someone is just crossing from A short or from showers. But he was stuck on site, and that arrow put him in an even worse spot than he was in to begin with. So there was a lost round basically when he got stuck. And Rhyme couldn't help him even, because then they would lose control of B, so they don't know if they rotated. So yeah. Unfortunate for NIP, because this was the round that they should have won. Otherwise, they're going to have a very low economy. And I feel like G2 doesn't really even have to go for him. Because if they lose any of their guns, they're actually worth more than for NIP. They're going to be having 4 low buys and just 1 big gun, 1 rifle for them. While G2 builds up the economy, will be able to buy even an op at some point, maybe in the next round, if they would like to, of course, do that. Because right now, there's definitely not a spot to buy an op when you're playing against a low buy. So this is the perfect scenario for G2, but they need to capitalize on it. This is the round when they cannot be reckless. This is the round when they have to take control over the map, like, meticulously. They have to never go alone. They have to go as a team. They have to trade. They can never lose any weapons.
Oh, this is a toilets or a bath crunch, right? They've got players out on long. Oh, I thought they were going to take the TP and go all the way through, but they decide against it. This is somewhere that you'll typically see someone like a Sova throw down a recon dart and then push off the back of it. Everybody crunches in, but they baited me with that play, that early setup. Shock darts, nades, everything going out, and a very low HP Chihuahua, I think it is, towards the back of the site. And the Cypher stuck. He's actually pushing forward, though. He gets inside the smoke. He's making a risky play, and it doesn't quite pay off.
This is the round when the risky plays might pay off and are worth doing, right? This is where you don't risk much, but because you have the lower equipment, you lose a sheriff if it happens, but if you get a kill, it's so much worth.
Rhyme almost had God's Ear timing on that. So the way that worked, there was obviously 2 players left on A. You had the Sova towards the back of the site who fires a recon dart through. That makes them think, okay, we've got 1 back site. That should be the whole team, right? Rhyme then tries to push in through lamps, but just about gets spotted. as Artis was fading back towards mid. Had he have been literally half a second later on that play, I think he gets behind them and he catches them off guard completely. But they were aware, they were ready. And with that, not a single kill. Well, that didn't last too long. Korea catches one. He catches two. Okay, Korea. Maybe I should curse this man more often. Picks up a weapon. He's running forward. Smoke going down, but he's not going to go for it. He's going to take the TP. Okay. I don't know what that was, but he goes in the TP eventually. You see, the smoke, I think, was the idea trying to keep the player, if they're around Bath or Spawn, close enough that they would get killed by the spike and just cost them an extra weapon. And you could see he wanted to go forward and tap it just to make that sound cue and make them push. But it was way too late. Even if they heard the sound cue, they'd be like, well, he definitely doesn't have time, surely. But you can appreciate the attempt. He got stuck a little bit in the strategy, but made it out with a rifle at least.
Maybe someone would have been baited, right? Because of it, like a split-second decision to go back.
You don't have time to think about it in the moment.
Yep. So now, full buys from both teams. Rhyme, though, on a small shield, 0-3. Ultimate's ready from Brimstone, so don't stand in lamps if you don't want to get killed by that. Oi.
Oh,
That's
unfortunate.
At Korea with the double kill, but he's gonna get tagged now. Oh, double tag.
So double tag, but the thing is, the shock dart doesn't come through to take him down. There was one on its way, but not quite in time. Korea up close, 31 HP as he tries to back off. He really can't die in this scenario because both himself and JD are super, super low, and that ult could almost take them down. That is a great bait out, though. You know, you're making them
Exactly
commit.
what I wanted to say. That was such a good play, but it's Sova in lamps. You just peeked for a brief second, shot two times, I think, and then just went back quietly. So he baited out the ultimate. Super crucial as well to get that out.
And in a round like this, when they're desperate, that's where they would deploy those ultimates, as you saw. A really nicely thought through. Patatek in the back of the site. They're giving away that they suspect that he's here. A couple of spams going through, and JD's just holding it. Easy peasy as NIP get their first round on the board. It was a little bit slow to start, but that was a nice shutdown. The problem is G2 have got plenty of cash, and I gotta be honest, Lothar, in this map, I don't think we had enough time to really say it before coming in, but we did say it in the pre-show. For those of you that weren't here, this is where G2 should just dominate. They should be able to take this map relatively cleanly, and I don't think that's even a negative thing for NIP, just based on how we know G2 play Bind and how NIP do. It's about as clean as you could expect.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very tough match for NIP, especially that on that, like, G2 actually started on attack. When I feel like the map is a little bit defensive based, right? Biased, sorry. G2 would prefer to win a half of the map while being on the attack, because that puts NIP in such a bad mental state.
I mean, the thing in general for G2 is it's their attack side where they pick up most of their rounds versus the higher tier teams, and we've seen it a million times over. Just the amount of pressure they can put on a team. I mean, they do it on the defense as well, let's be honest, but as...
Look at that. Look at this round. This is completely free B. They are playing retake on B. No informations, right? That's just... Oh, wow. That is such a weird round.
Yeah, you know, JD going in for that peak, it's definitely not the best of plays. Should we say Zeke? I love that with the blast packs.
Save from Zeke.
They might not know that he's here now. Obviously, they heard the blast packs, but do you make that connection? Do you realize what's just happened? I don't know. I've never seen that before. You have to, or you'll lose the round, but it looks like they'll lose it anyways because they bail on out. Look at the HP. That nade very nearly killed both of those players, and yet they get away with their lives.
That's such a weird run. I would love to see a replay of the entire movement of the minimap, like from the beginning of the end, because both Sova and Cypher on B side just went super passively into elbow. They were just holding it, but we didn't get any information from the traps. We didn't get any information from the camera as well, because it was put in hookah. So they had no idea what's happening on the site. It's such a weird round because B is also very hard to retake if you don't get any entry kills on site while defending it. So I'm still questioning this the way that they played it, you know, especially with the camera placement.
It was I mean, the takeaway from that round for me was just the blast back play. That was gorgeous.
Still a very cool play, like a, you know, micromanagement from Zeke here. Was quick on his feet with the thinking as well. That's something that was posted on Reddit, by the way. So I'm
One of the,
I'm surprised that you didn't see it because I know you read Reddit a lot.
I
just
do.
like I do.
be floating around the Reddit. I think a lot of these things, especially for Raze, look, you show me some Viper plays, I'm gonna see them. You know that. I think that's my most searched thing. It's Viper Reddit. There should be one. There should be a Viper only Reddit. But no,
There is. Viper maze.
there is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go find this. Let's go have a look.
They might be just like 2 users and someone else, and then you'll be the third.
We'll make a community eventually. Look at Pith in there. He's been playing her a bit. I think he's allowed at this point. We're like 5-1. It's looking like the dominant game that we thought we would see. And when you move into round number 7, really this is a game of morale at this point. You've stacked up.
I want to put out to one thing. Korea just used the ult on showers to get info, which allowed the entire team of NIP to get a B stack.
Perfect. And now they're all here. They're all ready to go. Rolling Thunder goes in. Shot connected by JD. He needs a little more, though. Luckily, the showstopper didn't actually connect any kills. His Existence finds one drone, goes out, but they see them go into the TP. They're running away, but Raze is still here, waiting. This could be dangerous if he drops out on time. And Zeke slow walked through, but still catches Existence. Great Hunter's Fury. It's harassing them. It's slowing them. Patatek's being spotted in good night and sweet dreams. Surely they're going to just swing. There's one. They know where Patatek is, so he's not long for this world. And a 1 versus 3 now. Chihuahua pops the cage and starts to defuse. The flank from up behind. They didn't hear the TP, obviously. Zeke is able to grab himself a kill. The nade pushes him off the defuse. They've gotten it halfway, though. Time is of the essence, but Zeke is in with a third. This is dangerous. 4 bullets remaining. All he needs is a headshot, but JD, he gets it done. What a close round. G2 almost pull it back, but in the end, NIP clutch it out.
Such a cool round because there were a few key pieces that happened. First was the Korea ult for the showers to get the info so NIP can stack on B. Then stack on B happens. The teleports to A from G2 will, you know, put the rotation towards A. But the thing is, Zeke was such a valuable piece of strategy for G2 if he gets a kill on B after the lurk. The thing is, I was worried about his barrel, because he played Phantom, his barrel was actually visible through that smoke, and I'm surprised he actually won that fight. Here we have, and again, an aggressive play from NIP on showers, and they are able to get a lot of information. So because of that, look at the garden right now. They get a lot of information. They heard 3 people doing shots, getting the Sova drone as well. So there's a lot of information going for NIP. They know what's happening, but they're still not rotating. Actually, Existence is currently rotating to A.
They think this is like a massive fake, but they're finding out the hard way that it's not. Smoke's about to go down on the B site with Rhyme falling. The stim pack going off straight away, and we've already seen the impact that can have in the recent meta shift towards Brimstone. Now that there's no charge up time, right? You just throw it down straight away. Existence looking for the spot to use that up, but he's not going to get anything done with it. Patatek still tucked away safely. Pops down his final smoke, gives his teammate a bit of stim, but that costs him his life. The spray through by Existence, easily done. Korea caught with his weapon away, rather caught with a smoke out. When we go into a 4 versus 3, a tough one really. With Korea falling, this makes you second guess whether you go for it still. Not just because you've lost an extra player, but also the control of that side of elbow. Nice shot by Patatek. Mixwell with a third, and that is it, closed. Existence, he's pushed all the way up elbow. You know, his teammates had already just ran out on the site, and he's not in a position to really swing with them. Again, this was the spot they wanted to have. Oh, he's dead. He doesn't even get to TP.
He's not gonna get it. Even if he would, then he's got by artist, and that actually happened. Honestly, I'm a little bit confused by this round because they got perfect intel. They had Chihuahua pushed showers. They got an info. No one's in front of showers. They had no one making anything on A short. Then they had 3 people on B long. They got that info. There was smokes, of course, and who was that? Rhyme was on garden, right? He got that intel, and then we have seen Existence coming back to A. Maybe they anticipated like quick teleports back to A. Maybe that was it. I'm actually kind of confused. What was the communications here?
Yeah, that's one that you definitely want to hear the comms for. Maybe we'll get it. Maybe they'll release a video on it and explain what the hell they were thinking. Definitely when we can ask some questions anyways in the post-game interview if we get there. But for now, we're looking at a 6-2 scoreline. We're looking at what appears to be a B push with, again, your Cypher lurking towards the A side. He's got his utility down to cover for flanks, and they might actually finish towards A on this one. The damage is huge. Mixwell survives, dashes, and yeah, you can see that they were going to finish A because of the Cypher utility placement. That is put down to stop flanks from coming through from the A side. Now they move in towards the A side itself, or from the B side, excuse me. That's put down the A side hit, but Mixwell, because he's low, he's lurking behind in a position that you'll just never expect. Great damage done. He's taken a kill. Patatek has as well. The spray through the cage, not quite going to work out, unfortunately. And with that two-man advantage, this should be done and dusted. Patatek swings, turns on a dime, and almost gets another. Even tanks the beautiful little fault line. He knows that his opponent only has a pistol, and all he sees is free stats.
Yeah, I mean, this round was well played by G2. Fortunately for them, Rhyme didn't kill Mixwell, because I felt like that was maybe something that would have changed the outcome of the round if because I assume they would still teleport to A, but they wouldn't have the weapon, additional gun, while NIP would have actually taken the gun from Mixwell's body. But they played it really well. I love the way that they teleported and didn't take Showers control, because they knew that there might be someone in Showers playing low buy with a Bucky, with a Judge, even with Shorties could have cost them the round. So yeah, smart play by G2. This is actually something that we missed from them on Icebox.
It's a shame that Ryan didn't get the kill with the ult or any kills. I don't mean to be mean.
I didn't want to put attention to that, but he really needs to catch a break, because right now he's on 0-8. He didn't get a kill from the ultimate, which I kind of make a joke about that, you know, it's like a free kill. Every time you get an ultimate from Raze, it should be a free kill.
Yeah, he did fire through a smoke because they heard the steps. So in that sense, he definitely rolled the dice. And I think it was a worthwhile risk. You saw if they had have been grouped up differently, if they had have been positioned differently, he could have gotten easily 2 to 3 kills out of that. So it's one of those things. Just didn't go his way this time. This is a tactical pause, by the way. For those of you that don't know, NIP have taken a moment to sit back and have a little think and a little chat. And one of the things that's surprising, and I know I'm joking, obviously, in making fun of Rhyme so much, but the thing is, we mentioned that now that he doesn't have the IGLing responsibilities on his shoulders, now that you have Existence coming in, and in case you weren't here earlier, Akukos is Existence. I have no idea why. We said that the thing that we loved watching was the fact that now he was able to deliver these insane performances because he's free of those shackles. And he's able to go around and go back to a duelist role because they've got Chihuahua in. So basically the two responsibilities he had, he was playing as a Sentinel and he was playing as an IGL. Now you've got Existence and Chihuahua in to relieve him of those roles. He's back on his freedom, his entry fragging, his duelist. And it's not working right now in this game, but we have seen in Red Bull Homegrounds how strong he can be, and that's why it's a worthy of note. Existence, is he dead to that? Yes, he is. He ran all the way back through, but 2 players caught up in the close left corner. Shock Dart goes through. Rhyme needs to peek. Oh, he TPs. That's big brain because JD's in the corner. Oh my god, shredding them. Zeke finds Rhyme through the TP with the nade afterwards, but it might not be enough because Patatek is in a 1 versus 2. That was so well played on long, but it's still a relatively tight round.
Yeah. That was such a cool play. I would have to rewatch the entire round, but I feel like they didn't get the intel because of this slow attack on long B, right? That 2 players went to the left side. So teleporting one and baiting for JD was round winning, basically, for NIP. Such a cool piece of of small tactical choices by NIP. But it still comes down to the fact that JD needs to kill 2. If he kills only 1, the round is at a disadvantage. If he gets 2 like he did, then he basically puts NIP in an advantageous position.
That was incredible. And you know, one of the things, I said he needs to peek, and the logic behind that was if he peeks and dies, then they don't check JD. But he did one better. He ran through the TP, so they peeked to throw the nade through the TP. So it wasn't even there to kill the player afterwards, or to kill them both had Ryman just peeked and died. That was unbelievable. It was fantastic work, and those kind of plays, man, I don't know, my heart can take it for much longer. That's what we're here for.
Well, Rhyme is pushing out Zeke from entering hookah, while they They actually got entire long control and garden control, and Mixwell is pushing while having an operator, gets the kill with the right click from his Blaze of Stoneblade. That was a nice play, but very actually interesting to see that Mixwell played so aggressively the moment he chose to buy an op.
I mean, we know Mixwell, we know aggression, we know Jet operators. This is this is how he makes his bread and butter, really. But it's completely caught NIP off guard. And you're looking at 8 rounds attack side, and you said, Lothar, you want to see them pick up a lot of the rounds when they're on the attacking side. They've definitely obliged you on that one.
I feel like G2 is just having a very simple game, but it works. And NIP is overthinking everything that G2 does. It's like all of the rotations that we see from NIP are like too early a little bit because they think that it's gonna be a fake. So it seems like they're paying the price for overthinking. Nice double kill though on the exit.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
triple kill, okay. Well, you know, Kriya just finds the best moments to do stuff like that when I'm trying to like make a summary of the round.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and the entire game.
You're right to do that in that kind of moment. You don't see him to you don't see him just taking those kills all too often. But Kriya's been having an unreal map as well. 14-7 right now. The problem is the entirety of NIP is struggling. Even him, he's having some of these rounds where he's having huge impact, but for the most part, this has just been a quiet series round to round for everybody. Quiet map, excuse me, not a series. Icebox was pretty sick. we expected it. Yeah, but really do.
Exactly what I wanted to say. We expected this happening.
Oh, Chihuahua! That was almost huge. If Mixwell had ran through that smoke and not stopped, Chihuahua would have gotten at least 2 kills there and just lining them up as he ran through. But the steps were heard. Mixwell knew what was going on. Now he's completely blinded, nearsighted, hit by the rolling thunder. Absolutely everything going against him, and yet Mixwell survives. I think he still had his dash to make it into a corner. Rhyme shutting down Artist, but he's dealt with immediately afterwards. And this puts the attackers in a good position. They know rotates will have come through to the B site, and as they've already crept up onto A, that spike plant comes in. But JD has evaded their detection. He's tucked in on the corner. The problem is they're playing a very passive game. This is around bathroom control, and there's one simple reason for it, Lothar, and it's Patatech.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, JD right now, first of all, he's playing a Spectre, not a Phantom, so he couldn't even spray those boxes to get a better position, but he's getting caught by Mixwell, and he was still waiting for his teammates to rotate so he can play retake with them, and that was the reason why he was just waiting so long in there to get killed by Mixwell. Unfortunate for him. Now Kriya, 2 versus 2 retake.
No.
He knows there's no one on the shot right now.
There was no way that worked out. There was literally no way. As soon as you saw that ult is still online, they've just got the time to play with Patatech. He didn't peek into them, but luckily, time is gone, done, and dusted. And 9-3, we will go. The clutch, as it was put, even though it was a 3v2. Technically, in the end, it was a 1v2 that he won out, just based off the timing and the ult usage. Puts 9 on the board, and going into this pistol round, I think it's fair to say this is going to be a very important one to win for NIP.
Yeah, well, this is the moment where G2 has the mental advantage. Like, really, they crushed NIP. 3-9, but it looked like it could have been actually 12-0, to be honest. Rhyme needs to wake up. He needs to put numbers. He's playing on a character that thrives on kills, right? It's not even like a Reyna. He needs to fuel his ultimate, because his ultimate is game-changing. Reyna's ultimate is like, whatever. If I kill, I kill. So, but with Rhyme, showstopper, it's literally a showstopper. And he doesn't do it right now.
I like that fault line a lot. The problem is they're not quite there in time to catch him off, right? But they do push him out of the bath control, and that alone is almost worthwhile. When you're G2, though...
Chihuahua holding that angle. Look where Zeke is.
Oh, wow, okay. I didn't even see he was pushed down that much. They're almost the same on the minimap, overlapping. The nade goes through the steps back, but...
And he heard the steps, so he knows exactly what Zeke is doing. I was surprised he's not gonna peek the moment Zeke made steps. It's still a very slow game. NIP is trying to get map control. Chihuahua currently taking Garden for his own control. He saw Zeke. Now he has to fall back. He didn't get much now. That's unfortunate. I feel like NIP is still like a little bit uncertain where to go right now, because they couldn't get B control because of this because of the peak from Zeke on B.
It becomes tough.
There's a fake out smoke on B. but it's on CT, and Zika has the info on the hookah that no one is here. Patitek is taking the control of long. He doesn't see anyone, so it feels like they will exactly know what's happening. An instant rotation from Patitek, and Zika is taking control of hookah. Good job by Existence here. Another first blood, and nice!
80, that's unbelievable. What a shock dart on a Mixwell, closing in the distance, winning the round pretty much single-handedly at that point with the second kill he follows up on, putting it into a 5v1. Zeke's got it all to do, and it's just not looking doable. In a pistol round like this, sure, he's still got armor, but with a classic in hand and a pyramid of players he peeks into, it's done and dusted. NIP, they get the round that they so desperately needed. Now, the problem is, again, like, I can see G2 force buying this. You know that this is a team that thrives off of just sheer aggression. Immediately I see Pith with a Sheriff in hand, but Stingers have shown huge success in EU recently, and a huge buy rate as well in the second rounds. Certainly looking at Rebel home grounds, and even in some of the scrims we've been playing as well, it seems like a lot of teams are adopting the second round force buys, and if you feel confident, it's where I'd expect it even more. You see in the bottom left there, Artis has just called a tech pause. A little bit of an issue with ping, so hopefully that won't take too long.
Yeah. But I just wanted to point out that even though NIP looked a little bit lost on the execution of the pistol round, like when they tried to get map control and they couldn't get that, they had a very good execution when they actually finally made the call to go on A site. It was a very good combination of flashes from Existence, and then when they flashed out someone from their position, JD just went in with the shock darts. That was a really good synergy between Existence and JD. He got that info, he got the shock dart in place, got a free kill because of that. So well played. Like, the moment they knew when they're gonna go, where they're gonna go, they executed the plan perfectly.
I mean, this is something from G2 that we would expect in terms of the pointed decision making, but the fact that we're seeing NIP pick that up, it's something that, again, once you see Existence come into play, you expect everything to just be cleaner down to those executes. It's worth mentioning, yet again, if you weren't here for the pre-show, this is a map that G2 should win. They, on paper, it's absolutely theirs. And we said it when we saw the veto come through. You have Icebox, a map that NIP could win, and they did it spectacularly as well, 13-7. Then you come on to Bind. This is G2's home ground. I don't think NIP have looked all too great on it recently. On paper, they don't win it, put it that way. We go to Split. And Split, last time they played 13-5 in favor of NIP. They bounced back from a loss on Icebox onto G2's map pick and wrecked them in Rebel home grounds. That saw G2 playing very poorly individually, to put it nicely even. So with that, I expect a close final map. I would say if we get there, but it's almost when we get there. NIP have got such a big mountain to climb to get back into things, right? They've got to pick up round after round. That's the pistol under their belt, but now they've got to do it when it comes down to the weaker buy from G2.
I really like this G2 play.
This is
very aggressive.
We expected to see this from NIP earlier on, right? We thought maybe we were seeing a bathroom crunch where you go through the teleporter on B long and you push down Bath. This is the kind of round where it can really swing things into your favor. A pistol out for Chihuahua. He's just shredding them. But in the end, the weapon will be retrieved. It's only a Spectre, though.
Yeah. You know what feels bad? Whenever you play after pistols around against ecos, and your Cypher or Omen gets the kills. It's like, yeah, that's not really impactful. You want to have those ultimate orbs, ultimate charges on someone who has actually bigger impact with his ultimate. So an example here, Existence, Rhyme, JD would have been the choice. They would obviously have that choice.
Yeah, if someone offered,
Still,
you want 3 points on your your Cypher or your Raze. Well, obviously, revealing enemy positions is good, but shooting them with a rocket launcher, probably preferable. You gotta notice.
By the way, how do you feel?
Sorry.
Sorry.
I love online,
The
man.
online casting, man.
You go ahead,
good
Lothar.
one.
This is yours. Here you go.
I forgot what I wanted to
Oh, God. Well, this has been a disaster. I was just going to mention that Pith has 1 kill. So as much as we might harp on Ryan for having a slow start, Pith's a little bit slower. He's not necessarily there right now. Last couple of rounds not being kind to him. Zeke.
If you would have got that double kill, man.
This is good. Hold on. NIP are pulling this right back in their favor. It was looking bad with the trades that went back and forth, but then Chihuahua. This guy is an absolute beast.
he's monster today. He's absolute monster today. And will he get another one? He missed those one taps on Mixwell, unfortunate, but he got it.
Oh no! He how many people has he shot through cages, through smokes, and now Karma comes to play against him. Mixwell trying to make it over towards the spike. He was kept.
He knows he's here. Like, he gave away his position. He saw the barrel.
What the hell is going on? He was covering for the walkout that his teammate was covering as well, and Mixwell grabs the double. That is a 10-round. Well, 5-round lead at 10 rounds on the board for G2. Don't know where I was going with that one, but I do know where G2 are going on to split by the looks of things. After winning that, you leave NIP with not the prettiest of situations. They need 5 consecutive rounds to pull this back in. If they lose one buy round, they're probably looking at an overtime. That is a tough pill to swallow.
You know what's it was actually all good till the moment that random spray happened on Chihuahua. When he got killed through that cage, everything fell apart, and I felt like that moment Existence unfortunately chose to use the aftershock, and that gave away his position because you know exactly where he is. And then they're both holding the same angle with forgetting map control on the actual site. So Mixwell just had a free highway to get kills.
Well, some people say life is a highway. You know what, G2, they want to ride it all night long because they're bringing this to the third map if they win this one here. 3 more rounds to go to make that happen, and for NIP, it did feel like an inevitability when we went on the bind. Again, I'm going to be scared when they go to split. I think that's where they do damage. Chihuahua, the timing is terrible. Mixwell catches him in the side. This one, again, it came close. NIP had a foothold on the round, and it gets snatched out. Their legs swept from under them. Mixwell in with a third, and almost the final with how low Rhyme is. And Rhyme's pushing towards him. This could be it. The 4K for Mixwell, the big stat boost. He's already got his ult online, though, and this genuinely could be the decision making. He runs away. And no, he's still going for the kill. Never mind. Doesn't want to share with any of his teammates.
He was doomed. He was doomed. Like, the moment that recon arrow also landed, and with the amount of HP he had, very tough to pull off. But yeah, 2 players definitely not have a good game today on Bind, and that's Rhyme and Piff. Although Piff is on the winning side, so he doesn't really bother. But yeah, this is a little bit sad for NIP because those 2 rounds actually looked very doable, and were a little bit unlucky in some bad decision making, post-plant especially, in the previous round. So we'll see. But Ryan this time with the showstopper, will he put that to use? He doesn't know who is that in hookah, so he cannot commit to the showstopper in case that's Mixwell, so who can just dash out of the range.
I really want to...
I feel like this is...
Sorry. Let's just sit here in silence for the round.
No, it's okay. It's just trying to find how do they get the opening, right? They need to go for the showstopper with breach flashes, but it seems like G2 is anticipating that, and that's the reason why Mixwell is playing CT, so he can dash away easily. But now he goes on the backside because of this cage that was opened on hookah, and because of the rotation, Mixwell gets the kill on Rhyme before he's able to jump on side with the showstopper. Oh no, that's a big loss for NIP. That's a huge loss.
For Artis, nice shot connected. Mixwell's going to look for a little bit more on long. At least the trade is back there, but the problem is Existence is fragging like an absolute beast. He's shutting them down from hookah.
He has to, man. He's the duelist right now in this composition.
He's got the Rolling Thunder, and they've got the Hunter's Fury. If they can get this spike down, they should be able to at least close this round out. Rolling Thunder, though, thrown out preemptively to get them the control over the site. Patatek still hits the shot onto Chihuahua. They close in, they make it to site. Patatek swings, and oh my god, he doesn't miss. 3 kills. And 12-5, well, that is just the final nail in the coffin, it feels like at this point. NIP are struggling again. So what I was going to say earlier is I really want to see the veto in full, because we saw what maps were picked. We didn't see what maps were banned, or at least I missed it if we did. So I would really like to know, because for NIP, I cannot think of a map worse than Bind to play G2 on, for them in particular. I would have thought they would ban this outright. So the fact that they didn't, maybe they've put some time in. It hasn't worked, but maybe they have. and wanted to try it out here, but I don't think you make a risk in a game like this. It's so important to make it through to the next stage of Challengers and potentially into Masters. This is where you'd expect them to play 100%, and maybe that just says they haven't got the confidence level on another map to play it. Maybe they've seen something from G2, but either way, I was scared when I saw Bind, and I feel like I was right to be, or we all were.
Maybe NIP was feeling just prepared for the map, you know, even against G2, but it's kind of hard to say when we don't have an interview with that specific question, right? Maybe post-game, we'll see. But in the meantime, JD gets a kill on Zeke, but then it gets traded by Ardis with the double kill from his ult. Huge opening on side. Chihuahua with that cheeky shower play that he actually made so many times, but this is the first time it worked.
We know Chihuahua loves some cheeky plays in the shower, but let's see what else he can do. If he can make a clean play out of this one, scrub the soap on it, and pull it all the way off. So you have to realize, in that round there, in the start of this round, we had the Orbital Strike combined with the Hunter's Fury to just completely stop those players from going anywhere, and then kill them with the Hunter's Fury. Now we look to a little... Oh no, the player on site's being tagged. This is terrible. They know exactly where both players are. At least I think so. Panatek seemed to have an idea on Korea. Okay. I thought he heard the shadow step, but maybe not. As Korea falls, Chihuahua's in a 1v2. 20 seconds on the clock, and he's got to get back and take the spike because Korea had it in his hands, and now it's on the floor. Artist is just watching.
This is not looking good. He has 50 seconds. He needs to run. After the kill, never mind. I was really hoping he's going to get that kill because he would still be maybe to get it, but it is what it is. 13-5, and G2 takes it, and it's an equalizer. So we have a match on our hand, again, which is pretty cool, right? Because
I feel like if you're watching that map, you're gonna have people watching that map are gonna have a lot to say about NIP and how poorly they performed. And in a way, rightfully so. But also, again, what we've been saying this whole series long, and I want to just hammer this home. NIP should not have won that map. It's not one that looks good for them. It's one that looks amazing for G2. We put the caveat there in the pre-show. They win Bind. G2 win it. So the only chance for NIP in our minds was Icebox and Split. We've had Icebox go their way pretty convincingly, 13-7. They staved off all the problems that they had previously, and now the final map is where they beat G2 13-5 last time. I think we're going to get a really close map. Don't get me wrong. I don't think NIP are going to win it 13-5 or anything like that. But I do think this is going to be a really competitive final map. And I've said this a million times and then had G2 come in and 13-2 it. But, you know, a man's got to hope.
I feel like G2 should have learned a lesson from the previous match against an IP on Split. And I hope they will actually do that. Because this match was completely something else that we have seen on Icebox from them. And even though we didn't see a lot coming from some of the players from NIP, they didn't perform well or on their own basis. I feel like on Split can be a completely different team because Split is, let's say, more tactically equipped to get a foothold on the map. Like NIP will be able to get that foothold on the map. So I'm really excited to see that.
Me too. And you know, when we move on to the next map, we're going to keep an eye on a couple of these NIP players. In particular, Rhyme needs to step it up there. But I think Pith had a pretty rough game too. So there's a lot of variables there, a lot of things to discuss, but we won't discuss them just yet because we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll take a look at Split and how things are panning out for both of these teams. So don't go anywhere.
Let's get the get money. Let's get the
Welcome back. welcome back to Valorant EU Challengers, where it's currently 1-1 in the best of 3 between G2 and NIP. I'm Yinsu, and with me are Mitch and Lothar. And guys, we finally have a game on our hands. Mitch, you said in the cast that we should be a little bit forgiving, you know, with NIP because they weren't supposed to win this map. They were kind of on the back foot coming into it. And I know they didn't give their best performance, but what could they have realistically done in order to shut down this G2 Unbind?
I mean, there was a number of things that just were not going their way. When we look back over towards Icebox, you can see that G2 had rethought their playstyle. So they were already in kind of a B plan or one that hadn't been tested as much because they had to think about what NIP were going to be doing against them based differently than last time and what plays they would already know. When you come into Bind, it's fresh territory, and I think we've seen this a million times before. When G2 lose a map, they come back, they are just fired up and they're ready to take individual duels. Even despite that, there were some really nice plays, like that one there we saw from JD, tucked in the corner. They played off each other so well, but it just seemed like when it came up pound for pound, G2 were just able to entry and take every duel that they wanted to. And I'd put a lot of that down to them starting on the attacking side. When they're feeling confident, that is when G2 is at its most dangerous. And they certainly showed it. From that point, I think NIP looked arguably better in the second half, but just not good enough, right? At the end of the day, G2 were already way too far ahead for it to reasonably come back. Coming into the next map, though, I think the comfort level of G2 will be a little bit different based on the last game.
This is why G2 likes Bind, right? Because it's a more puggy game style map where you can just take those duels or even just take trades and you will be coming on top because you're such a confident team and also you play with a lot of informations. Like Audis is making a huge job here. Like those arrows, those drones and the ultimates. I'm not sure, did he get like 4 kills from the ultimate on Bind? It was pretty insane. In one round, he actually got a double kill with the ultimate. So in the Hunter's Fury. So there's actually a lot of personal performance. You know, there's a lot of attention coming to personal performance on this map, which is good for G2, while not really the best for NIP because they thrive on more synergetic approach to the game. On Split, though, this might be a different game, maybe similar to Icebox because it's especially since you know the changes to the map happened, and that was like what 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. Split is even more attacker based than it was before, which is kind of interesting because in ranked matches, Split is basically defender based, right? When you play solo duo queue, but when you go into a tournament and you see how the pro players play it, Split was always attackers based. It wasn't like a lot, but it was. And now after those changes, it actually is attacker based by a huge margin. So for teams like NIP, where they will have really good executes on the attack side, I feel like this might be the map where they can beat G2 again. But it all comes down to the fact how G2 prepared for NIP on Split. Did they go to the VODs, how they lost? You know, did they get their notepads out, make notes on how they can structurally play better against NIP? And that's going to be interesting to see because right now NIP seems to be favored a little bit, you know?
Well, I truly believe that maybe G2 was saving some of their stuff the last time they played against them. You know, it was a tournament, but it didn't have that much on the line, especially not compared to the situation we are in now. And Mitch, you know, we like to talk about G2 being puggy, being on the fly, having this very free play style. But are we starting to see more structure? Because, you know, Mixer even have said in the past that they do have strats. They're not just sort of running around doing nothing. They are organizing themselves. And with the addition of Neil Zinio as their new coach, have you seen the sort of, maybe they are evolving slightly into a team that are going to play with more organization?
I don't know if I've seen the rate at which they were already evolving increase necessarily. Not saying anything bad about Neil Zeno. It's just very hard to tell, right, in these formative stages of bringing in that commanding voice, exactly how things are going, especially when you've also got Zeke swapping in. But the thing that I have to say is when I look at G2, this is a team that went from, at least at the start, being just a pug team to being a team that very much plays a pug at the start, but they make reads on their opponents. And that's where the benefit has always been for G2, that they can get in your head and play a game that you're just not ready for. But when it comes into Split, they now have a lot of data on how NIP like to play. I like to point out, in the last, 8 months, I think, we have had for G2 on split, a loss to NIP 13-5, a loss to Heretics 13-11 at First Strike. I'm finished. That's it. They've beaten everybody else. Frenzy, Team Liquid just recently after the NIP game, 13-6, Rix 13-2. They're beating FPX so many times on it. Like, this is a strong map for them. And it was a hiccup last time. And I said that, I don't think that NIP will get away with nearly as dominant a victory, but the chance is, I would still favor G2. I'm going to be very honest with that, but NIP have got a very good chance of taking it on this map if they can recapture that old fire, so to speak, like the little First Strike pun.
Oh my god. It took me a second, but I got it. Lothar, that you spoke about the difference of play styles, and of course, if we compare to the rest of EU, there are teams that we like to say are more G2, and there are teams that are more FPX or Fnatic at this point. Do you think there is a shelf life for this puggy playstyle? Like, are we eventually going to see a time where that just doesn't work anymore and you are forced to be more organized and forced to be more strategic?
I think for now, the competition is like encapsulated in such a small bubble, like, only EU, only NA, only Asia, that the teams don't really have to evolve much. They play against the competition that they know very well. Even if there are newer teams that are still coming from the same region, so they might even know the players just from ranked matches or just from some scrims and so on. Once we break out of that bubble and we're going to have LANs, international LANs, that's the moment when teams will have to evolve, and those who will not be able to adapt to what the opponents will be bringing to the table, they're going to fall back. They're going to be losing a lot of their value that they had before. So that puggy game style will work for probably still a long time, especially since there's still a lot of room when it comes to like just personal performance. But in general, I feel those teams will be tested once we have international LANs. And that's going to be the most exciting part of it, because I feel like in NA, there's not many teams that are putting a lot of attention to proper executes, timings, and working on synergies, while in EU, that's slowly changing.
Well, we talked a lot about Split, and Split is coming up. I believe we're heading into Agent Select right now, the last Agent Select of this best of 3. So there could only be one winner, guys. After this, we're either going to come out with G2 being still the most dominant team in Europe, or maybe there could be an upset, but it does all come down to this map. I think we're going to be heading into any moment now. We are, that's right. NIP are very quick on the ball, as always, with locking in even their agents. Mitch, anything that jumps out to you from this?
I think this is a fairly standard in a way, but the one thing I will say, and Lothar, I'm sure you'll chime in on this too, Patatek and Kriya, they're both playing Omens on Split. We have seen Brimstone take over on this map ever since the buff, so that's actually really surprised me.
I mean, Patatek didn't pick yet. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually picks Brimstone, because he has a lot of experience on. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I don't see it on the second screen. I had to refresh.
Yeah, he's locked it in now. He's locked it in. It's just, I think, Kith right. We're waiting for, I believe. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, this is actually very surprising to me. I would say that Brimstone, with the current changes and the Molotov being such a powerful tool to block off attacks on both A and B and post plants, I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised. But this shows us that G2 wants to be more aggressive, especially on attack, because of the way they can play mid with Omen is very interesting, right? Both Jet, Raze, Omen are all able to break the defenders on mid very quickly with the satchels, with the dash, with the teleport. So that's a little bit of information that we're gonna get from this team composition. But at the same time, I would love to see Brimstone more. His ultimate is just so nutty on this map as well.
His ultimate, his Molotov for post plants, and indeed for the defensive side for slowing down pushes into what is a map of choke points can be absolutely incredible. But we're not going to see Brimstone, well, I won't say today, I won't curse it, we're not going to see him on this map, shall we say. As we move on into the pistol round, here we go. G2 versus NIP, the final map of the best of 3. One of these teams is going to find themselves having to compete again in 2 weeks, and the other will be securing themselves a spot in the Challengers finals, one of the top 4 teams. They'll be happy as Larry. I don't know who Larry is, but he's a very happy chap.
But look at the buy. The NIP is playing with 5 ghosts. No frenzies at all. and seem to be adamant on that.
I like this though, considering where they're playing. They're playing towards the A site, so they want to take that long range duel, right? And if you come up against a classic playing in screens or out on the site peeking you, you're gonna win that duel most of the time.
This is something I wanted to put attention to. NIP is always, really always, every single time they attack on split, it's a fake A, a huge amount of movement in the beginning of the round, and then they go back to B. And if you would look at a heat map of plants in pistol rounds for NIP, they always, sorry, not always, but 75% of the rounds on pistol are being planted, the spike is being planted on B, which is huge, right? But then, look at this, how G2 is playing. They're getting a lot of control on A lobby. They know there's a smoke, someone can be still behind it, but they are getting a lot of control of it.
Oh, Korea, he pushes through that smoke, takes down Artis, looks to heaven, but he can't get it done. He's sent to heaven himself. A 4v4 emerges, moving to the A site, but the spike is left behind. Again, Korea falling leaves that in a pretty precarious position. They cover heaven and get that spike down. The wall inside of the defender spawn is completely stopping them from pushing through and having anything to say about this. And you don't want to peek the window when your teammate can't even see out of spawn. You know that they're holding it, and with the ghosts in hand, we now see the benefit of this buy on those long-range duels with a Sage up to heal any players that take damage back to 100, which is full health, right? Because they didn't have armor to start with, buying up ghosts. But Chihuahua, what a peek! That's so good with the aftershock. Looking for a little bit more, but Pith ultimately takes him down. The heal is stopped, though, because he takes damage. But Zeke is absolutely huge. It's all on JD, but the Battle of the Sages goes to G2. What was that?
It's beautiful play. It all fell apart the moment Chihuahua died. He was holding that angle for such a long time. He got the kill on Mixwell, but then he was traded, and I feel like that was a crucial map control post plan that they needed to not fall apart. And the other problem was also JD was sitting on 14 HP behind screens. Even if he wouldn't have been just in the open, a small bullet from the ghost going through the screen on the side would have killed him. Like, that would have been enough damage. So he had a really bad position on this side.
I'm mind blown by that from Zeke, though. The fact that he just runs in, takes all the duels and wins them. We talk about him on the Reyna, and we said, he wasn't really able to deliver on Icebox as much as there were situational things around it. We still wanted that little bit more. Whoops! Mixwell, he's got the info. He spotted 3 players. But they've got the ult orb. They actually just full committed to it, and it's worked out.
Yeah. I really like the way that they play, because it's gonna be crucial for the attack side to actually get those orb control, because it's gonna fuel Existence Ultimate, which opens basically the entire B side. So it's gonna be crucial to play for those orbs, and we're gonna see that play very often. And Korea is gonna just smoke it out, grenade to just get info on someone being close. See, he went for the second orb, but this time he paid the price.
Mixwell had already rotated over, ready for them this time, and the pre-call, once they heard the steps, they realized these guys are playing off ult orbs. Well, that's just pre-nated. Chihuahua! What is that shot? After shot connect, this guy's a beast. We've talked about him a million times, and let's add one more to the count. A 3 versus 2, Artis in danger. He spots the Sage, but JD hits the Sheriff's shot, and this must be the Wild West, because there's too many damn sheriffs and they're all popping off
in town, right? But is this town big enough to for every single sheriff? It seems like it's only an NIP show in this round. My god, that round was nuts.
I mean,
that was insane.
Split's a map that's going to give you a lot of opportunities to find the range, the sweet spot for the Sheriff, right? And you saw it there from every single kill coming in as a one-tap headshot. You're within that 15 meters. You're getting your 150 damage. It's easy peasy. A 30, right? So at that point, you're solid as can be. The thing is, you have to hit the first shot, but they did. Every one of them, and that's disgusting, let alone the fact that it started out with them moving towards ult orb control, getting the ult orbs, getting one of them at least, right? I don't think they got the one on A afterwards because the nade pushed them back, but they just go, okay, you know what, fine, we won't take the ult orb, we'll just win the round instead. Okay, that good by everyone? Okay, cool. And Existence died, so he did get an orb. He got a charge.
This is nuts. Like, JD with Chihuahua just breaking his G2 back. It's insane. Like those Sheriff shots is kind of interesting because, you know, you kind of feel like Sheriff is not the best weapon on Split because it's such a close range map, right? Most of the cases are just like you're going to be in range of 20 meters from someone, maybe even closer. This is why also a lot of people prefer Phantom on this map. And Sheriff just is kind of more of that mid-range, long-range gun, even though he doesn't deal 150 over 30 meters, right? But still, you prefer to have a Frenzy, maybe a Stinger, a Bucky instead of it, but they go all in on those Sheriffs, and that wins them the second round. That it's such a huge round.
It's absolutely massive. I mean, look at this. Again, you're going to see presence towards the A site. You can tell they're posturing to try and take that old door and take the opening frag. You talk about Phantom usage. Well, there it is embodied. Ryan with the opening. Going to move towards Heaven as well and look for some victims. Nade in. Not going to push anyone out of position, though. Lands over in the corner. Mixwell, he's got the Stinger in hand. So this is nice. Patatek, he's going to try and bait them, right? But they're not seeing anybody. Might get cold feet. Start to back off. Mixwell then gets shot in the back. Never mind.
A good trade, though.
I like the fact that we have that mid control. The only problem for me is the fact that they were on a low buy, so it represents a pretty big risk. But I guess after they found that A site kill, you had the feeling there from Chihuahua that they would rotate up and play together as they couldn't afford like full weaponry. So you want to have some backup play off each other. So you realize, okay, maybe they've left rope room open. Let's go for it. It's a risk I don't necessarily like, but hey, it worked out here.
Yep. And by the way, we have a very similar position when it comes to Zeke and JD. They both play on Sages, when maybe you can say that Zeke didn't have a good showing on Icebox, and we had talked about that. But, you know, first of all, it can happen to everyone. Even if someone is super consistent, then he can have a bad map or something. But in general, Zeke, in my eyes, is the most consistent player in G2. And if he's being put on Sage, that's going to be super impactful if he's going to get those kills. And as you can see, he already had his ult out on round 3. So if they ever had an advantage after those trades, there was a good option to just res and even force that round out.
FPX are one of these other teams that plays so heavy around ult orbs, but you'll notice the difference with them is that they'll often use their brimstone smokes to block off angles, and it's something you can do with Omen as well. Obviously, possibly even more so because they regenerate. But it's...
A Chihuahua with another first blood!
What?
This is not normally. They have to check his PC.
Chihuahua, very insane player. This is not normal. I love that copy pasta, bro. It's always...
I love it as well, man. It's so
makes
funny.
me chuckle. But with that... Excuse me, Pith? All right, someone's been watching too much Fnatic.
A sip from a bottle and I almost choked. I was like, what just happened?
He just...
Why is this split? It's just like a show match of there's High Noon, but it's a Bucky, it's a Sheriff. It's just nuts.
He's relocated as well. He's moving back up through Heaven, clearing out these angles. If these players decide to go back up towards him, never mind that. If he gets the space to come in on this flank, he hears the steps, he knows they're running away. He's thrown away the Bucky, so they've lost the round. Let's move on to the next one. Now, but the Vandal in hand, obviously, he should be looking that little bit better. He's rotating through spawn, but it's Mixwell on the back of the side, hiding. He hears the blast packs. He knows the players are close by. They've cleared Heaven. All they have to worry about now is the side. He swings! There's one! Mixwell almost with the second. It was close, but a 2v3 turned into a 3... Oh, no, sorry. I read that at exactly the wrong time. They've just rezzed up Artist. So it's now a 2v2. Bucky from Zeke. This is just filth. If G2 walk away with this round, minds are going to be blown out there, but Zeke's got to do it all. The man's a beast, but the timing is terrible.
The timing.
It was close. He almost had it, but in the end, it's going to NIP 3-1. A good start to the attack inside, especially considering these guys lost the pistol, and they've only given one to G2 so far.
Yeah, this is like, I would say it's a back and forth from both teams, but it's so exciting to watch, right? It makes you happy to just see those gunfights, like all people going all out, like Big Swole with that headshot. If he would have pulled out our Chihuahua right there and then get that double kill from the Sheriff, man, nice. Not just a nice game. You know, it's such a difference from Bind as well, where we have seen a very one-sided show from G2, and now we're back to those close battles from both sides.
That's what we were hoping for when we came on to Split. NIP obviously being the previous victors on this map, looking to knock G2 out. But there's a long road to go before we go into that narrative too deep. For now, It's 3-1, and it's NIP attacking towards the B site. This is a little bit weaker. Smoke into heaven, dash across with the blast packs. There's already a player on site as we switch to Mixwell. He's taken down Rhyme. Support is coming in, and every fight's going their way. JD isn't long for this world after finding a frag, and with that, it's all down to 1. He hasn't been spotted on the back of the site, but they'll suspect that he can be here at this point. A 1v4 for Korea. The player walked out of the previous game with, I think, a 2.2 KD. Let's see if he can have a nice 4-1 in this. No.
He was definitely the top fragger for NIP in the previous map. 22 kills, by the way. But still, you could argue that there were a lot of exit kills on those. But yeah, he was definitely the he was definitely the biggest fragger on Bind. Even though it was only like what, 18 rounds? 13-5, right?
13-5, yeah.
All right, we have a match on our hands though. 2-3. Currently for NIP on attack. This round, what do we have here? A setup with this spike coming on A. 4 people. No map control at all for B. Kinda surprising knowing how NIP plays so far. Good info from that ultimate. Chihuahua with the lurk, but I mean, you can say that, but he actually goes not as first. Rhyme with the first blood. That was nuts.
Or just starting a very impactful kill to get taken down Zeke, the guy that started this, went out with a 4K on the pistol. Moving in towards the retake of A, very early positions. Mixwell can get up above that wall, so it's not too much of a concern if they want to start to push through. The only problem is the player right down below him, and that showstopper didn't get the kill. Chihuahua swings, he saves his teammate. This guy is a beast. 2 kills already on the board, and with that a 5v1. It's Mixwell left alone, still sat behind that wall in the defender spawn when his teammates fell. He just legs it, runs, tail between his leg to the B site. Oh man, oh man. Existence is the one hunting him down. He's got 1 HP. He's got balls of steel.
And like 3 people have 1 HP here. If they had a Bucky, they would have killed 3 people 1 shot.
Luckily.
This is why Bucky is the best gun in the game, by the way. Right?
All you gotta do is light them to 1 HP and get them to group up, and you can ace in 1 bullet. Easy.
My god, Chihuahua just going off. Impact kills, right? You can argue there's like a lot of stuff happening on the map, a lot of kills happening, but Chihuahua is pulling off those impact kills. And Rhyme also, of course, opened the round here with that first blood. It was very important for Korea to actually cross with JD. They got the wall on CT. Korea then teleported to elbow, was able to plant the bomb safely. But it was all up to Rhyme and Chihuahua who put the impact frags here.
Yeah, Chihuahua's especially, like, you have Existence stuck in a corner. He's just been ulted by a showstopper, barely survived, but that serves as the bait in the master plan. Those players peek to try and finish him off and initiate the retake, and instead, they just eat lead for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Chihuahua, he's had some insane rounds so far, and we'll see what more awaits us. 4-2 for NIP. Things are looking good. Existence trying to bait them out in mid, breaking that wall, but nobody's fallen for it just yet. Chihuahua up behind them, providing the support as they look to rotate in and push the B bomb site. It's a fault line going through. It hits in heaven, but they're not pushing on the back of it. This is all to serve as some sort of paranoia and keep players in position, but what it ends up doing is causing a rotate off the A site towards B. With a heavier stack here, this definitely cause for NIP to rotate to A, but they don't quite know that yet. And it looks like the utility they used early has almost dug their own grave.
It's like a double, triple fake even, because they were reloading the weapons while going loudly back to mid, and they went back, they did it again.
Oh no!
Oh
That's
my god, on B again, Pathetic with huge double kill.
Jeez, a double by Patatek. He could have even got more. Oh no, Mixwell in the perfect position, but Zeke from down below is the one to find all 3, leaving Chihuahua in a 1v3. He knows where Zeke is, but another 4K. 2 in the first 8 rounds. Come on.
Yeah, this is where the Phantom shines in a situation like this, where Zeke is in this, like, you know, few meters range of his opponent. He has a higher fire rate, sorry, and he kills with 1 headshot anyway, so he didn't mind having the lower damage, and Chihuahua just lost straight on that. You know, he shot 2 bullets, Phantom shot 4 bullets. Higher chance for Zeke to win that duel.
Gorgeous work. Really, like that position by Patatek, I feel like it got way less than I expected from it. And so that round was pretty much already in the bag. But when I saw Chihuahua in that 1v3, I'm thinking, here we go again. The guy's got it. Just about. Zeke pulls it off with a big 4K. And Mixwell, the luckiest spam of that man's life, just came through. Kriya.
I mean, he heard the steps. Kriya was loud as hell going to those vents. So that was a free kill for Mixwell. Especially since the Phantom doesn't leave traces through the smoke. So no one could even like try to get a trade on Mixwell. They had no idea if he's actually on Heaven shooting through the smoke or close up.
Really, the idea from Kriya there was like a faster paced Angel strategy. You'll see Angel and FPX going for the control and rope room a lot, but because Existence had flashed early for him, he had to kind of just run in instead of waiting until he was closer to pop that flash. It's not a bad play. You can completely catch them off guard with the timing that way, but the problem is you leave yourself open to plays like that with the spam. Chihuahua was pushed out of the A site, but look at the rotates that are coming through. Pith is here now alongside Mixwell, and Patatek's right behind them. They break the wall, damage done. Players stuck in the corner is so low. Chihuahua is in serious trouble, but they don't know there's already one on site. Well, they do, because that wall went up, but Mixwell's clearing it out. He sees now, oh, they're lined up. Mixwell, a triple out of absolutely nowhere. NIP fall behind. Akukos, aka Existence, has got a lot to do, but Ryan chimes in with another. That spike planted for, that's not what he meant to do. That spike planted for them. All they have to do is keep the players off it, but it's being diffused. It's halfway as he goes through the smoke, and Ryan with a one, but what? Mixwell aced it. He caught it through the smoke on the second player. That's disgusting. And again, G2, it's a tight round. It's so damn close. But Mixwell pulling out the play when they need it the most. I mean, they've been struggling, especially around that mid control. And I have to say, actually, in the start of the previous round, I think the idea of pressuring Artis might have been topical, based off of how he's been playing so far. Artis isn't having the best of games, so they think, you know what? Let's up the pace, let's rush him down and take him out at the start of the round. Open ropes control, and it's an easy A take. They lose the player, they still make it work, but then Mixwell just tears those plans down real quick.
Yeah. It was actually really unlucky for NIP to lose Kriya so early in the round, because his smokes would have been so important on breaching A side as well. They couldn't like go without taking risks. Like, they couldn't go on A side. They had no smokes on Heaven. They had no smokes on CT. Because of that, Mixwell got at one frag, which allowed him to take control as well of Elbow. So maybe he wouldn't have pushed that, if there was a smoke. It would have been a very, let's say, just a risky play otherwise. So Kriya losing his life in the beginning was instrumental for G2. And that's all up to Mixwell here.
Yeah, massive plays, but really, for me, it's Chihuahua that's taking the crown right now. Zeke had that really good pistol round, comes up, finds another 4K later on, but it feels like we've just had 2 to 3 rounds that are, I wouldn't say exclusively Chihuahuas, but he's pulling the round massively into their favor, which is what I like to see. Doing it with a Sheriff, doing it with a Vandal, it doesn't matter. But it's also down to how they're playing off each other. And I feel like this is somewhere that if we had comms comparisons of before and after Existence, I think that right now you would see how much better it is with Existence in the team. And that's not necessarily saying with him even IGLing, just with him in the team in general. It refines everything so much. And in situations like that showstopper that happened down towards the bottom of A ramp, that really just showed exactly how clean they can be. He's cool, calm, and collected. He's just been hit with a rocket launcher. He's 1 HP, and he's like, don't worry, Chihuahua, you swing out, you get the kill, easy peasy, and it works out every time for them so far when they're in those tight situations.
And he's still pulling like his weight. He's being an IGL that gets first bloods. That's so valuable. Like, there's an excuse like on the with the nice shot. I want to say just there's an excuse that if you're on an IGL, you don't have to kill, but Existence is putting that to shame, to be honest.
I think that excuse definitely exists in Counter-Strike, and I'll justify it there, but in a game like Valorant, everything's so fast-paced, it's just not acceptable. We've seen CS games with top-level IGLs, like Exist, for example. Sorry to call you out, Exist. But I've seen games where he had like 4 kills. And then, oh man, Rhyme, he'd spotted Patatek, but he thought he could just clear out a couple closer corners. Oh, okay, I thought that was going to be Patatek's round.
Was close.
It really was. Existence left on a sliver of health, but there is still a...
Oh, Up from JD.
That is huge. Oh, JD's got another.
kill.
The rolling thunder goes through. We're watching that while JD just domes people again and again. Now Pith is the only one left. Screw the HP on Existence. You've got JD to deal with. Breaking the wall gives away his position, but there's the shot. Pith has no idea where this player is, but he knows he's dropped the spike. And there's the shots. Gives it away as Existence runs for his life to plant that spike down. Now's the test. Oh, he thinks that the player's already pushed through into heaven, that he would beat you.
Timing. But Piff doesn't peek it.
So close. He takes his knife out at the wrong time, but now makes it into heaven. He's going to go for the B site by the looks of things. 15 seconds? You got to run with your knife out, and that's not going to happen. He sees now the wall is still up. There's only one place he can be. Existence has the idea with the timing, but he drops out of heaven. 8 seconds. This is going to be so tight. Does he stick it or does he go for the fight? He has no idea where Pith is now as the spike is eventually planted. The peak comes through and Pith closes the round in a 1v2. That is spectacular from Pith, but JD very nearly pulled that all the way back for them.
JD with the insane triple kill, and it was so unlucky for him to get sprayed from full HP through that wall when he was crossing on heaven to this side. That was a really good shot by Piff there, but man, this round was close.
It was insanely.
Oh,
I think
look at JD's scoreline right now. 12-6. Ult ready. Can you imagine having an ult after that triple kill he had? He was missing one orb.
yeah.
To actually just win it alone.
That's all it takes, right? One orb that he found along the way, one extra kill, anything. It could have, it's like the butterfly effect, right? Something that happened 3 rounds ago can actually win the round for you now, but unfortunately it didn't work out that way, and so we get 5 for G2. Defensive side, remember, this team is scary on the attack, so for me now, NIP need to step it up. They need to hit that accelerator hard, and they've realized there's a lot of control being given to them. The problem is, first, they've made noise, and secondly, they've got a tripwire, so no matter what, the information was going to go towards G2 in this instance. It looks like Patatek's thinking about dropping down there. He's not seeing anybody, not seeing any feet. There's noise being made, but it really feels like he's being baited in, and that's because he is. Really, this is both Omens just waiting for the other to make a move, and look who's going to go first. It's Korea down below, but the timing. Oh, it's God tier, but hold on.
He's going back.
He's checking it. He's aware.
But he's gonna go down right now, right?
It feels like it.
Oh my.
Look, he's thinking about it. No, he's thinking about it, but really he's just trying to get a wider angle. Now here comes Existence. Flash! It goes behind him, so Patatek's able for the double. Korea eventually deals with him. Chihuahua pushing forward on the site, loses the duel to a Spectre. Artist now will just play the back of the site. He's got his blast packs to get out if he needs to. This is dangerous now for NIP. They need this round. They've got heaven control, but mid has been taken off them. They are trapped in, boxed in with 20 seconds left to go. The full team of G2 rotating in. Zeke has heard the drop. He knows the players are here. He's baiting them out, trying to distract his Artist. Picks them off one at a time. Only ammo is limiting him as he runs out eventually, but JD with 6 seconds left, he had no chance in the 1v3. They were just swarming him. 6-4. Oh me, oh my.
That was an Artist show right here. He didn't have a lot of kills the entire game. It was just one. But in this round, that Spectre, that was what held this round together with Patitek, actually. That double kill on the on Vents was also pivotal, but Artist had to keep control of A side because otherwise it would have been an easy plan for them, and because Artist was still holding that angle and killed Chihuahua, who typically lurks and gets map control for NIP, was just so big. Artist did step up in this round.
Yeah, he did so much work for them, Chihuahua. That's unfortunate. He walks out at just the wrong time, getting caught by the boombot. They're going to look to do it with the Sheriffs again. The showstopper comes through, but the dash, it's not enough.
got
The
Zeke.
Zeke they were aiming for up on the rafters. Rhyme in with another afterwards before he goes down. And this is winnable, perfectly winnable, especially with Pitt's HP. There's going to need to be some healing up going on, and that's Existence that gets the health regen back to 100. Leaving Chihuahua nice and low. Artist, that's a free kill, but he misses it. Goes for default, but takes down JD afterwards. They know exactly where both players are now, but hold on. Pith is so low. A 1v2 that was winnable, but Pith closes it out nonetheless. Peaking on 5 HP versus Pistols. It's not something I'd advise, but it worked out there with 7-4 now.
Man, it feels like if you're an NIP fan right now, you're gonna have to say unlucky. Like those 3 rounds in a row were really unlucky for NIP. They had advantages and there were just some unlucky timings. Like JD almost pulling off 1 round on his own, right? Then got sprayed through the wall. They didn't, then Existence didn't clutch it. But man, this match is exciting to watch. And now in this round, a quick peek from Artis on A lobby, very aggressive. Chihuahua lurking there, has to change his position, gave away his position as well because of the jump. They're still trying to fight.
Oh, man.
And he loses to Artis. And this is the last round.
That cage usage was perfect to get him out of the fight, but then he tries to reinitiate, I guess catch him off guard, but it does not work. This time they push down. They push down into vents, but they don't break the tripwire. Maybe it's a little bit further back this time. Maybe they pre-fired and didn't get it. That's see, that's going to leave the information into the hands of G2. For NIP, that could be detrimental. TP up into heaven, they know where Pith is at least, but it doesn't really give them that much information to play off of. There's still 2 players on the B site. And had they had that info, they wouldn't be going here. But now they run right into Mixwell, who's just tapping them away with some knives. He's up close. He's looking for some right clicks, and he closes the round with it.
Yeah.
8-4 at the halftime. G2 swapping onto their attacking side. And I did give the caveat that, okay, in the previous time that these 2 teams played, it was 13-5 to NIP, but that was G2 on a very, very bad day, a bad game at least. And we heard it from the players afterwards as well. Now we're seeing what happens when Zeke shows up on that Sage. Mixwell's there to back him up as well, and even Artis towards the last couple of rounds has been showing up. I find it hard to see how NIP are going to recover this one now in the defense.
Yeah, it's as I said before, this is actually an attacker's base map, especially in pro play. So not winning more rounds than they did right now is going to put them on a test, and hopefully we're going to see them pulling their weight. Super quick. Execute on A side. Existence was actually a little bit late with that fault line, but the Aftershock makes sure that no one crosses here, and Rhyme actually got a kill with the grenade.
Yeah.
With the, that was actually impressive because they stopped the super fast execute on A side.
This is it, right? The stopping power of the comp when you have your Raze in the right position. She was playing A heaven, so it's very easy to just swing out, pop the nade, run away. But they've still got 3 players towards this A site, plus 1 in ropes, with mid walled off, but it now broken. B side is under heavy threat. It's the advanced position of Chihuahua that lets them keep that control, but with JD falling, Chihuahua is going to be the key player. He's over towards the garage and being peeked. They're expecting it, but with Pith falling, this becomes very difficult to hold on to any semblance of pushing towards that side. They have no control of heaven. They needed to take garage, and with that, they'll wait for Patatek to full heal up and then look to just take some fights as a 2-man. They're going to need to hit some serious headshots to pull this one off, because the HP isn't even low, really, on anybody except for the Raze.
It's such a weird play by Piff as well, when he just wanted to peek alone, when he knew, right, that Chihuahua was just holding that angle. But yeah, it's a close timer on it. 10 seconds left. You know, this is just like schooling here right now by Existence and NIP. This round was so well executed. They stopped, the utility stopped the rush in on the A side. They got the info. The only thing that could have gone better was JD getting the information on Patatek crossing mid and just going back and playing full retake 5 versus 3, but he lost the duel in mid. But it was such a well played round by NIP, very structured and disciplined.
And with that locked away, NIP have got the pistol. If they follow through on the second, we should be able to see them close in that scoreline. Again, the question being, would G2 go in for the full force? And they've not gone for it. We see Stingers, as I was saying in the previous map, feature a lot in the game so far in VCT, but the force buys are not something G2 want to mess with, which is funny, because to me, out of everybody, G2 would be the ones to do it, right? To make that uber confident play, but not this time around. And they're going to break this wall, stop them from jumping up on top. I mean, a clean shot as they come on through. But with the position that we currently have, I think NIP, they just want to force ranged engagements. They know that they've got rope room. You see how open it is, but there's a tripwire. As soon as that gets destroyed, which is right about now they get a bit worried and they have to fall back from that A position or continue pushing.
I really like how they play. No one is going in to get map control. They know they have the superior weapons. They know they have those advantages. No! Oh my god! Existence with the triple kill, and he did so much damage. Rhyme is just cleaning up.
Well, that was almost an ace from Existence there. The 3k, the others are low. You see Artis's HP after that engagement. It's just nice and easy peasy. JD closes it out. Existence being a very important player to find those kills, because with those charged up, that's 3 charges for his ultimate, right? Which puts him in a nice
He's
position.
one off right now.
Exactly, one orb.
If he gets just one orb, which we'll probably see, they're gonna probably just play an aggressive A lobby control to get that orb, so they will be able to use his ultimate for a retake, because this is the most important round of all. They have this time, when you compare it to the other round, now they're on the lower buy. They have Spectres against Rifles, so they need to make up the difference with the utility. And Existence with his ultimate can allow NIP to take control of a retake.
I don't believe what we've just seen in a way. Rhyme, he uses blast packs to just rush down middle and take a fight onto Mixwell, who wasn't even aware the round had started. Exaggeration, obviously, but he's been wrecked on that one with a super aggressive play, which is what you want when you're playing with Spectres. You want to catch your opponents off guard. Now though, JD, okay, I thought he was just going to run straight out. Thankfully, he was just jump peeking it, sees that they're here, and just backs off, walls them off, and plays alongside his teammate. Pith tagged up to 15, finished off. Here comes the Spectre, but it's not going to find the frag. Artist dealing with him and another to put it into an even fight. For G2, this isn't how they wanted the round to start, but they're pulling it back for sure until Korea, talking of backs, comes in and backstabs. Wall up now to cross over, but JD's still holding his headshot angle. It wasn't expected, so he's able to pull it all the way back. Hold on, JD's in trouble. He can jump. Oh, he can't jump back up.
He gave away his position as well.
He knew he was at the wall at least, so they should know that he was close. It's his teammate that I'm looking at. The head was spotted. I don't know if he fully realizes that, though. Patatek swinging around, misses the shot. Player drops down. There's the paranoia. It hits. Patatek stuck in the back. 20 seconds left. He has to go for the spike plant soon, and they'll either just delay the time or go for the peak together. Oh no, Patatek! He still hits the shot, sticking it now up close. JD knows that it's been stuck, knows where the player is. He's gonna bide his time for the reload and take the frag all the way.
Play.
Gorgeous.
Perfect play by JD. Like, he could have maybe peeked through the smoke when he heard the plant, but that would have been a risky play. So he waited out the plant. He knew exactly, because of the way Patatek played it before, he emptied his clip, so he knew that he's gonna get sound cues of what exactly Patatek is doing. He had one bullet in his clip. Maybe Patatek should have not reload, just switch to his weapon to not give out the sound cue, but he went for the reload, gave away his position. That was the moment for JD to push. Even whatever weapon he had an advantage.
Exactly. Even if it was a classic, the dude has no bullets in his gun. That's always going to be an upside. 8-7, one round between them after winning out the pistol and winning the previous. And we mentioned the value of Rolling Thunder in the previous round, right? When you've got Spectres in your hands, you'll take anything you can get. And they were 6 out of 7 charges, but they didn't even need it. It was the blast pack play down middle that opens it and then puts G2 into this frenzied psyche where they're trying desperately to pull back the frags, looking for any advantages and just putting themselves out of position again and again. I think at this point, if you're NIP with one round between you, and the buy that G2 have, there's a smile on your face. Things are getting better for now. But we did mention many times how typically you would see the attacking side on Split do a lot for teams. For G2 in particular. So you still have to be a little bit worried. Look at this Artist gaining so much map control here, using the blast pack in towards the spawn. It's not going to land, and he tries to nade Rhyme, but it doesn't matter because Rhyme's traded out by his teammate. Rolling Thunder puts these players up into the air. They're shooting their teammates. JD was disorientated, didn't know where he was, but then a Kukos Existence catches off Mixwell. Chihuahua down below with a double to finish the round off, and that was a mess of a round, but one that goes the way of NIP.
Sides, actually. Yeah, it was kind of funny to see JD just being so confused because he got hit by the Rolling Thunder. He got stunned. Then he thought someone is under heaven, started shooting his own teammate. Was a little bit unlucky for JD to be on that spot, but I understand why Existence went for the Rolling Thunder, because it was so important to stop a rush on Heaven B when JD was in an off position. So it was actually helping more JD than his opponents. Artist, unfortunately, with no kill on his showstopper, put a dent into the plan from G2. But I really like how G2 wanted to force this, because we have to take into account that they were coming into this half with a 8-4 scoreline. So when they lost the pistol round, they knew they have a buffer, so they don't have to force the second round after the plant on pistol round. So they went for the full eco because they knew they have a huge advantage on the third round. Losing that third round when they lost basically against 5 Spectres with 5 rifles, right? They needed to force because the gap is closing. And this was another important round for G2 that they couldn't close out. They were met with something that they unfortunately fed in the previous rounds. Existence uses ult. All the utility just paid dividends for NIP, so it's really a tough situation for G2 right now.
100%. You know, when I look at G2 in those second rounds after they lose the pistol, the thing that always rings home to me is towards the first couple months of this game, or even the last couple months, really before December, it'd be in this position where you'd be like, well, obviously they save here, and no, they force bot, because they're always such a confident team. But I think that's something that's changed a little bit, where they can still be confident, but they can play a bit smarter at times, right? Not always just ego their opponents. And I think it shows the respect that they have for NIP, because a lot of other teams wouldn't have gotten that. Korea, he wins the duel. Crab walking into the corner. He allows to get himself close enough that blind doesn't matter.
We play on 2-0-1.
Exactly.
Crab walking allowed.
Well, the running guns are working out, at least for now. You're seeing NIP take the lead. JD with a wallbang shot right down middle onto Artist, but Pith returns the favor, opens up A a little bit overeager on the peak there from Existence, going straight down, leaving the A side a little bit exposed. And the problem here is, as they move to reinforce A, they're leaving mid completely open. And where Korea...
And this is a good read by G2, because JD has the ultimate, so he wants to go for that res on Heaven A. Because of that, G2 is allowed to just take control of mid, because they know he is gonna rotate, and no one else will be here.
I think one of the issues you're gonna face... the spike is moving in. Before... Korea was in a position where he could have been cut off without that being broken, but now with 10 seconds left, they know that you're coming. This is dangerous. You're going to hit every shot. Patatek gets one, but there's the showstopper, and that's the round stopper too.
Time is gone.
It's over, right? There was 6 seconds left as that rocket left the launcher, and so we go into a round advantage. The lead for NIP at long last. It's been a while since they've had this, but now 9-8 on a map where they previously trashed G2. Could this be where the giants of Europe fall behind and fall out of the first set of Challengers qualifiers?
I mean, this is a little bit tough for G2. They were slow on the execute as well. They took the mid control. I'm really surprised they didn't go for a B execute in the previous round, to be honest.
You never know what's going on inside the heads. It might have been a small read that they made in one of the previous rounds. Again, they don't have the same info as us, as well as the other thing. It's hard to even see it from their perspective, exactly what they're reading, exactly what they're not. At nade, it's not going to do anything. A little bit early, but it's all just posturing. Oh no, down into the boom bot. Look at the damage that's done. Mixwell dashes up into heaven, but Rhyme finishes off Artist. All down to utility. Rhyme in with a second. There goes the blast pack. It's not going to get anything done, but he's refreshed his nade. Oh, Korea. He just got heavy pressured. And with that, NIP, they close out the round 10-8. A nice attempt by G2 to up the pace and to really catch them off guard. Fake the B Heaven play, run down through vents, but the problem with that is the timing. I don't know what kind of a read Rhyme just had on them coming down through vents, but he threw his boombot there. They had no idea.
It's just like, this is the moment when you play a game, you see the boombot, you're on the rope, you can't do anything. The boombot initiates his like rage walk or whatever you call it and deals just so much damage. Rhymes gets 3 kills with his grenade as well. It's nuts. By the way, look at how well the flashes are synergized with the peaks and the utility that NIP is using on B defense. It's really so cool to watch how Existence is using his his flashes. Oh wow, what a timing from Chihuahua on his trap.
That's a great read. Now we move on to... Oh, hold on. Chihuahua's right next to Mixwell. He heard the dash.
He knows where his Mixwell is.
There we go.
He knows it's the
Mixwell.
duel.
How does he get away with it with Korea falling? This side is now theirs for the taking. They rush down. They'll get the spike planted for Heaven as well. Sage on her way to maintain the control and just hold it for the crossover. Rhyme spots them and just makes his way into the spawn. But now they've got to worry because Rhyme is completely boxed off, isolated. There's info now. There's at least, well, they know exactly where all three of them are, right? Nade through, peek in, Zeke with another, and this is looking terrible for NIP. G2 answering back in the 4v2 as Rhyme looks for one and catches in Holly. What is this? But it's open for Heaven. That's where the plant is. It's so hard to make this one work. The nade not even going to cover for the window peek as Rhyme eventually gets there. He's been spotted and they know he's not on it now with that jump peek. All he can do is try to bait them out into another quick peek. He didn't even get that halfway, did he?
Yeah, he had 36 HP. He basically dies to a one shot from the Vandal. Such a tough position to be in, but he did hurt the economy from G2 a lot right now with that double kill. So as you can see, one Spectre being bought. Actually, Piff can buy him a weapon. What is this?
We'll see if they finish it out like that. The communication is, you know, most likely going to come through like, yo, I got you, bro.
There's a tactical pause coming in. Not sure from which side, actually.
I presume either way,
But, hey,
Pitt's going to be dropping over unless he hasn't bought all his utility, which he hasn't. Oh no, that's Chihuahua. Never mind. Yeah, I'd rather go without utility than have Artist with no weapon. But then again, you never know. Maybe because he's not having a great game, he's like, nah, screw it, just keep it for a future round or something. I don't know how it's going down.
That previous round, though, if Chihuahua would have caught Mixwell in that duel, could have gone the other way around. Like, he actually had a nice read on the position on Mixwell because of that dash and the shots that he made as well.
I guess I can see the idea he was going for, though. Those other players were still caught behind the cage, right? So he steps to the left of the Cloudburst thinking, okay, well, Mixwell's just come here. This whole area in their head right now, it's clear. There's no one there. It's a Cloudburst covering the window. We're good. He could peek out, catch one or two of them. Problem was, it only lasts 4 seconds. So very quickly, that Cloudburst disappears. Mixwell just shoots him in the side, and it's GG'd up in that round. 10-9, man. This is the kind of third map that we were hoping that we would get, and we're jumping back into the game now to see exactly what they have planned for us. Artist does look like he's going to start the round out with a Bulldog, and Pith will not be dropping him. This is an interesting. Small point.
Yeah, right. I would love to know why.
Well, with Korea turning up as he is, I don't know how Artist just ended up getting pushed downwards by that one, but his nade got a kill anyways. Traded out his teammates and put it into the 2v2 spike, retrieved as they move towards the site, and that plant will come in. A 2 versus 2 retake is tough to make happen when you haven't got the info on the second player, and this is where Zeke could have been huge, but he got caught off, and Chihuahua coming up, not finding the play. Artist looks for more, but it's not going to happen. Ultimately, the Battle of the Raises goes to Rhyme, and with that, it's 11-9. It's, I mean, we're in dire straits for G2. They're on the verge of potentially being knocked out of this stage of Challengers if they lose just these next 2 rounds, or 2 of the next rounds.
Yeah. I was actually, this round fell apart a little bit because Artist failed his double satchel. He got stopped basically under rafters, if I'm not mistaken, at the beginning of the execution. So he couldn't help out his teammates a little bit earlier. He got the frag with his grenade, but he was still a little bit late on it. Still, very close round. Maybe could have been a clutch. One good thing to point out, one more thing, is when you plant the spike with your weapon out, you halve the equip time, and we could have seen Artist plant with his knife out, so he basically forgo that.
Look at the ultimates right now for NIP. They're stacked up so heavily. It's gonna be tough to...
You know, it's funny because we said about JD using his ultimate so often, right? But he has that ultimate now for like, I think 4 rounds.
He's had it for a while. It's the showstopper I'm looking at, though, because mid control is where they're looking to go. Ryan wants to break that wall. There's the showstopper, and it stops Zeke's show for sure. Korea returning to that position that we'd seen the enemy Omen use earlier on, and Chihuahua quickly closes it. A double to finish that round. 12-9 we go. 1 out of 3. That's all that NIP need now, and they will be knocking out G2, a team that everybody doubted coming into this. G2 were the favorites on paper for sure, and you could see that the support was out for them. But NIP, Icebox, they fixed every single problem that they had. They looked so much better than they did in the first run around. And although they beat G2 13-5, catching them on an off day on Split, we knew that even though it wouldn't be as clean, they had a chance. Now, they have 3 chances to end it here and now and not go to an overtime.
Well, they're underpaid right now. G2 with not a solid hardware on them. They get a kill, a big opening. JD still, again, we're not gonna see his ultimate. Patatek with the frag on Chihuahua. Big opening on B. They can rush in and plant.
They can go for it for sure, and you can see they are a 3v. Oh, hold on, repositioning that one, get it a little bit more open, because look at the control they've got. Everywhere is locked down, and it's all theirs. You'd swear there was a Killjoy on the server, but hold on, maybe it's not locked down quite so much. A Kukos or Existence and Korea both find kills. Peek up on top of the wall, about to come through, but he goes all the way off. Zeke, that's a misplay. Korea able to easily take him out, and now it's an even fight on the retake. Korea waiting for someone to peek him, but Mixwell's not going to be giving that away. He's hiding down below and waiting. Patatek is the point man here to catch them as they push on forward. Patatek wants to move on through. He sees.
Whoa, that was a close one.
Takes him down. That was close. That was very, very close. The barrel protruded in the smoke, and yet it still took a second to react. 12-10. Lothar.
This was the round where G2 had to show up. They had weak hardware. They were playing with Spectres. They were playing, if I'm not mistaken, with one Stinger. So basically, that was all or nothing. And they're still on the lower buy. As you can see, 3 rifles, 1 Stinger, small shields from Mixwell. He has his ultimate to make a difference as well. But it's still not the perfect buy. So NIP still has the advantage. They're still on the match point. G2 knows they cannot make a single mistake. They go for a very slow execute, getting some map control. They did make a small fake on A, left their Sage. Zeke trying to get more info, I guess, for some lurkers on A. In the meantime, they're getting map control on mid, destroyed the Sage wall from NIP. Will they go to vents? They know there's a trap in vents. So we have seen this before. Chihuahua getting an easy kill on the trap. Here, there's the blast back to destroy the trap, but he doesn't know that there was a reposition on the trap, so they now think that they got that info out, and NIP will be aware of that someone will be in vents, but there's still trap there. Now it's being destroyed.
It's going to be destroyed at the right time as well. The smoke goes in towards the spawn as they look to crunch in on Korea. His support is slowed a little bit. In goes the Rolling Thunder. Mixwell, though, still pursuing the player on the site, and Korea's dropped. Rolling Thunder gave them control of Heaven for a little bit, and the trade is there. Oh, no! How is Existence able to do that? He was spotted as well inside the smoke. He avoids everything. Now it's a 4 versus 3. Heals up for Existence as well. 4. There's the res back by Zeke, which is quickly denied. A peek in by JD to shut Mixwell down before he'd fully rezzed on up. 1-man advantage, but they've got to get back in here, and they're lacking the ultimates now. That Rolling Thunder could be invaluable, but JD, he grabs it onto Patatek. They'd already used the Aftershock, but Zeke and Pith, quick to react, catching every kill. It's left down to JD. He found 4Ks before. Can he do it again? Gives away his position. Classic out, and there it is. A 4K to close out the game. NIP eliminate G2, and Mixwell's already off the server and out of the qualifier. That is a huge upset now for EU Valorant.
My god, what a match. I mean, the bind wasn't that interesting to watch, but Icebox and Split such a fantastic showing from both teams, man.
And it is so amazing to see NIP so quickly. I mean, they made roster changes very recently, only just picking up the majority of this lineup. But Rhyme, back on that duel list, is able to deliver now a little bit more. Really, though, the credit has to go to the wonderful JD and the big brain of existence. These guys combined with Chihuahua. I mean, look, it's great to watch this team. The whole team. I don't want to single one player, two players, all five of them. They've just beaten G2. Another hiccup on the road of G2 Valorant. We'll discuss more about that, though, when we come back from a break, because we've got to throw over to one now. See you real soon.
shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back to Valorant EU Challengers, where NIP have just taken down G2 in their best of 3. I'm Yinsu, and joining me now is Chihuahua from NIP. Chihuahua, do we have you here with me?
You have. Hello.
Hi, great to see you, man. Congratulations on your victory. You guys have played against each other quite a few times now. I think at this point we could almost dub it like a rivalry of some sort, because you're always playing against G2 in a best of 3, and you finally won. What does this victory mean?
I don't know. I can't, think right now. I am a bit shaking. It was great match. We were preparing for it to win it because it's a long path to win them. We lost so many games, but existence comes. He improved our team play. Everything. I don't know. I can't explain everything, but it was great. I am really happy we done it. And all I just can say, we need to keep go, and be more better. It's good start for our team. It's only first month of team exist.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start. I think it's probably the best start any team could have, with a new roster. And speaking of existence, there's a lot of hype around him right now, him being such an experienced FPS player coming into this roster. Tell me what else he's been doing, with you guys behind the scenes, and how big of an impact has he had?
Its biggest impact, it was our problem before existence come to team, because we haven't, good IGL to experience guy who working with young guys, help them improve micro stuff, spacing, everything. He improved, everything, not only big things, not only macro, play, in micro play too. It's I can say everything. I'm just really happy to play with this legendary player. I'm really happy. It's a big honor for me.
Well, of course, you also have JD coming in, and he has been popping off left, right, and center. We saw him on Split, just basically doing his thing on stage. How good is he as well, and what's it like to play with a player?
My old friend. We were playing together in same team, I think 3 or 4 years ago, and I saw his, big potential.
Oh.
He has huge potential. He is working. He is not the guy who just talented. He's a guy who is working always and trying to improve his play. I think he will become one of the best players, in my opinion. I'm really proud about this young JD.
Emil said that you guys are sort of maybe evolving a little bit with your playstyle. You guys are trying to start afresh, start from the very bottom, work your way back up, try and fix everything. How would you describe your sort of game plans and playstyles now, and what kind of nip are we expecting going into?
It's more structure. Our spacing become better so much. Our problem was we was playing so fast in some moments. Now we have just a guy like Existence who is just know what to do. In dangerous moments in game, he just feel it. He know how to close games for us. He just feel it, and that's all. We improve it because before we were playing good. We were playing good practice, everything, but on tournaments in the most important moment we were playing bad. Now this moment is fixed and we are good. We are good. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're really benefiting from his experience. This guy has played every single LAN tournament under the sun, so I think it's really showing what he's doing with you guys. And my last question is, before we let you go, is a lot of people are saying that even though it's early days, that this is probably the best Ninjas in Pajamas roster we've seen. Do you feel like that this is the best nip?
We will become better, I'm pretty sure. It's only a start for us.
Brilliant. I love that. Thank you so much, Chihuahua, for joining me. And congratulations once again for beating G2. Thank you. Bye. Oh, I love Chihuahua. He's been around for a while, and Chihuahua is leaving us, but I'm going to bring back Mitch and Lothar now so we can quickly go through the post-match of a split before we move on to the next best of three. But as I was saying, Chihuahua, he's been with this NIP roster for a little bit now, and he's finally, getting the benefit of having an incredible IGL. And you guys saw from that interview how much he credits this change and this victory to Existence. And Mitch, after that split game, how good is Existence? I know sometimes it's not always easy to tell his role and what he brings to the team, but from everything Chihuahua said and taking that into consideration, what have you made of Existence performances so far?
And something that we were saying in the cast as well, that it's not easy to measure somebody's impact on the team, especially someone like Existence when they initially come in, because it's not just that, their strats get better, or their timings on executes are perfect, or they pick good agents for good maps. These are very basic things that any team should be doing, irrespective of whether you have one of the best IGLs in history or not. The thing that he'll improve, it's like the whole Hunden situation over in CS, where you can get these young, inexperienced players and you just escalate or you accelerate their education within the game. You teach them things that it might have taken them 2 years to learn otherwise. It's like having a drill sergeant join the battalion. All of a sudden everybody knows what they're doing, they know when they're doing it, and it's a guiding light there for these players as well, like the daddy figure in the crew to just come along and tell them, hey, I know you're stressed out, but here's what we're going to do, let's do it. Honestly, he's probably the best thing that could have happened to NIP in the situation that they were in. Combine that with the fact that they bring on some serious heavy hitters. You give Existence a team like that with a lot of individual skill and young guns in and of that are willing to listen to him. Ooh, it's a dangerous thing.
Well, we do have to move on to the next game, but I know, Lothar, you have some thoughts as well, so please keep this one quick. But just on the G2 front, what does this mean for G2?
I feel like this is the moment for G2 where they have to go back to the drawing board and decide that they need basically either an IGL in game that can build up their strategy on executions and proper, let's say, discipline, or they need to have longer sessions before going into the match, because they kind of looked lost a little bit on the split, especially on attack. On defense, they're doing well, but on attack against a well-structured NIP with, as you said, Mitch, the breach flashes utility being used in pair with other agents with good timings, it was hard to stop.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right there, Lothar. And let's move on to our next best of three, which is Guild versus Monkey Business. And before we go into that, I would very quickly like to look at the map vetoes, because I believe the players are kind of close to being ready for the next game, and I don't want to miss discussing the map picks. So let's take a look at what they decided to go for. Obviously, Monkey Business yesterday coming in hot by defeating Team Vitality, and Guild have chosen Ascent first, followed by Icebox, and then Split. Mitch, taking into both of these teams into account, and given the fact that Monkey Business really like to play Ascent, what do you make of these map picks?
I'm going to tell you what the bans were. I don't know them.
Oh, go
I don't
for
know
it.
them, but I'll tell you what they were. I'm presuming that Guild came in and banned Bind off the bat because it's something that Monkey Business are incredibly comfortable on. It's a map that they would have loved to play. A map, it's my least favorite map as well. So thank you, Guild. Appreciate you, Yassine. And then I presume Monkey Business came along and banned Haven purely because you've got a lot of good results by Guild there, and it's not a map that they're immensely comfortable on. I'd imagine that it's thanks to the current Fnatic or the previous Summon FC who beat them 13-5, absolutely wrecked them. So in terms of the maps that were banned, I think it makes a lot of sense if it went that way. If it went the other way, I don't know what the hell's going on. Either way, the maps that we've got, I'm happy to see another Icebox between these teams, because when I look at Monkey Business, their game versus Team Vitality on Icebox, that was really, really interesting. And now I'm excited to get to actually cast one of them.
Although we have to mention that Element was actually putting a one-man show basically when they were playing. So I'm going to be interested to see if Element pulls it off again and puts insane amount of pressure on his opponents, or will this be more, let's say, a team play game than yesterday?
Well, I think we should set the scene a little bit here, because going into the last matchup for G2 NiP, I think the story was very obvious. They played against each other a billion times and NiP didn't win. The fairy tale came true. NiP have done it. But for this matchup, I feel like Guild have such a strong roster. They're now back to Bonk, let's be honest. Before they were Guild, with Safe, before Safe got back into this roster. But before you guys keep listening to me ramble about this, although I do want to speak about this, I think Agent Select is ready. So we can chat about this over Agent Select and have a look at what they are picking on Ascent. But, for these two teams, they both have a lot to prove. And I think Monkey Business' trajectory is looking very interesting, because if they're able to take down Guild, I think that's another thing under their belt, right? They can keep saying that they have what it takes to challenge these teams. But of course, Guild need to fulfill that potential of a Bonk back in the days. What do you think about that, Mitch?
I'm currently just raising my eyebrows because we see Yoru. I would love to see that.
Oh, they're trolling.
it.
So it's Safe. True. I mean, that's Safe. Wants to play every single agent in the game, so that is very true.
He's on track for it.
Yeah.
He's on track. That's one of the things I have to mention for Monkey Business. Let's not dance around the bush here. Beat around the bush. I like to dance around the bushes too. Why not? For people out there that don't know, if you're sitting there in chat going, who the hell are Monkey Business? I've never heard of these guys. Fair play, none of us have. But they're supposed to be... So I don't watch Overwatch, okay? But a lot of these guys are from Overwatch. They revealed themselves in the Red Bull Homegrounds tournament. They got absolutely ruined, and I thought that'd be the last time I'd ever see them. However, here I am yet again. This time, a little bit happier to see them, because they've actually turned things around. I'm not even going to mention the social media and stuff, but this team was rumored to be picked up by OG, that they could be, moving forward. So they definitely have something to play for, right? They came from the same side of the bracket, correct me if I'm wrong here, from where Heretics came from, right? Where Heretics were knocked out. So this is a team that has made it further on the same side of the bracket by beating the team that beat Heretics. That alone says to me, you're a pretty solid team. You got some bang for your buck there. Now,
it was a best of one.
There's the thing, right? It was in BO1s. That's where we're always going to have a problem. Now, will this be the case moving into the Guild game? The Guild is basically, this matchup right now for Monkey Business is the real test. This is where you say fundamentally, was that the BO1 format helping them out? If you did it in BO3s, would they have made it through? We'll never know. But this one right here, if they lose to Guild, if they get smashed and show no signs of life like they did in Red Bull Homeground, then we can just write this team off. If not, there's some serious promise here. This is going to be it's going to be an interesting one, because as you said, Lothar, that in the previous game that they had, it was Element carrying, and I think that was the understatement of the year from you. He had 33 kills. The next closest person had 13. That's insane.
Hey, I said it was a one-man show.
True. Even still, I couldn't believe it when I looked at that. Is he going to pick Viper? Element, don't make me fall in love with you. Oh.
Nah, he
on Ascent, I wouldn't actually.
But hey, this is the third time I actually we have a heavy hitter on a Sage, right? The battle Sages are stonks, let's say like that.
I didn't think that would come out of your mouth, Lothar. I'll be very honest. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. You know, whenever you're getting it, and for those of you at home that don't know, Sage, she has her heal, obviously. She has her slow orbs and her wall, very valuable utility belt, but her res is very, very important in a lot of rounds. So if you're getting a lot of kills, you're getting more reses, which means you got an extra teammate to play with, which is pretty damn important. You know, if you could have every 7 kills, you played 6v5, I think a lot of teams would go for that. Reason we had 2 agent picks there, someone didn't lock in on time. Goddamn noobs. But here we are. We're ready to go. Everyone's locked in. Everyone's ready to play. Obviously, they picked the same as they did last time. No fooling around there. And it's a full Killjoy lobby, which, on Ascent, it's not too uncommon.
Yeah. Hey, but maybe he wanted to dodge the match. You never know. You know, this is why he didn't pick an agent.
Yeah, who knows?
All right. Let's see on the minimap, how does it look? This is a full A execute with a Sova lurking, which means they're gonna fake out A with that Sova recon arrow, right? Typically when you see a recon arrow from Sova, that means that the rest of the team is there as well. If that's gonna be used, no, he didn't use it. He didn't use the recon. He did use the recon.
It's gonna.
Okay, so that gives a lot of information for the defenders that they're most likely gonna execute on A. In the meantime, they're gonna breach B garage, but that's the Sage wall.
From where they are, though, they can knife that pretty well. They've already broken through. They're rushing onto the side.
They actually used their own wall to just
did
go
they?
over.
Oh, okay. Wow, I thought they would just knife it, but fair enough.
Yeah, and that's a very good choice because it doesn't trigger any sound cues. So they're able to just go on site and plant it.
There's no time to react for their opponents, and there's no time to react as an aid comes in and takes the first kill. That's on safe. Or not on safe. Sorry. Completely misread that. He's obviously playing the Killjoy.
Okay.
Interesting if he had raised
It's a monkey business, my friend.
There we go. Then when they found themselves the opening kill either way, you're going to see Guild now locking it down with that. They've got the man advantage. They just need to play off of each other, and that might be a little bit difficult. Everybody's rushing in towards the alleyway and trying to force the fight on the jumping right-click classic. Not something you see every single day. Tvik really impressed me over in the previous series that we saw from them, but he's not going to get more than just the 1 kill before being shut down. Putting a 1-0 on the board, starting it off well for the attacking side of Guild.
Yeah, I am really impressed how Guild played this round. They could have made the sound cue on destroying the wall. They, instead of doing that, they walled up, went quickly over it. There was no time to react for Monkey Business at all for that execute. They got the entry kill, super surprised, and Ankoi, if I'm not mistaken, sorry, not Ankoi, Draken, did hold on his paranoia till the post plant, which also delayed the retake by such a long time. Alright, well, slows taking their time on the attack, which I like very much because they want to get informations. What is the equipment from their opponents? They sees the classic, didn't see anything else. They still don't know if it's a full force or not because he could have pulled out the classic just to destroy the drone. So they don't know if it's a force or not.
Thing is,
Draken with the Phantom on round 2, lurking. This is super dangerous.
yeah, I rate that play. Maybe not lurking so much and pushing forward by himself. I don't rate that, but having the Phantom right here, I think is that's a really nice foresight for the future. Oh no, he's been shot in the side. Time to back off and run away. And then they spotted 3 players towards A earlier on. They knew that Omen was there and they saw Sage and Sova. So with that, I was surprised they stuck around for so long, but it looks like the idea there is they're trying to get them into a push so they can go back towards this site later on.
They're taking their time, which I like very much. Playing against an eco, you don't want to push into a ambush of shorties and buckies. Good kill from Draken, but now, look at that. That Phantom is up for taking.
That's the problem with leaving it around mid by itself.
Yeah.
Like, again, I love the idea of buying a Phantom in this round. I think buying up the weapons you can afford on 2 players is solid as hell. Sending them by themselves towards pistols...
But you have to like just be next to your team. Because right now, what Monkey Business will try to do, it's probably just gonna save the Phantom because it's a huge win from this eco. Oh, staking his time. Yeah. Still, he's gonna save that, right? Although he goes to market.
So his teammate's nowhere nearby. So he's just
another kill.
No way. Now he's got a turret as well, so we'll have the info on them pushing forward. Element is shutting them down. I don't agree with this play. Trying to take the weapons out of their hands, it just seems way too risky for what you can get from it. But the thing is, it's worked out. And with that, econ-wise, this is huge.
This is
he's in
a
the corner
strategy.
as well. It was a nice try by Oni to shut it down afterwards. He only had a classic, so why not? But that's unreasonable. There's no way they should get so much done.
Yeah. I mean, that one Phantom not only was 2.9k that did cost Guild on the buy, but it also did cost 2 Spectres. So huge cost, huge economical cost for Guild right now. And because of that, they're gonna be running, as you can see, a Bulldog, a Spectre, and 2 small shields on a full buy round. When right now Monkey Business is on a full buy, full utility, big shields, 5 rifles.
I mean, I will respect the hell out of that play afterwards. Like, usually you get a rifle, as you said, it would just be the round win, right? Even if you don't kill anyone else, as long as you save that rifle, you've come out of that way more than you should have. And then they just get every kill. They just wipe out 4 players. That's so worthwhile when it works out. A gamble, but certainly one that's paid off. And you've seen, in a little bit of trouble, is just going to wait out the dart, drop in a nade to make sure they've got that spike plan for free. And that wall, you know, I need to see more teams destroy it before the start of the round, or rather, as the round starts. Because it feels like it only ever impacts the attackers in a positive way, not really the defenders. They're struggling for it now, having to break it on the way through.
I mean, you mean the doors, right?
Door, yeah, the door over there. Because you see, they put it down as those players are coming up through short. It stops them from killing anyone on the cross, and it stops the attackers from even worrying about the cross.
That is true, but the only problem with that is that you can only open it after 5 seconds of the round start, so this leaves you vulnerable to a rush.
Exactly. You kind of need 2 players towards the site to do that, but then you're either leaving short open or your 3-man stack in B or A, excuse me. So that's never going to be ideal. Well, Twix just caught a quick shot on the back of Yassine, so they love to play their exits on this, don't they? They're not going to let you get away with those weapons for free if they can help it.
Well, they still went around basically with a semi-low buy. I mean, kind of hard to say. It's just like a lower full buy. Let's say like that. But they did a perfect execute, I would say, on site, right? The slow combination with the grenade from Yassine on Haven cut off anyone just peeking when they were breaching site. Because of that, it was an easy plant. The doors were closed and destroyed. They also sprayed underneath it when it was closing, so no one could be close. Good execution.
These shock darts at the start of every single round from Bonker are just pushing players back from taking any aggressive peeks, or at least meaning you have to tank some damage if you do. That's conditioning, because what you're essentially telling your opponents is, that ult orb is mine, and don't you do anything about it.
It's not only that, but because of that shock dart, it also destroys nanoswarms that are being put into the tunnel, or even like at the entrance of the tunnel, and because of that, the Killjoy utility has to be either placed after the beginning of the round. Good lurk by AKM, by the way. He knows also that there was this spike, so they got a lot of info. But what I like very much is that he withdraw from that position and just basically put a big question mark for Guild. What is happening next?
Yeah, I think as far as the utility... Well, hold on. We'll talk about that in a moment, because it looks like what's happening next is a push towards the B site. This heavy presence here is the spikes already rotating into play, but you've got 3 players already in position. That's where things can get very, very dicey for these attackers. They're still looking to commit towards it. They have no info on any other part of the map, so it's time to go at 26 there we go, seconds left, just about. Shock darts coming over. Bonker's a lot of lineups for these shock darts, but he's got lineups with his crosshair as well. Drake in full committed to that ult. I thought it was just for info, but he went all the way. On no takes him down, but is traded out right after. Here comes the spike plan, 10 seconds left. They want to deny it. It doesn't look like they'll get the opportunity. Monkey Business coming in to try and actually get it done. Have they won the round? 3 seconds left. They've won it. It's done and dusted. What an absolutely insane play. Sacrificing himself for the round win. As Onibai, well, he survived this one. There's nothing they can do about it. That's massive.
What a round. That was fantastic, actually. Really well played. You could ask, maybe they should have no plant default and just take a safe plant a little bit to his left, so he's not visible from the pavement as much as he would have been on the default band. But it's still like there's not many places you can plant it unless you go underneath the wall, like underneath pavement, the catwalk. I mean, you know, different callouts. But yeah, it was well played by Monkey Business.
That blast
He hears the jump up, but the recon arrow pushes him out, so he cannot peek on the jump on the barrels. Both teams are presenting actually a very cool way of playing early game. they use the utility well from both sides. You know, it's either the recon arrow shock dart combination on the A side, or just wall wall up on garage B from Monkey Business. Oh, in this case, slow openings.
You're seeing this a couple of times, the wall used to get above the smoke on A, but AKM's taking a read on the timing as that went up and pushed down middle. And it drops the spike, opens up the round completely now for the defenders. Look at the position here by Unno. He's in, holding all the way in B main with a judge. Grabs the kill, 2v2, has TP, but he's not going to use it. Not yet. They wait for some information or get him back to a safe spot. As he checks outside of A, it's clear, time to cancel, and now he's back in position, ready for this push. This could be the turning point of the game. If Unno can find this one right here, oh, he's already tagged him up, and they're considering a rotate as AKM gets revived. Leo falls, and GG in this round, that's for sure. A 1v3, and already tagged up. It's looking like this one is almost unwinnable for Yassine as he goes through the smoke to his demise.
Such a cool position on Unknown out as well. He set up the smoke perfectly, so he gets on the off angle on the peak from Yassine. Like, really well played by Monkey Business, but AKM is running away with murder. Two rounds in a row. Like, he's just cutting corners on mid, gets to the top mid, gets a frag, falls back. 2 rounds in a row. I do wonder if Guild will try to catch him, if he's gonna try to do that again. But who would have done it 3 times in a row, right? It cannot be like that. Fool me once, but fool me twice, right?
Shame on you.
Exactly. So here on tag, we have top mid. 2 people trying to get control of mid. There's a smoke on mid as well. Nothing on short, but a combination of a peek and a shock dart gets the twig. An easy frag. That's the first time I see that. That was actually a very cool combo.
Was that a pun there? Like quick and easy, but thick and easy?
Let's say it was planned.
Definitely intentional. Yassine's giving away the fact that he's pushed up, but they haven't even realized AKM. His brain's turned off. He's taken down, and Yassine, nicely done, but he needed more from that. Man advantage still sits towards the defenders as they come back in, oddly attacking as the defenders. The time is not really looking good for the attackers, and they instantly lose another player. This is starting to fall apart now for Guild. One after another they fall. The crossfire, well, it doesn't really help at all, and the utility usage on the site, they just bypassed it. 3-3, tying it up, and this all started because of just one aggressive push in to deny a plant and time running out, and it's now led to a tied up scoreline. Guild have got to be kicking themselves.
Yep. To be honest, Element is showing up slowly. He is actually pulling impact frags for the 2 rounds in a row now. Stop fragging with 6, but it doesn't show how much of an impact it actually had. Although I cannot say that AKM is not also bringing value, because those 2 peaks on top mid were actually insanely valuable. And for now, we see Guild is trying to do over and over the same thing. They get the A control, die to AKM, no recon, no Sova drone was used to get the control, something that they actually did every single round before. They didn't do it this time and got punished by it, but fortunately they have a res from the stage to buy them out. Now there's the drone, it's gonna come in, Showstopper probably gonna follow it up, but we can see on the minimap they're actually falling back. I wonder what that is. Why is that? Did they hear any sound cues? They know there's still a wall on Garage B. They don't know that Element did actually rush it in. He knows he gets the info. They know this.
It's huge.
He knows so many people are going
Bye.
in. Showstopper does it. You can't really do much if something like this happens. Unless you're gonna hit a flying headshot on that raise, you're dead.
Yeah, that's not going to happen the majority of the time. So at that point, we come into a nice even 4-on-4. The problem is for the attackers, it's always going to put you in a better position. They've removed some of the Killjoy utility from the A site, and I feel like that might have been one of the leading decision makers in falling back. They heard the turret, they knew there would still be nano swarms and alarm bots down. I don't know if they still have their shock darts to clear out some of that. There's the alarm lock on at least to start this one off. Hunter's Fury, that catches both of them. That's huge by Tvik. Damage done. He gets a kill off of it and tags up one super low. With 10 seconds left, the time is very low. They're going to actually commit to it. They're going to just dive out and deny. Oh, they can't actually deny it fully. That shock dart does even more damage as the wall is going to be broken. It doesn't matter. Onibot is taking everyone's head. And so another round on the board for Monkey Business. Ascent is looking good for them already.
Yeah. A good retake, that's for sure. Very well executed. To be honest, I'm quite impressed by both teams. The utility usage is different from what I've seen, at least from other teams. Well disciplined as well. Good combos. Something I hope to see more and more from the teams coming from EU and teams in general. I'm not sure how. Did you watch a lot of Vision Strikers games?
I've seen a one or two for sure.
Dude, that is just pure poetry, you know? And I would love to see more European teams playing that type of game.
I would love to see European teams. Like, when you look at Vision Strikers, an FPX or a Fnatic playing against them, that's like something I dream about. Oh, last pack plays straight away into the corner.
That was the shock dart.
Unco gets out of there just about. And you see, yeah, the impact of those shock darts again and again. The slow went down. The nade was there. If he wasn't that quick to react, he would have been gone straight away. And that was very, very dangerous. But the attackers don't really get a whole lot done to start it off. It came close. Utility ultimately falls on mostly empty area. I feel like he could have just not tagged him there. Could have gotten the information off of it instead. And they never would have suspected it. You think he had the god timing or the god position. He's ran into the spray. What are you doing, Unco?
I mean, he didn't know. It's a phantom. It can go, you know, you don't see the traces. He just went straight into it. By the way, what is this? Crosser, Yassine. Do you even see the heads?
Like a dot cross.
Oh, he sees it.
Yeah, well, he can put them on him. That's for sure. The player on the right, though, that's the one, the Sova tucked in on the corner. He should be closing this one out, even if Yassine was hitting crazy headshots. Well, now Yassine knows where he is, because where that recon came from. So never mind. But a 1v3 is just as unwinnable nonetheless. Peek right on into him, up, and AKM's quick to find that kill. 5-3. Another round now for Monkey Business, clocking them up on the defensive side. You gotta give these guys some respect, because they're showing up. Last time I saw AKM on the Ascent, dude was missing every op shot onto the planet Earth, but now he's at least turning up that little bit more. I love the aggression down mid. I do feel like at a certain point, though, and that point is fast approaching, if not already here, it becomes a little bit too predictable.
I mean, he did make the same move 3 rounds now, right? So I'm just trying to question when Guild is trying to, we're gonna try to combat that, and when they will try to switch it up a little bit, because they had more success on B than A, and because of that, you can see that actually Monkey Business is reading that out. They switch Killjoy to play on B because they think Guild were gonna attack B more now, because the only rounds they won were actually on B. Sorry, two rounds were won on B.
And now this one to clear the corner is really nice. Yassine could have been getting a kill had there been someone close, but now he's being spotted and just running away to remove or to allow the dart to run out. I suppose expire. That's the word I was looking for. With a bookie, though, you know, I love seeing bookies in the hands of either of a raise and then of a jet. And the reason for that is if you dash with a jet, there's draw time again, right? You got to wait your second to pull it out. But if you're playing a raise,
are we forgetting Reyna?
Well, listen, I don't know, because the thing is, with a blast pack you can close the distance right away, whereas with a Reyna, I feel like it's mostly going to be escapism. And then with a jet, it's good, but it's very situational if they have a second to shoot you in the head.
Oh, what a bait! What a bait for safe. He had that market control, but Tweak gets a backstab on Garden, 4 versus 2. It's gonna be hard for Guild to close out this thrifty win. Unless... Oh,
nice shot, AKM.
You were saying about the
Come on,
right?
bro. You gotta.
That shot was really nice.
Right after I make the point as well, but that only goes to strengthen my point. I said that, you know, last time I saw him on Ascent, he was a noob, and now he's really good. And you can see it right there. That shot, I don't think I'd ever hit. So fair play. Not in the most important of rounds, but it's still solid. And it's, again, a change up from what we'd seen of him in a lot of the rounds where he was successful at pushing down middle. I think the thing is about Monkey Business and AKM, in particular. The only reason I was particularly harsh was because he literally called Scream a noob. So at that point, you better be a god, and he wasn't. But now that he hasn't called Scream a noob, I can come in with open eyes.
All right, well, again, we see A setup and 2 lurkers on B, so seems like they're gonna just go for the ult. Yeah, they have a fake B Killjoy ult, basically. I'm guessing that's gonna be happening, right? Because otherwise we're not gonna see, like, we only see 2 people doing that setup if they want to make a fake push, right? The Killjoy ult getting into the corner from the garage B, the paranoia coming in with the smokes, which basically fakes an entire push, and the defenders on B don't know how many people rushing in because of the paranoia and the defense sound, while Sage, Sova, and Raze execute on A. But we'll see if that's gonna happen. You can also see a very aggressive push being prepared from Monkey Business. Look at that. Sova, Jet gonna push mid. At the same time, Sage and Omen are gonna push A lobby.
And of course, we had to go to cams there because I have it in my contract. Every hour I need at least 1 minute of cam time. It's has to be followed. Also something to do with a tactical pause for guild or something like that. We always make up excuses for it. Really, myself and Lothar just
wasn't aware of that even. Should have read the contract like very close.
I put it in there for you. Don't worry. I got you. Make sure we get our airtime. No, but obviously that was a tactical pause for guild, jokes aside. And on the attacking side, they've stalled 6 rounds consecutive. You can see why they're taking their time and having a little bit of a chat about how they're coming into this one. I think when you're on the attack side here, it's tough to lose 6 consecutive rounds. And it's not even that. So they haven't exactly been close, right? It's not like they're...
Yeah, they were like kind of getting stomped.
Sometimes you can come in and say, oh, we just lost a couple of clutches, a couple of 1vx's, 1v1s that didn't go our way. Like, that's not really the case right now. They're finding it hard to get any access. And only by... I said earlier, don't make me fall in love with you. And the man is playing an Odin.
Here we go. There's the counter. The lockdown is destroyed. Love it. Love it, Bioni.
Gorgeous work.
Odin. The Odin, such a well-bought round. The paranoia, triple paranoia, easy kills. Oh my god, Unco! The triple kill, insane control. Although he did go for the full auto on the third one.
Yeah, he got it there. Yeah, got it eventually at least. Unco with a massive play to lock that round down. And off the back of that, I think we're pretty much solidifying the 7th round. Now you call...
I love it, man.
I want to say something here, right? Let's put ourselves in the guild players' heads. You win the first 3 rounds. You're off to a good start. You lose 6 in a row. You're not getting any access to sites. You're just getting completely locked down. You say, you know what? Okay, let's call a pause. Let's think about it. Let's come back and wreck them. You call your pause. Someone's giving that shock speech. You know, we're 5 fingers of a hand. We're going to crush them. Yada, yada. And that happens.
I mean,
feel good.
You know, the 3 first rounds were putting a bit of confidence in your team, right? But the next rounds, as you said, are just soul crushing. Especially this one, because you can see that how intelligent Monkey Business played. And it's kind of funny because of their name, right? But it's the Odin buy was such an impactful decision. And they knew it. He bought the Odin because he knows the Killjoy is gonna go for the ult, most likely from that certain position. This is, I'm gonna call that in a second, because right now we have a big push on the mid, stopped by the Sova drone.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. The point about him buying it for the lockdown as well. It's not just, hey, lol, we're winning, let's buy it, I'll try wall bangs. It very much has an idea behind it, and then he can use his utility to slow them down the push. It's big brain, it's beautiful, and that's what we want. Now, moving in towards this B site, though, big play, and Yassine trades out his life. Vic goes in with the pistol, but Unco from behind is helping out. He's the one that's catching them all from B main. Frag after frag, and there's a third. Unco's been unbelievable this map so far. I have to say, Monkey Business, they are impressing me.
Last round before
Yep,
the switch.
it really looks like a solid team. They might be unsigned, but they do play very well. If, like, you can argue, oh, this is just a mix, you know. I'm actually not certain how long do they play together in this lineup, but they play really well. And what I wanted to point out is when a team counters your Killjoy ult with the Odin, this is the moment where the attacking Killjoy needs to change it up a little bit. Put the lockdown on the box, or maybe even on the small lamp that you can get on while jumping from the box in Garage B. So it's higher up and it's not so easy to spray down. There are multiple options what you can do, but you need to know that your opponent is going to counter it with an Odin, right? So this is those small mind games that are going to go into play the longer we play the game. This is this small micro decision that will be very impactful long term when people will get really good at the game.
By the way, you're saying you're not sure how long these guys have been together. As far as I know, because coming into Red Bull Homeground, this is what we were told. They'd just gotten together, so it has been
really impressive.
3 weeks. It's not been very long. Obviously, they will have practiced before that, but in terms of their first official release, I would say at most we're talking 2.5 months, based on the info we were given. So that's pretty huge. If they're playing this well versus Guild, it's also a narrative, because we're very much centered around monkey business, will they, won't they, kind of narrative. And the thing that we're not mentioning so much is that Guild is a team that these guys, you got to bring out the violins for them, because they've had a really bad past. Over in First Strike, they technically beat G2, but they actually used a bug that ended up getting them banned out of it. They then failed to
on the same map as well.
On this map, yeah. They then failed to qualify into the next set of them, so they missed out on First Strike. It was heartbreaking for them. Then they come into just recent history not really delivering. Like, there was a stage where there was a serious argument for these guys being top 4, and it's been a long time since I've heard them mentioned in anywhere near the same level, which is disappointing if they go out to monkey business, a team that's only very recently formed. Now, again, this is a team that's rumored to be getting picked up by G2. By G2, what am I talking about? By OG, even.
I'm like, okay,
I didn't know this.
New.
G2 too. G2 number 2. No, by monkey business. By OG, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Tech pauses are taking their toll on me. But even with that in mind, that's not what Guild are there for. This is...
Right. I just want to put one thing out. As I said before, like before we even started the first best of 3 of the day, there will be a lot of unsigned teams coming into the Valorant scene, and they might be on pair with the signed teams. They cannot be underestimated just because they don't have an acronym in front of their name. So this is a good example. Those guys are actually playing very well, very structured from what I see on this map. I don't know if it's if it's a good example for monkey business, because we have seen only I at least have seen the showing yesterday against Vitality, and it looked very good. But at the same time, it was just Element just putting in insane amount of weight from him. But yeah, we'll see how it goes up.
Sound like my doctor, an insane amount of weight. I've heard that before. 8.
It's not my native language. I could have made a...
No. I was just saying I eat a lot of pizza.
But yeah, I know. But I'm surprised he didn't tell you that that's an insane amount of weight for you being so short.
You son of a... Okay, so let's move on to the score of the last round of the half. I need a new co-caster. Get this guy out of here. It's also in your contract. You're not allowed to mention my height unless it's at least...
No, I was allowed contractually to make one joke.
Oh, I misread. Damn it. Per day? God damn.
That was a small asterisk next to it.
Well, on the topic of small scoreline for Guild, as they've got 3 rounds, but in the last 8, they've got 0. It has been a very dominant past half, really, from... okay, that was brave play by Unco. Really believed in it being an A hit there, but they are hitting A. They're going towards the A site, and there's still Killjoy Utility. You're still all 3 players very close by. There's a res in play as well, but they can't actually res any of these players, which is the sad part about it. Oh, a double from Vic! He takes them both down with that Hunter's Fury. Maybe he got 1, but 2. That's ridiculous. It's right back into even territory. They can play this one. They could run down long and get a res up and spawn if they wanted to. They have the time, but they're going to play for it, pushing in together. Shock Dart down, doesn't hit. Leo able to pick up the opening. Now the Sage in a little bit of trouble. Backing off on short. They can get this res up, as we said, but does he want to go for it right now in the open? I mean, why not? Last round of the half. There it is. Onibai gets revived. They peek in. They take both. Easy as can be. Free stats. And Guild, they finally get around on the board. The problem is that's the last round of the half. So they might have figured out their attacking side. But is it too little too late?
Yeah, and that was a good round. Although, the double kill from Twig, I would say that could have pulled them back in and could have been a 9-3, but still, good effort by Guild. I actually like this round. Good execution, good rotations, quick thinking on the feet. So, well played, but now this is the moment to shine for Guild, because I don't know if you think like the way I do, but I do really think that Split is attack based while Ascent is defender based. What do you think?
So for Ascent, yeah, I would agree for the majority of teams. I think it is also a team by team and comp by comp basis. Like if you look at G2, for example, they're going to pick up a lot of rounds attack. You know that. Like if it's 8-4 and it's G2 on 4, hey, I'm a little bit confident as they go to the attack side. But when it's Guild only finding 4, I'll give them a little bit of space, a little bit of room on that one. It's still not a good half. I'd rather them be on 5. Like I would see this as a 7-5 map. If you get that, you're on pretty even footing. The pistol even just matters a lot. But I will say on that previous half, before we stray too far from it, AKM, I really liked his play. And again, I like to be very honest, Lothar. If somebody's especially talking smack on social media and then playing like trash, I'm going to call them out for that. When someone's playing well, and even if it's the same person, you got to give them the props for it. For me, AKM was pivotal to that previous half. He was pushing down mid a lot. We saw him push A main. I don't think we really saw him push B, but it was all about grabbing that early information. And that's something that he did really well. Putting himself in harm's way now. He has the AWP and the dash, so he should be able to deal with it the majority of the time. But I think he was a really pivotal player, so fair play. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him now. That's all I wanted to say about that. But
Good timing on the arrow, by the way.
very good.
Or people were caught by it. Anko on 6 HP. Yasin is still in the backside. He has the control of it. He gets the kill through the smoke. Doesn't die to the Frenzy. Out he's being pushed when he has 0 bullets in his gun.
Safe wasting all his ammo to break down that door, but Unko gets the bad RNG. Can't quite find the frag. Now Safe, almost out of ammunition, is taking a long-range fight. He's on his last mag now, as Element up on top of the wall gets shut down. Draken in to close it and put it into the 2v2, but they've got to get in towards the back of this site in the boathouse. 2 players now lurk away and wait for the chance to take them down as they defuse. That turret almost takes them down. They can't even peek it, really. 14 and 30 HP. They can't defuse this. It's not physically possible. Tvik is just holding his arrow ready to pop the recon. It doesn't see them, but when you're so low, the spam is easy as can be, and that smoke is way too shallow, so they know exactly where you are. That is 9-4, and we said the pistol was going to be important and impactful. Don't pay any attention to the colors on the scoreboard. It's up the top that matters. It is 9 rounds now against Guild. If you're just tuning in, you might be thinking 9-4, yeah, I knew Guild had smashed them on this one, but you'd be very wrong. This team has come from the same side of the bracket as Heretics, and they're proving that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, very well played. They were actually kind of stopped by while rushing because of Bonkar's good timing on the recon arrow and the shock darts. We did actually do, if I'm not mistaken, over 100 damage, but still wasn't good enough. Anko with another kill on mid. Good, basically no trades, just good damage coming in from Monkey Business. Good follow-up, but then this spray happens. That puts a dent into the morale as well, even when it's just an eco round.
AKM, I don't know what it is about these teams, both of these, Guild and Monkey Business, but on this second round, sending a player solo towards mid seems to be the big thing, the done thing, and it's not really worthwhile, is it? Like, you rush up there, you're just going to lose players, especially when you've already got the advantages. You're potentially just giving weapons away, giving armor away.
Well, you know, he didn't rush into with a Phantom.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's as bad as what Guild did. What Guild did was definitely the worst. The worst, to send your Phantom, your one rifle there on his own. And then, even when they went A, they left him on his own lurking there. That was absolute madness. But still, I don't like sending a player solo like that aggressively.
Double dinked from the classic on Twig. You feel that in your veins when something like this happens. Which, by the way, I feel like that's a little bit of a miscommunication on this round, because Yasin played exactly the same position on pistol round that Bonker played right now. So I feel like he didn't tell Bonker that he was playing that position, so they're gonna check it 100% sure. Small stuff. I mean, you know, he still got 1 kill, so it's good for ego.
Yeah, but it is these little things that can make a massive impact in the long term. We already talked about the kind of butterfly effect in terms of ultimates even alone.
And this one, this is full first buy for Guild. What is the setup? Aggressive setup on A, lobby, Alarmo bot getting a lot of information, but he still holds the angle. Quick wall to stop the push on B. No one taking mid control. So, although they did use the utility, they don't really get a lot of information from this.
This is really weird. I would shift everything on the A side, one to the left. You want your Omen surely watching middle. Your Killjoy can watch short. You've even got a turret to cover the short push. It seems like they have Killjoy utility and they're just going, nah, screw it. Let's play like it's not there. Very odd.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this is going to be dangerous, though. The Killjoy ult comes through, and they're just going to have to back off. But you seen he's kind of caught up close. He's
caught
looking
off.
to take the frag because he needed to, and he gets killed because of it. The sprays in the smoke, they're not going to get anything for it. In fact, Leo almost dies, crosses back over, and makes it away safely. This is getting dangerous as a push through the smoke. Nets nothing. Tvick in with 3, and the spike retrieved. Going in for the plant. Recon dart to come on through. Oh, well, no, never mind. He's not even going to deploy it just yet. He's going to wait till he's back up with a weapon in his hand and then fire it on into spawn, see if they're both there. Now, they know that at least the Killjoy is, but AKM, he's shot. Oh, he's whiffed it, but there we go. Closing it out on the double kill. Nice and easy. And 11-4.
He whiffed with a bulldog. We can, we can forgive that.
Exactly.
But I really have to touch down on what we have started to say about guild positioning. Like, they ignored the Killjoy utility from them. Basically, they played like they have nothing, like no map control, right? While they had map control, there was the Alarmo bot setup, there was the turret setup on A short. They could have taken a lot of mid control as well to get all of the information. Then also, no one paid attention to the fact that Scythe had a 6 out of 7. And, sorry, not Scythe, Onibai had 6 out of 7, and just taking the orb from Garage B allowed him to use the ultimate. That is something that you should check every single time when you start the game, start the round, to check who has the ultimate ready or who has it, like, by one. By just taking one orb allows him to use his ultimate, because that gives you a lot of information of what your opponent can be prepared for.
Yeah.
Or preparing for, sorry. So, I feel like Yassine playing so close to the Sage Wall was a little bit of a misread, and Guild didn't get a lot of map control. They didn't get any map control, even though they had a good setup for it.
Yeah, that's the thing in particular that really threw me off is how they had that set up, because it's not even that an alarm bot was covering A main, but it was so deep that if that Killjoy falls back in place exactly where Omen is right now, watches short for them, but lets the turret take opening contact so they know that she won't die, you can have that information very early on if they're pushing you. The other thing is, they had also early peaked A. It's not that they held this setup at the start of the round, it's that 30 seconds in when they had the info that no one was rushing A, there was no one pushed up, no one had even peeked it or shot utility or anything, and they still kept that setup. I know they'd rotated their Sova, but leaving mid open when you know that at the moment at least your Killjoy utility is covering everything and there's no sign of life, why would you leave mid open? That's just absolutely crazy. And what is also crazy is Bonkar's little spray down onto Unko. A quick frag, one to start it off, and look, this is the time they need to show up, because it's 11-4. Oh, Tvik! He dodged it. This guy's in the Matrix, is he?
That was very close. It looked actually like he's like it was on him.
It did. I thought he was dead. What? Bonkar, hello? Guy's living on a different planet. All right, well, Guild woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or in the wrong country. I don't know what's happening. They're in different time zones. This is madness at this point. The read that mid, like, as if there was still a barrier up in middle and they couldn't push it. But Oni, wow, that's disgusting.
Oni just double kill on mid. I'm not sure why were they even peeking with that Bucky on mid.
Well, they were listening to you. You said it can kill on any range.
Oh my god.
Them.
Yeah, that was a joke. That was just, let me make sure. You don't have to make a sound when you shoot Bucky as well.
Everyone sat there like, wait, what? Just played a whole matchmaking game. Bah, bah, bah.
Yeah.
Stick a scope on it. Why not? Some slugs. No, like, this round just embodies what we've been saying for a couple. Like, there's been some setups that where we've been questioning it and thinking, oh, I don't really know what they're doing there, but I really don't know what was going on in that round. Just a complete misread on timing and on the positions that were available for the taking for Monkey Business.
Right now, I hate saying it, but right now Monkey Business is just schooling Guild.
Match point.
Fundamentals are missing right now from Guild on this map.
And I'm hoping that it's as you say, on this map. I'm hoping that's where we draw the line, because I don't want this to be the case moving forward. You know,
What was the second map? Wait, Split was third. A second was Icebox.
yeah, and you know, here's a point, right? I'll give you the excuse, and then let me follow up on it before you cut me off and say I'm an idiot, 'cause you would, because it's a really dumb thing. Maybe Guild aren't comfortable on Ascent. Maybe they don't play it that much, and this is just, you know, they're not quite used to the map, and it's their most played map. They played it 25 times. So, like, that play around middle just to me says you don't have a clue what's going on. You don't know the map, you don't know the timings, you're not used to playing it, like, in terms of what control have we got, what control have we given up. The same thing for the Killjoy utility on A. There's been a lot of these moments, and yet they do.
Sorry for interrupting you, but this is the same exact thing happening over and over again. Killjoy was 6 out of 7. They took the orb, they went for the ult, but Yasin is doing work this time. He got the triple kill. That's the difference, but that's it. Getting a triple kill.
Yeah, but it's also it's the timing on that push that's something that you need to be ready for. But those two players lined up, both headshots connected within that sweet spot range to hit the one-shot headshot of 15 meters, easy as could be for him on that. That was gorgeous work. And although he was dead, no matter what happened there, even if they didn't kill him instantly, he'd be caught by lockdown and eliminated. That was the kind of play that they needed. There's the kind of play he tried to make before, but the wall was just, it was still intact and it was blocking him from making his way forward. So the timing really was what cost him last time. But it's one
30
play.
seconds left.
It's one time that you caught them off guard and made a massive play. What? You going to do that another 7 times? Yeah, I'm here for it if you can, but it doesn't look too likely. Even now, it's a 2v3. This is winnable. The TP to backside will get the plant in. Oh,
He's the control of B.
He's in trouble, though. So he's going to plant back right, but if they spot that, they've already spotted it. They've seen where he is. They're spamming. The smoke blocks off vision for now, but it's a 2v3 after Yasin's big 3K.
Didn't get
no
any
way they
damage
lose
as
this.
well.
But he's gone up on top of the boxes. This is a brave angle. Going to try to jump all the way over. Strafe's not quite there, but now he's made it, and there's no way they're ready for this. Paranoia about to come through. He pushes up close. There's a free kill. Unko out of there. It's now a 2v2 from a 4v3 at least. This is unbelievable. Unko wins it with a 4K. 13-4. Yasin 3Ks up the final round, and it's not enough. Well, Lothar, I think that...
But you know what did fell apart, right?
What's that?
The mid push by the Omen from Guild. That was completely unnecessary. Draken just pushed in for map control when they were playing an advantage on a 4v2 when they could just play on their own side of the map without like risking anything.
Yeah.
My God, what happened here? I mean, it was a good showing by Monkey Business. Don't get me wrong. They played it really well. They played it, let's say, just efficiently. They played it well of each other. There was good synergy between the players. They traded well. It was just a good team, you know? And Guild wasn't showing up. So it was a combination of two things. Just Guild playing a little bit, let's say, not confident at all. And Monkey Business playing really well. So they got smashed.
This is a team Guild that's played a lot more than Monkey Business as a team. They've got Barbar in as a coach as well. Very experienced Counter-Strike player and coach back there.
Mm-hmm.
The excuse I'm going to give them in that last, I think the first 3 quarters of this game was Guild getting outclassed. I think Monkey Business played spectacular. Unkel in particular was fantastic. AKM's role play was good. Devik, again, solid as I said he was when we previously saw him. He's the one player that impressed me in the first, in the debut they had in Rebel Homegrounds. That last quarter, though, I don't think that was necessarily Guild being outclassed. That was Guild just not caring anymore. It looked like they were switched off. I don't know if they were just uber tilted. I don't know what was going on, but that's what I want to believe happened. And even that's pretty bad. If you're getting tilted like that in a game like this, such an important time, that's a terrible sign. If you're not getting tilted, it means you're just really terrible at your most played map, which is even more surprising. Either way, let's look at it as a really, really good map by Monkey Business. That was solid. They took them down on a map that I thought they had a chance on, but geez, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, it was very well played. I'm super impressed by Monkey Business. And if they stick to this lineup and they will have performances like this all the time, I feel like they'll want to be one of the best teams in the EU. Like, this is really promising. Yesterday's showing, today's showing so far, very promising. Let's see how the Icebox will go, because that's going to be a test, right? Yeah. They showed They showed to everyone that Icebox yesterday was just a breeze for them. They were playing super confidently, and I'm interested to see how Guild will play against them on this map, because if it's going to be the same as Ascend, we're going to have a very quick best of 3.
And here's the problem. One quick thing before we go to a break. Monkey Business picked Icebox, and they also looked pretty good on it. Like, they had 13-10 vitality. Guild, okay, 75% win rate. Great. Let's look at the last 3 teams they played. No idea who they are. Team Liquid is the only one there I would equate, really, to this level of play, and they lost 13.
I know this one.
Who are they? What? Scream, shout, something like that. I don't know. He lets it all out anyways. Liquid, 13-6 they lost. That was a terrible map for them. So that's pretty heartbreaking, really, if you're Guild. Now they've got to clutch it back 2 maps in a row, starting with, I would argue, their worst in their pool, but maybe they've put some extra time in. Before we talk about it too much, though, it's time to throw things to a break, and when we come back, Sue's going to join us for a little pre-match discussion. We'll see you real soon.
back to the Valorant EU Challengers, where Monkey Business just outclassed a guild on Ascent. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by Lothar and Mitch. Guys, that game gave me kind of Summon FC versus Monkey Business vibes, except for Monkey Business were Summon FC this time. In fact, I saw a couple of setups as well that was really familiar. I believe they might have taken some inspiration from Summon FC, who are now Fnatic themselves, especially on that CT side, so it was very impressive. You guys were talking about this before the break, which is how well they can do on their own map pick, an Icebox coming up. Realistically, do we see Monkey Business closing this out 2-0, or do Guild still have some fight in them and they can claw their way back in, Mitch?
I mean, to me, this is Monkey Business 2-0. I didn't think I'd say that this day, week, or month, but probably year. But I gotta say, they looked clean and everything about them was so much better. And I'm willing to say now, Rebel Homeground was a choke. You know, they were against a really good team. First of all, obviously, I heard Fnatic are all right. But they didn't play well back then. They were missing shots. Their approach was decent, but when you can't back it up with firepower, it's pointless. You know, you throw the best smokes, but if you run through them, on Loco. The thing for me, when you look at these guys, is that they're just playing so solid right now. Individually, they're on fire. Their approach to the game is really nice. They're selling Guild so many fakes. It's unbelievable. They're getting absolutely scammed in what Guild are buying. I love it. I love it. I didn't think, like, this does not look like the same team that I cast 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was.
Well, on the flip side, Lothar, you know, Guild are a team that we're very familiar with. You know, they did really well back before First Strike, although they didn't really make it there. But they do have a chance. This is not over yet. We are going to go into Icebox. We are going to go into Asian Select and see what they are picking for this map. Like I said, I know Mitch is sort of leaning towards Monkey Business for this one, but as we've learned over the last few days in this competition, anything can happen. Nip can beat G2. Team Vitality can lose a best of 3. So I'm not going to write anybody off just yet. Of course, on that Guild side, we are seeing the Viper Sage combination. Very reliable. Lothar, anything jumping out at you here?
Well, it's gonna be an Element show, right? Is it gonna be an Element show? Because he picked it again, Reyna, and when someone puts so many kills on Reyna, he's gonna steal the show. So I'm really looking forward to this map. This is actually also the map pick from Monkey Business. As much as I would love to see a very close match from both sides here, you know, this is a map pick from Monkey Business. They come in after a crushing win over Guild. At 13-4, just wanted to remind you guys, it was a 3-0 for Guild at the beginning of Ascent, and then they basically lost almost every single round after that. So they're mentally crushed, and I would say this is something that a lot of teams will need to learn to live with, especially if you don't have a lot of tournament experience. You need to basically forget about the past, forget about the previous map. You need to come fresh. You treat it as two best of ones. You need to win one best of one, and then you need to win another best of one. And that's the only way you can battle your way back into this game. But
that's okay.
It's gonna be an uphill battle.
It's okay, because in EU we're used to best of ones at this point, so they should be just fine with that. What I'll say when I look at a quick bit of information: MBS, the coach for Team Rye or Team Raise Your Edge, let me know in DMs there just in between the games that actually these guys have been scrimming, that's Monkey Business, for about 4 months now under different team names. So they have been practicing for quite a while, and you can see that it's paying off, and that's why we were so surprised, right? You're like, wait, they've only been together like a month, 2 months, and they're putting up that kind of performance, but 4 months makes a little bit more sense to what we're seeing. Yeah, they seem really synced.
It's still super impressive, to be honest, but definitely a good team in the making.
100%. They were supposed to be Team Rogue, then moved on to OG, as the current rumors are. We'll see if that comes through. Hell, if they win this series...
You love rumors, right?
You know me. Like I'm in the Umbrella Academy. But I'd say that when I look at these guys, if they win this game, come on, OG got to sign them. They have to do it. Here we go. Drake and straight down mid, and it's only by that falls right at the start of the round. That's a good trade back, at least. But for Guild...
An Element with the second kill. Got the first blood, got the lurk as well on Leo. On A in this time. While his team is taking map control on B, Everyone knows that this is happening. Safe is gonna go through the wall and get a kill. Is he gonna go? Is he gonna go for
He's
it?
thinking about it for sure. Waits for Draken to take initial contact. He wants that spike to be tapped first, and here it is. It's just being tapped. The drop down. Oh, the side swipe by Safe trades out Draken. It's still. Oh, hold on. What is that? Safe, you're disgusting. 10 seconds left, and he runs for his life, trying to outlive this player, and that's all he has to do. His teammate can now force this and stop them. Oh no, they have no time. GG.
It's
well
too
done.
late.
Element comes in, finds one, and that's going to be the end of it. He might even get hunted down. He jumps in the open, and he's gone. Doesn't matter so much though. The important part is
Does it? I mean, he could have gotten the plant still. Post round, he could have gotten the plant, got that crucial 200 cash, 300 cash, sorry, per player. I feel like. I mean, who was that? Bonker had a classic, right? So he might not be able to spam the box for the plant. So, well, you know, small things. But he, that was a weird round. Like, basically, it was rescued by Draken and Safe. I thought that's a Bulldog triple hit. Never mind. I was so excited to see. I was like, wait, what? Is Bulldog suddenly a good gun?
rate of fire just increased massively. Oh, Draken. In a little bit of trouble with those whiff shots, but it's okay. He just creates some distance now. Make sure he's outside of one tap range. For these weapons, for the sheriffs in particular, get outside of 30, so you're good to go on the 145 headshots. Shock darts are in play. There's no plant just yet. That Viper wall is going to go down, and that gives them an opportunity to take the fight fairly soon anyways.
It's gonna be a slow battle right now. The only way of winning this round by Monkey Business is getting like 1v1 battles. They need to go for some really prominent lurks and get some map control because of that, but now they're playing 3 versus 5 that they can't really do that anymore. So they try to just get a plant and that's it. Faster! Faster!
Yeah. There's firing away. Nice headshot. Element comes in and gets the frag afterwards. You want to make it as costly as possible, but it's just not happening. That's going to be 2-0 and an expected shutdown in that round. They lose themselves a Marshall. It's not the end of the world, but it's always good to walk out with at least 1 or 2 kills and make them reinvest into armor and weapons on at least that one player. The problem is, you're not going to get the reinvestment because Draken's got his ultimate, and this is the perfect time to pop it while the rest of his team have weaker weapons, so it actually helps them even more than if he had saved the Marshall because it's much more versatile as a weapon.
By the way, I'm not sure how much I like attacking B without a Sage. Like, it's not that easy to plant when you don't have a Sage wall ready on that cutoff, right? So I'm a little bit like worried about those B executes from Monkey Business, but they got the first blood on yellow area on B. Slowly creeping up. They have the advantage, so they I don't think like they need to be fast because of the lack of the Sage, right? So because they need another kill to get more closely to that site. In the meantime, Onibai got a lurker kill on mid, which is also very impactful. But as you can see here, it's so hard to plan when your opponent can just take a peek.
They're just dealing with them one after another. And
yeah, but that's how they need to play when they lack that Sage. Nice double pick by AKM and Element. No chance of killing it.
there was a point there of 5v3 where I was going to say it's all down to Draken, but I think now it's applying a little bit more. He's by himself with an ace to find, and he's up against Phantoms, Vandals, full bot weapons. It's going to be tough, that's for sure. Shot in the side by Element, holding the little gap underneath the building. Well, but it's 2-1. But again, that's a round that you expect them to win, especially because they go B side. So it's not just that obviously it's very hard to push out into the open and get that spike plant. It's also the fact that your opponents have got very weak weapons. So for the most part, when you take these fights on the B side, you're eliminating, once you put past the initial choke point where Viper is currently, you're eliminating the possibility of those classics. Shorties are never really bought anymore, but those weaker weapons catching you off guard in close range fights and really maximizing your chances of success. Now, like this, that's a very different snakebite to what we've seen in the past at the very start of the round, and that's very much just to counter the jet play where you updraft and
Or
dash
raises,
in.
right?
Or raise, of course, yeah.
Or Omen, but because that's typically the positioning of those three characters when they try to attack very fast B. And by the way, because I got a tweet at me that Element wanted to die in the pistol round to just get more cash, but it was already post round, and he would actually, if he would save and get a plant, he would have had more money than just by dying. So it made no sense.
Oh, the side swipe by Yassine. The problem is there's players all around him. I don't even know if he knew about Element up top. Element's just on fire right now, man. As we come into this 4 versus 4, I think you're in a spot where on the attack, you have your Viper ult, you have your Reyna now able to play inside of that with the ult that she's popped, right? Higher rate of fire, close range engagements. Only thing that could make it better is if she had a Phantom instead of a Vandal. But hell, you'll take it.
Yeah, she has Phantom.
The Reyna.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, I'm thinking about Viper here. Sorry.
I was like, that's a new skin. That's not going to catch anybody. Do they know this, though?
No, bit true.
That might actually catch them completely off guard, but they're still checking it. Well done. Safe and Bonker in with kills, but it's pulled right back. The 2v2, tough to win. One tick through the smoke, just sprays him down. That should conclude the round, really, as Jet just runs to save. The 1v2 no longer really winnable, and you don't want to give up that operator. Oh, hold on. Maybe a kill?
Save that!
Whew. You know what I'd love?
Was close.
I would really like an update where, because you know, if you die after the round is over, you still get the money. Whereas in, like, say Counter-Strike, for example, is the best comparison. If the round ends, so for example, but what I'm talking about, it might sound weird, like round ends, but it's not over. When it says attackers win or defenders win, there's obviously 5 seconds, like the downtime before the round resets. And when you respawn in your spawn, that's when you get the money. I would much rather if you got the money the second it said defenders win. That way, if you lurk around for exit kills and still get killed, you're punished for it. And there's no sort of like forgiveness of, oh, you did die after the round was over, but before the next one started, here's some money anyways. Oh, the Bucky play by Yassine is huge, dropping down from on top. It's Assassin's Creed style. And with that, I like this fade back orb. So Safe can actually deal some damage. And he hasn't got snake bites left, but in an ideal world, at least his teammates can use shock darts to push them off, planting the spike on that position.
So it's such a nice timing from Yassine. He perfectly timed it where the drone was coming over him, so they didn't know he's coming. AKM kills Drake, and after he got hit by the operator for 100 damage. Well, it's still in the making, let's say like that. But 3 versus 3 on Icebox, I feel like this is hugely advantageous towards the attackers, because they can get so much map control. Look at the minimap. Right now, AKM is still controlling B side, basically by just staying on yellow. In the meantime, Killjoy lurks on A. There's an alarm bot taking control in case someone would have gone mid and towards A lobby. And, just an easy plant. Look how much space they have. And in this case, the opponents have to play full retake. They need to allow the opponents to get a plant and then play as on a retake. But I'm really surprised by this Viper ultimate.
Absolutely insane. They've completely faked them out. They have absolutely no idea. AKM has just sold them the oh, well, he's dead. But even still, that's not a good trade. You've just traded an ultimate that essentially guarantees a lack of passage. You can, excuse me. You can guarantee on the A site, you can ult up on top, stop them from going along the rope or the zip line or whatever you want to call it, and stop them going down below without taking a lot of damage and being easy pickings. You can block off B main, you can block off mid, you can block off pretty much anything on this map with that ult, and they've used it. There's a Hunter's Fury that they knew was going to come through, but hold on, they're baiting it out. Safe is happy to stand there. The problem is, there's Nano Swarms. There's still Hunter's Fury, and there's no way that they get away with this. Oh, okay, there's Bonker dead as well. That is
such a good combo. Like the Nano Swarm to deal the damage over time, the ultimate, but also I have to give commandment to Guild by how they tried to defuse the bomb, because they had good timings. The first one to defuse actually got half of it, and then the second defuse went in between the ticks of the Sova ultimate. So if there wouldn't have been a nano swarm on the bomb, or they would actually destroy it before, they would actually win it.
Yeah. The other side of that is it's still beneficial for them. They can afford weapons in this round. Oh, hold on. There's a showstopper to come through, but it's not going to get anybody, I don't think. He just fires it off, hoping there's someone in the corner, and there's not. But they traded out a Hunter's Fury for... Oh, no, you're dead. You're so dead. You see him got spotted walking around the corner. No idea. Unlucky. Anyways, to finish that point finally, they baited out a Hunter's Fury. They lost a weapon that they had retrieved. However, they're able to full buy in this round. So I think it's worthwhile to get rid of that Hunter's Fury now so that they can't use it in a full buy if they get the spike down in this round, they won't be able to use it to deny.
And with another really impactful kill, opening A side. Look at Leo, he's so scared. He has no idea what's happening on the side right now.
Yeah, I like he has no one to cover him, no utility, nothing to help him out in stopping a push forward, but he's not seeing anything. And the patience that's coming in, I think this is almost like selling a fake in itself until that drone comes through. You can see they were starting to shift towards the B site, but the drone comes in, they know now it's going to be commitment. Jets being heard, full rotates are on their way, but a plant is 99% going to be secured. Shock Dart comes through, it did tickle up their Sova a bit. AKM, he just stood there tanking the shots and just looks at the recon and shoots. It doesn't give a damn he's taking damage. That could be dangerous, though, as they all fall, but Bonkers left alone. A quick flank out by Onibai. There's the lockdown in effect. He's going to have a tough time dealing with this one, playing in from the back of the site. He could have evaded it, but instead he swung out wide off for screens as Oni. We've switched him as he grabs a kill quickly and puts 4-2 on the board. That is a convincing start, at least, over on the monkey business side. Everything's going according to plan, right? The thing I would say is that they do look a little bit sloppy here. They look a little bit messy. They've been baited into using utility. I wouldn't even say they've been baited. They've just kind of used it for the crack. And what I'm talking about there is obviously Unko's, or excuse me. Yeah, it was Unko, wasn't it, who ulted out in mid?
Yeah.
Can't remember.
You mean this round? Sorry.
No, it was
the Viper ult?
Maybe I'm misremembering completely. Either way, I feel like there's been some slip-ups for Monkey Business, but for Guild, it just looks so much worse. And that's something that I really didn't anticipate. Even if you've been practicing for a long time, for the 4 months, Guild have been together a while, and especially because you're going back to their old lineup, essentially, right? And we know that these players are capable, like someone like Safe is an absolute monster, but we just haven't seen it.
I mean, we have seen that sick flick in the beginning, though.
True.
That was nice. All right, well, this is a messy round, the beginning of it at least, but it feels like it looks like a full rotation towards A, but still A side is giving away. You know, this is also something that I have seen from many pro teams. They just don't want to battle for A unless they have an advantage. So they're just going for a full retake. But unfortunately, they don't really have any good utility to right now to do that retake, apart from delaying the plan with the Sova ult.
Well, the plan's going to go straight through. They're going to just play it off the man advantage and trying to get in. Now, what have you got to work with still? There should be some utility for a Viper. I think a wall should still be online as well, so they can block off a lot of these sight lines.
I mean, the Viper wall is used on attack on B, actually.
Oh, yeah, but the defenders, they put up the Sage wall. It just gets destroyed instantly, though. So, Element, come on, man. Let's just keep it on Element Cam at this point. The guy's well, maybe not. The guy has been insane. The 3K pulled out quick as you like. And AKM's the one to finish it off. But Element, well, the obvious joke is he's in his element. And I mean, it's true.
He's the 5th element of this team.
Hey.
Yeah. Where's Bruce Willis?
I never saw that movie. I've seen the poster, though.
What?
Before my time.
You know what?
What year did that come out?
How can you... I don't even know what to say.
When did it come out? Fifth Element. Let me look it up.
One of the most iconic movies of the 90s. You need to watch it.
Before I was born.
my, what a drop again, death from above from Yasin. Second time he's doing that.
This time with a Phantom, not a Bucky, but he's been walled off by his teammate. Out he goes. The Sage even went up for a little trip. That was nice. Coordinated falling. Well, a 5 versus 4 man advantage now to play with. Good start by Guild, but I feel like Yasin's been that kid with an ice cream getting it knocked out of his hand a couple of times. You know, he feels like he's done something good, he gets rewarded with an ice cream, he's happy, and then boom, it's on the floor, you lost the round. How many times have we seen the 3Ks, the 2Ks, and follow it up with absolutely nothing else except for 5Ks over in the hands of Monkey Business. We'll see if they're going to be able to close it out, because Yasin's still alive this time. He hasn't traded out his life for that advantage. They have traded out the A site for the most part. Draken with the operator in hand, he's forced back. That's a free plan for Unko. He's going to drop down. The thing is, he's got that orb down, and he's also got himself post-plant utility in the form of Snakebite. So he's just getting into position safe on the flank. Leo with a quick revive. Unko taken down, and that round is clean.
That feels like a little bit awkward. Because there was Unco that was holding it as well, and he allowed Element to be killed. I'm guessing I didn't see it from like the first person perspective, but Element was on the ramp looking on the side while Unco was holding the A lobby, if I'm not mistaken. So could have been a little bit of a miscommunication. It looked like a good execution on A side, don't get me wrong. The placement was a little bit of chaotic, but this time Guild actually went through big moves from safe. But it's still a very long road ahead of them to get to a point where you know this half can be considered an even or even like a win for Guild. Still 5 rounds won for Monkey Business. This is again Monkey Business like to do this. Sova is being used as a lurker to just kind of fake out that they're gonna execute on a certain site because of the commitment from the Sova utility, and yet they get control of the other side of the map.
One of the dangerous things about that, though, is he had the spike, and we know that it's very common for Viper players to push up on B through their walls with utility. AKM's the one opening this one up, though. It's the A side again that's going to feel pressure, but this time it's an opening duel going the way of Monkey Business as they look to further progress up. You have Leo to worry about, but down on the site, it's the Raze that's getting up and aggressive. We're going to try and find someone. We didn't hear the voice line, but the ult has been popped, and there we go. Tvik gets taken down quick as you like. A 3 versus 4. The showstopper, the silent showstopper, really, for us. Leaves you with a bit of a sour taste in your mouth if you're the attackers. Getting shut down like that, the mid play from Element, not going to be allowed at all. Leo knows they haven't pushed past because of that recon, and he saw one fall back. He uses this time to get himself into a good position in the corner. They've smoked off the left side poorly. Leo is still there and able to shut down Oniby. Where's the spacing on that one? Unco comes around the corner 5 minutes later, but luckily Leo's still in position. Now a plant can come through, but the problem could be the Hunter's Fury, which takes him down before it's even planted, and with that, we're going to end up with a round win for the defenders. There's no time to get back in there, and AKM, at best, manages to shut down that one final player, Safe, who flanked up, but he won't manage it.
All right, well, another Guild round. Finally, we actually have seen Bonker use his ult, because he had an occasion before.
Yeah, it was one of those rounds where were you even saying, right? Like, oh, well, he can deny the defuse, or the plant, and then they just plant it. The other thing, I've actually seen some really interesting plays when you have a Cypher on your team. And most teams go with either a Cypher or a Killjoy. It's interesting that you have the defenders here of Guild not rocking either. The Cypher cam combined with the Hunter's Fury for that choke point when you walk through A initially. If you don't tag them with the cam, but you just leave it active all around, and then just tell your Sova when to ult, you can just, it's a line, it's a straight line, right? There's nowhere they can go, and you're guaranteed tags. I've seen it used in NA to get a triple kill.
It's a good play, but at the same time, I feel like Cypher on Icebox is just poor choice.
The thing is, if you're going to play Cypher, for me, he replaces the Sage. He's the mid holder. You use his...
So you play both Killjoy and Cypher?
No Killjoy.
Well, then he replaces Killjoy.
In the Guild lineup, for example, you could take out the Sage, put in the Cypher, and then have him control mid. You use it as the trap wires down through tube. So it's guaranteed control. Like, that wall's going to break in mid. Obviously, the push here is very fast. It doesn't matter. He ran into the ultimate. That's not a good idea. And you see why. Element just shuts him down up close with a stinger. And with that, man advantage now. They can get that spike planted too and just play around this ulti. This is dangerous. Element, he just keeps going. Stop this guy.
I don't really understand why that push was happening for that ultimate, but it's so it's like you're asking for a death wish.
No, I've
right?
heard before. Yinsu's the kind of player that sometimes he just feels it. There will be no logic. There will be no. If you sit back and say, "Well, the chances of you winning that were pretty low," it's like, but it's his. I can't remember the word one of the guys used, but it's just like for his feng shui, he has to just go for it. Got to feel it, feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Get on up, it's bobsleigh time, and he just goes. And then his bobsleigh.
Rhyme is not in this team though.
Oh, failed the rhyme.
Oh, my.
That took me way too long. They're hunting him down, dude. They're coming around yellow. Look at the mini-map. Why are we not watching Draken? Draken's just died. He's lost the op. Oh, no. R.I.P.
That was a very expensive round.
Yeah.
I feel like, it just feels like Guild is lacking a little bit of patience and discipline on the retakes. They go one by one instead of just waiting for everyone to just get on the same note. And use their abilities together, use the pushes together, go into for trades, not go one by one.
You know what? All I have to say is monkey business. They're insane, but this is not normally. Check PC. No, they're...
I made that joke less massively.
I know, we're gonna make it every best.
Oh, he could have actually hid behind the wall and not getting...
He did still. He missed it. So it works. At least it's a silence weapon. So it works out for him. I like the ult used towards B. Obviously, this is one we've seen quite a lot. They meet down below, but it also covers out the top part of the B site. In this case, it's not going to be used, but it does rob a lot of information because it also allows you to push in underneath the tubes once it's activated. For Safe, he's moving right on into the A site where he's popped that ultimate. And where it's at right now, it's covering a lot of ground, but the right side is, well, his right side, as you push through, would be the left, is really the weakness. They can slip in there, take barely any damage, and if you do it with something like a flash, not that they have efficient ones, or a recon dart more specifically in this comp, you can get yourself out of that ult and start flanking around very easily, and it's quite dangerous. So it means he can't just sit inside his ultimate unless he plays right up next to the choke point. And then it's very easy to spam you and predict those positions.
Interesting to see that we actually had a Viper Orb inside of the ultimate being used while there's no wall up also on B long. Alright, well, Draken doing work, got that first blood, which is an equalizer.
Oh no, Draken, he's missed the shot, fades back, but he's taken down quick as can be. Element on his way up behind, catches a Sova with an arrow in hand. He brought a bow to a gunfight, I suppose. Safe, unfortunately for Element, is going to cut that kill streak short and now look to win out this 2 versus 2. The heals are up as Tvik, both of them actually move towards the spawn. That's big plays, but they were just spotted. Now the information to play with Safe. He's a beast, he's an animal, and with a Vandal in his hand, he wants the double kill. Around he goes, but Tvik is too strong.
Such a, let's say just hard retake scenario. Both of them are there. There's a good cover for the second player behind the wall. He doesn't have to peek at all, just waits for the contact from the Sova. If there's a contact, then he wide swings, get the trade. There's almost no possibility unless Safe does the craziest flick and just lands a headshot. But it's such a tough scenario to win. Insane. I mean, that was a good round, good lurking as well. Draken got a hit, but he needed 2 kills, basically, to make a difference. 1 was not good enough. And this is a fast A execute? Is it? First time? Oh, they actually stopped moving a little bit. It did draw out some utility from Guild. Unco dies on mid to Bonker from a Spectre. That was actually a long-range battle, and he lost that.
This is a really interesting start. We had mid-aggression, which allowed them then to full stack 4 players on the A site, because you combine that with the fact that Safe has already pushed B, dropped the wall, and seeing that absolutely nobody's there. This is massive for these guys to play off of. And the question is, does Safe just continue to get aggressive? It looks like it. He's gone right on in, tucked in the corner. This is an angle that it's tough to check, but they're gonna do it anyways.
Yeah.
Out he goes, running away, but he'll be caught. He'll be just about seen on his way and shot in the back, but hold on, he survives. Up goes the orb just to allow him to cross back, but he's going to continue to get aggressive. It might not have been exactly expected, but Element still quick to hit those shots. Final round, no ult pop for Element. That's interesting. I would have expected him to have it out already. He's going to go for the plant, but Leo, he wants to peek out. Smoke there to allow him to spam. Element goes down to Yassine. Bonker with another, and that's it. Close.
Bonker with
Spectres.
a triple kill on the Spectre this round.
It's unreal.
Big play.
Unbelievable work.
Switching
7-5 at the halftime, and Guild, well, it's going to be hard for them now on the attack, but we'll see what they're able to pull out.
They do have a Sage on attack, and I know that sounds weird, but it does open a lot of possibilities on attack just because of the Sage wall.
The thing is, for me, though, this has to work on the attack. The composition that they took, when you play without a Killjoy or a Cypher, it's going to open you up to a lot more possibilities. Pretty much every agent you have is... I wouldn't say beneficial, because it's not like Killjoy and Cypher aren't beneficial at all on the attack, but they're very they can initiate combat a lot more. Anyone you have, pretty much. So I'd say Viper's probably the one exception to that rule, and even then, we have seen many a game where the Viper is still playing quite aggressive in spite of her utility disappearing when she dies. There's also a lot of post-plant utility. You have to remember this for Guild. You've got Sova, you've got Viper, and you've got Raze, all capable of delaying spike plants. So if you have all that utility online and those players alive, you can take super passive post plants, and we'll see if that comes through now as the spike's already gone down.
And it's a full 5v5 retake on a pistol round. Element on 33 HP after getting hit by the grenade. So he needs to get a kill to heal up. This is gonna be a tough task for him. He got hit again. He's on 1 HP.
7. You know, it's
Still no one died.
but obviously one hit to any weapon. Unko, the one to take down Leo, is Element. That could be the kill he needs. There's the heal. He's being spammed, but he gets another double healed up now. 150 health. Element, absolute beast. One after another, they fall to him. The spike now being diffused. They have to stick it, and Element takes the 4th, wins the round.
Oh my
They did
god.
not expect that from Element. 7 HP and a 4K to put 8 on the board for Monkey Business. That's insane.
Jesus. Alright, so once I saw Element on that 33 HP, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be so tough for a retake because he cannot go first. He cannot go for that dismiss play. He needs to heal, basically, right? To put weight. But he played it so smart. He played it really patiently, and he just got fed a kill, which basically reset the entire beginning of the round. Such a good patience from the entire team, actually.
The problem, right, when you play up against a Reyna, you have to kill her, because if you don't, she's actually coming out on top, not just with the kill, but probably 150 HP. More HP than you can even have going into the pistol round. So it's dangerous, and massive play by Element. Jeez, you said it was going to be a one-man show, Lothar. You weren't lying. AKM.
Dude, he has on 20 kills in round 13.
His position, though, from Yassine. AKM's spidey senses were tingling, but he has no idea just how close the danger is. Yassine, with a classic in hand, gonna go for the play up behind him. He spots out one on range. Oh, no.
Ritz! No headshot, and now he gets the kill. Ah, man, classic sometimes is like that. Oh.
It's heartbreaking. It really is.
Yeah.
And with that, the round is in dire straits. You could say it's over, and you wouldn't be wrong. Low HP on Bonker as he runs. He'll try to get a plant. Whoop, turn to the right. Yeah, I thought he was going to plant on the left side there. An absolute lunatic. He's going to get it. There we go. At least it's some form of consolation.
Oof. Still, such a good round. Both rounds from Monkey Business here. On the pistol round, on the eco, really like the movement on the map. Even when they leave like some of the map not under their control, they know the timings when to come back and check it. Very cool. Very structured.
21.
Only one kill on Element, by the way. No.
What a noob.
I was expecting like 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, maybe 6. They have a Sage, right?
Yeah, if they lose this, it's definitely Element's fault. He's such a noob, honestly. Drop this guy. Now, like, what the hell? 21 for 9 right now. He has 1 assist, because he just kills people. He doesn't damage them. He either kills them, but that's it. That's the only option. Looking for double digits on the defensive side. You're up against a full buy.
Nice check.
You got to realize, you know, the weapons, again, we say this every time, but this is a bonus round. The weapons in the hands of the defensive side are not good. They don't have the expensive ones. They're saving their money for the next round. So they expect to lose this one. That is understandable if they do. But they want to do as much damage as they can. Now, Element in a round like this takes on even more value. If he finds himself a kill, he can retrieve a weapon potentially and heal himself up fully to 150 health. At that point, he has got a full buy off just one kill. That will be huge.
Will he actually...
Oh my God,
look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. Look at the... Yinsu just went by Element. Turn around, bro. Turn around, don't.
There's no idea they've walked past him. Oh, Element. But this could be huge because the rest of the team is going to come here. Unless they go
It's like
back.
a Benny Hill thing.
Unless they go back to meet him, to meet the rest of the team, which I don't think they will. They're going to hold for the pushes.
He saw it.
He sees one, but hold on. What does he do?
one, but he doesn't
what does he
know-
do?
he
Does
doesn't know
take the
there's a
frag?
race.
You wait for the other players to come by. There's one up close now, and a second kill. Dismiss out of there. He's still alive. 2 kills. Looking for more 3. Element, you absolute monster. What is this? They've won the round. It's a 4v1 off the back of an absolutely insane play by Element. The position was perfect. The patience was there. And now 10 seconds left for Draken to try and recover it. It is not going to happen. That's disgusting. He wins it on the zip line. Come on, Element. Get out of here.
I don't believe what I have just seen. And that's not a joke on, by the way, on the guilds just seen.
Oh, God.
Dude,
Don't believe what you seen?
that was nuts. I'm not even talking about the timings, but the flick on the Sova after he gets a kill on the Sage in the nest was absolutely insane. That won the round. That Sova kill.
It's nuts. It's disgusting. It's filthy. I don't want to even imagine what's going on in their TeamSpeak or Discord or whatever the hell kind of voice comm server they use. In-game chat, they must be screaming their goddamn heads off. That was filthy. Element's disgusting, and we mentioned that's a bonus round. It's not when you're supposed to win. You're supposed to do damage. You're supposed to get an idea how your enemy's playing, not absolutely tear them to shreds with a Spectre and a 4K. Element's unstoppable, and for Guild right now, 10-5, they are behind, but they've got the spike plant. They have weaker weapons, though. This is the disadvantage. They don't have an Element from what we've seen, but they do have a Hunter's Fury. It's all about this play up behind, but sadly, there's no one there. And I have to say, it lets me down that Onibai has the Blast Play Zilla skin and not the Oni that Tvic has, because if he did, then every time he bought a Phantom, I'd say, hey, that's an Onibai. But oh well. Oh, he's reloading. Goodbye.
Oh. Nice timing on the reload, though.
Yeah, there was a player down close that he didn't know about, so he thinks, oh, the guy in heaven's the only one I need to worry about. Gets peeked down below. Easy peasy. Safe. Shutting them down with Leo. And that's Guild's round, 6-10. The thing is...
I mean, that's a consolidation prize for the previous round, but still, it doesn't really hurt Monkey Business that much. They still have a lot of cash going around. They can force this round. Element has 7.1k, right? So for Guild, this is like, it doesn't look good. Let's say it like that. There are 6-10, only 3 rounds left for Monkey Business, and judging by how this match looks right now, Guild has to be a little bit tilted by Element.
Oh, come on, you gotta be. This guy's insane. And the consistency as well to go from the first Icebox to this one and still deliver this kind of performance, it's filthy. I can't even begin to put logic to how that's happening. The different plays that he's making and
Insane.
it's working out for him. He's just individually unbelievable. Just take Reyna on every map. Screw it. Why not? This is a tactical pause here by Monkey Business, the team that are leading 10-6. And I love it when teams do this. You get upset by a round. Now, what happened in that round? You had Guild rush up the A site with weaker weapons, overwhelm them, push them back with utility, wall them off, get a plant, and play post plants successfully with a man advantage. That is not something that you want to allow them to repeat when they have a full buy. So what do? You call a pause now, you fix the issue, and then you come through and slap them around. And that's why they call a pause. A lot of teams, they won't do that. They'll just go, oh, screw it, we'll fix it now, and go for it on the fly. But I love the idea to just slow it down, take a breather, and figure out exactly where the holes were in the ship.
Well, this round seems like a full execute on A, but look at B side. Currently 3 people are pushing B long. That gives a lot of information. There's also a drone being used. I mean, they're already on site. This is not a mystery that they're executing on A.
No, of course not. They've sensed the weakness. They're like the shark sensing blood in the water. They know this is where they can get away with it. But the response here from Monkey Business has been to push up B and for Element to join this fight where previously it was only AKM. Element in with a free kill. Now he has the option to dismiss. He takes another. Of course he takes another. He's being challenged out wide, looking for the headshots. He'll reload on the way back, and both kills go the way of Guild. This is huge. Now they can focus back towards the site and stop the defuse, but they weren't sure if it was already being diffused. So utility already used up. That's going to slow it down. AKM on the safe. Hunter's Fury, good night. Sweet dreams. Twix got you. Take your weapon out, man. He plays without the stinger in hand, and that gives Twix the kill. Here comes the shock dart over to try and save the day. The shot missed, but the defender's just about defuse it. That was a ridiculous round. Bonker almost wins it, only by even gets his operator in the end, and it's 11-6. What the hell was this round?
Small things happening, you know, like the push on the Sova ult. I can understand why was he pushing with his knife out, because he was certain that the Sova ult is happening behind the actual entrance from A and not just, you know, in an A lobby. So I understand why did he push it so far away without his weapon out. But the unlucky thing happening for Guild was the recon arrow landing on the top of the box in mid and not on the actual site. Oh my god, what a round.
I'm lost at this point for words.
Right, well, A is being secured by Viper ult right now, so...
I like it a lot. Can we swap to Viper for 1 second? I just want to see. It looks like he put it, he either put it down in the middle or he did it from the rope up on top of the vent. And if it was...
Kind of hard to see from here.
Yeah, if we swap to Viper at some point, we'll see. Because I'm not sure. The danger with ulting down below is that they can still take the rope silently above you and get behind your teammates from A. So that means you have to keep dipping in and out of the ultimate, which if it's so aggressive, you definitely don't want that. We'll see it now anyways, because Guild are starting to move towards the A site. Whoa. There we go. Okay, so he ulted on top. So here what happens is, if you go up along that wire, they'll see your feet. As you get close to it, if it's done far enough out, and you're dead. Like, you cannot take the rope. The only option is to go through the ult itself down below.
Which deals so much damage, you cannot do
against a Phantom, you're dead. Look here, the feet. Yeah. See the feet? Easy. He doesn't know, Save doesn't know that ult.
Superb. And now the Molotov, the Snakebite, will also just stop anyone from attacking because they cannot go through it with 1 HP.
No.
Okay, that was a little bit unlucky.
Okay, so Yassine was 1 HP, but now he's going to res back up a little bit of that health as it regens. Here comes the knives, and Draken from afar saves the day because those players were low, man. Hold down left click with those knives, and it's over and done with. Element, he doesn't even flash around the corner in time. He gets it far and wide now, but there's too many players lined up. He was being opt, he was being shot by every weapon. At least Phantoms and Vandals. And that pretty much closes it out. Draken in with a fantastic ground covering his teammates from afar, and 11-7 we go.
And those was actually a very close round because of the... If the Viper would actually get another kill, if Anko would actually get another kill while defending that Viper ult, they couldn't rush it in. Like, Bonker just getting control on pipes. Sorry, not on pipes, but on the middle box on the A side was crucial. And because of that, they were able to kill Anko, get the Viper ultimate down, push in, get that plant just 10 seconds with the left on the clock. So if that wouldn't happen in the first place, it was tough to win that round.
Well, Yassine's just shredding them on this. It is just weaker weapons, so you know you kind of expect it.
Eco Cobra.
But it's gonna help, man. Like those little things, taking down eco frags. Put some confidence.
I mean, he's a race. He actually needs to feed on eco, so he can have full buy rounds with ultimate.
Draken,
so he gets more value.
He's dropping down. You know, I feel like in this instance, Draken's 1 away from getting his ult. He can go forward and grab a kill. I think over time we're going to see teams be much more conscious of playing making those kind of plays, right? Like, I have my ultimate, I'm not going to take eco frags. I'm going to let you guys take the fight, and I'll be the reserve just in case. Definitely the right way to play the game. It's just a matter of getting to that level of coordination, really, and that comes with time, and it comes as other people do it. What I've said from the start of Valorant is this game is like poker. At the very start of poker, it was It was luck, right? Then we started taking into account, for anyone that knows poker, I'll quickly brush it, like you start to take into account roughly how people are betting, if they have a good hand or not. Then there's ranges that you put players on. Then you end up with like actual data matrices of what possible hand. But then because one player should be betting when they have a certain thing, they can do something else with it because they know you think this. And it just becomes this massive mind game of you know that they know that you know that they know that you know what they know that they know it, but you know it. And so it's just like you're just 4D, 5D, 6D chessing everybody all the time. And that's where Valorant's going, right? There's all these levels to the game that you're going to need to get. We're going to come down 2 years from now maybe to have agent selection where there's like League of Legends, pick bans and all that sort of stuff. And then it gets super complicated. And that's what excites me, that this game is never going to be, oh, well, we all know how to do this, let's go and do it. There's always going to be so many levels at play.
Where did that arrow go? I think it went into the river. Like really, over the wall behind yellow, if I'm not mistaken. But hey, you were mentioning pick and ban phase. I hope they will never have a ban phase, but I would love a pick phase. You know?
Yeah, pick phase for sure. I would say this is the one game though where I wouldn't want it to be like, and you can never do it the way League of Legends is, that if I pick Viper, you can't pick Viper because there's attack and defense side. Yeah. You know,
I mean, this game is so focused on actually being a one-trick pony as well. So I don't feel it's viable to ban agents in this game because of that. Even if we're gonna have like 30 or 40 of them in some time, because every 2 months we get a new one.
Yeah.
But I do believe this game is, because of the coordination needed in the entire team, we cannot have a ban.
Oh, that's a huge recon. It actually catches a couple of players. AKM, Element from up above, able to get it, dismiss out afterwards, and he just bails. That's absolutely huge information to be gained. In with another off the ultimate. He's able to heal himself up straight away, but he barely even needs it, and the round is over and done with before it's even really started. There's 9 seconds left. They couldn't even begin the push, and they were all dead. And that cat, that's the face of Guild, caught in the headlights. The headlamps, whatever you want to call them, of the monkey business machine.
My goodness, Element is insane, man. 20 rounds, 29 kills. He even like kind of made a disrespectful move by using the ADS at such a range. Right? I mean, he was on his ult, so maybe he wanted to control it a little bit better, but so disrespectful. At least from our perspective.
Yeah, no, it's something else. When you see him just swing pre-fire ADS, a guy up close like that, it's not something you see every day, but he was feeling it. Yeah, with the ult, I think it does genuinely help you out a lot. Hold on. I thought maybe you'd seen him for a second, but evidently not. The tag so perfectly timed, but the shot missed by Drake, and they're going to continue forward. You've seen Elsewhere has taken down Element. That's a very valuable opening kill with how he's playing.
Look at the minimap. He was actually killed on A, behind pipes. He pushed it so fast.
But it's understandable.
Could have been an offer. I mean, overconfidence is a slow but an insidious killer.
He's got almost 30 kills. He's on 29 right now, so you know what? I'll let him do whatever the hell he wants. I'm not going to He could run up mid every round from now till OT, and I wouldn't care. He's like, yep, you know what? You do you, bro. So I ain't going to question him. But yeah, with 4 rounds in a row needed for Guild, it's doable on the attack side of Icebox, 100%. But based on how things have gone,
it is.
You know, you're going to believe that there's no 4K coming your way? I mean, there is no time to rest. It could be a 1v4, you still got to be alert. That's going to take a toll on the energy levels of Guild for sure.
Oh, wow. Heck, you know, that is actually a huge opening. But it is an executor on B. DK happening, 13 HP. I was so unlucky for Monkey Business to actually get a kill on the sub. But I came with the second big kill on the mid, and I was able to breach on the side and just help his teammate with the retake. 4 versus 3. Is this gonna be the end of the match, Mitch?
I think it might just be. You look at the Hunter's Fury, though, that could be the difference maker for them right now. They tap it. They're trying to bait out that Hunter's Fury very early on. It's going to come through, but the utility was already used to push them off it. Quick kills coming through for Guild, and it's left all down to 1. 2 kills to find to close this one out. Only by able to find the first. He knows exactly where So is. Just going to back off and go for the defuse. It's his only option, really, but he's being peeked. Oh, no, he's gotten it. Time is too low, though.
Have it.
Oh, the kill went his way.
He doesn't have it.
That was close.
That was actually very promising for Monkey Business to just close it out. It was 4v3 at some point, but unfortunately, that was a good combo from the positioning of the team on yellow and the the Sova ult that pushed them into their crosshairs. Basically what happened is after the initial first charge of the ultimate just pushing away someone from defusing the bomb, then he transferred his ult to people being close to yellow, which pushed them in front of the people just holding the angle on yellow and get easy kills for guild.
It's not the most ideal of scenarios.
Oh wow!
But that's a hell of a start. AKM, he's just come in with the shot on the Drake,
nice
and
shot.
my feed was refreshing there. But all right, cool. Got him just in time to see someone peek with an op and die instantly. Yassine, oh, he's caught off guard. Element from above. AKM with a headshot, and it's looking like it might just be over. That jet ult doing so much damage. Previously, we had the Hunter's Fury to delay time. We had Killjoy utility, but now we haven't even got the spike planted, and a 2v5 to win out. Safe, well, they're playing safe for now, hoping that somebody pushes forward, and Bonker does, unfortunately. They were hoping that, to be AKM or someone to peek them with their back turned or looking the wrong way, but no. He comes in, a third kill, quick one tap, and looking for the final fourth to finish it. It's not going to happen, but Safe's got a 1v4 still.
No flawless yet.
Lothar, I feel like we've had a good game. We've had a good run for Guild, but they're showing they still need to go back to the drawing board. There's still some work to be done, and that is just proven by Element coming in with yet another kill, closing things out, and knocking Guild out of the
break
first
31?
week.
I think he's at 31, right?
Must be at that point.
31
Yeah,
frags?
he's at least on 30.
Is it the exact same score that he had on Icebox yesterday?
I think he had 33 last time, so 31 that time.
He's at 31 right now.
Let's go have a look. Let's go have a little gander at his previous Icebox performance.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure that it was 33 and Icebox. Come on. 33. So he's 2 less than last time. What a noob. But at the end of the day, you got to give some props to Element. That's some of the best, if not the best, reign of play that we've seen in this tournament so far.
Insane. Element just pulling his weight and into the game. I don't know what to say. He basically won like several rounds just by himself, especially that one on A hold when he was holding A nest next to the ramp was insanely important. He got a swing on Sova as well, and the second kill dismissed, killed the Raze, dismissed. It was nuts. Like, it's such a beauty to watch as well. And this is the moment when you have to think, oh wait, is this game about just winning duos, or is it about using utility as well? But I think we have seen from Monkey Business both sides of them, the more strategical one, right? When we have seen the Ascent being played, and on Icebox they were more puggy, but they played it actually very well when it comes to like playing in tandem with their teammates as well. Element was more of a lurker, more of the plays, but they played off each other very, very well.
Another player I want to give a quick shout out to, though, because I know, look, Element was unbelievable, and he had these insanely hype plays, but just in the final round, we see from AKM a little bit more of that, right? A little bit of the flashy style, and he had a great game the whole way through. Himself and Draken on the jet operator battles was something to witness for sure. And I think in a normal game, that's what it would be almost defined by. It would be the narrative that we spin around. We'd look at those two op players and they'd be the ones with the big plays under their belt. But Element really just stole the show. You said it would be a one-man show, less so than previously because he had AKM alongside him stepping up. But geez, this guy is just unbelievable. And I think you're going to have one hell of a frag movie after this tournament if you're Element. I'd keep an eye on his YouTube. You're going to get some pretty cool clips.
I mean, dude, he has 64 kills on 2 maps of Icebox.
Against very, very solid opponents as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Look, we can't have this conversation all by ourselves, Lothar, because I'll be honest, I haven't got a clue what's next. I don't know. Have we got graphics? Have we got what? I don't know. If only there was someone who could help me with that. In fact, I'm hearing there's someone called Yinsu here to give us a hand with it.
How convenient, Mitch. I'm always here when you need me. Just give me a shout. I made this pun yesterday and I'm going to make it again because why not? But Monkey Business were in their element today, weren't they, Mitch?
I made that joke during the cast, but I prefaced it with this is a terrible joke. And I'm glad you've done it without it. So at least one of us has taste. But no, he really was. He was unbelievable. I like watching that guy frag out, watching him just dismiss all over them in the pistol round alone. The 4K that he got, he was 7 HP in the second pistol. He pushes forward. He gets a kill close range inside of smoke. The jet dashed right into him. He kills Draken, heals up, takes a second kill, heals up off that, just starts swinging and popping heads left, right, and center. And it was at that point we knew, you know what? he's not just going to be there for one half. He's here till the bitter end.
Well, we didn't get to do this in the game before, so we will come back to this, but I feel like we should pick an MVP. We do have a graphic of the last game with some stats, so the stats could kind of help us. We should, let's go for the Guild versus Monkey Business game first, just because we have this stat in hand. Does this help you guys to determine who you think we should give our unofficial MVP of this best of 3 to, Lothar?
I'm not sure. I don't want to be that guy that's gonna pick someone because maybe someone will be like, upset. I don't
If
think
it's not
anyone
Element,
will pull his weight.
if anybody out there doesn't think it's Element, you're crazy. You fried your brain.
Insane.
It's insane.
2.3 KDA, 383 combat score, 31 kills, and there are not exit kills. He was actually just pulling like so many impact kills. The second pistol round was absolutely nuts. That SMG play, the Spectre triple kill was insane as well. There's no saying someone else deserves an MVP. It's Element, and it's yesterday as well.
Yeah, I think we might have given it to Element as well yesterday. So Element, congratulations, you have literally a 100% MVP win rate on the broadcast. He is just an incredible player on Icebox. Do you know what? I would like to sort of find out the reasoning behind pushing him onto the stage on the other maps, because he's clearly a very capable Reyna player, and Reyna doesn't just work on Icebox, Mitch. So would you like to see him maybe switch it up on some of the other maps?
When Alliance played a map with Reyna, I instantly got some tweets being like, "You've changed, bro. Come on, Reyna on your team. What the hell?" Screw it. Give him Reyna. Give him Reyna everywhere. I don't care that it brings less value. Swap out your breaches, your skies. Swap out your sages. Doesn't matter. We get someone like this. Come on. He's just wrecked Guild in 1vx fights like consistently. If he felt comfortable on it, if he would rather it, sure, go for it. But I think he was also decent on the likes of Sage. I didn't have anything.
Oh, he was very.
I didn't have anything bad to say about him, but it's just the ability of a Reyna to constantly reinitiate and disengage from combat with her abilities, and how well he was able to use them. There was even like one of the last rounds, he was up on top of rafters in on the A site, and he gets a kill. He swings out wide. He tries to one-tap someone and instantly pops his dismiss. Maybe he had Lothar's bind, and with that, he was able to basically spot them. Go, okay, there's 2 guys here. He maybe would have gotten the headshot. If he did, fair play. And then he could get out of there for free. He could stick around, have a look, see if there's anyone else, bail back to safety. And when you give someone like Element the ability to do that, he thrives like crazy. So I wouldn't mind it. The only problem is always, if you have an off day, you're going to bring way more to the table with a Sage than with a Reyna. And sure, he's done it on 2 maps now. Is he going to do it every time? Well, probably.
No one is so consistent.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so far he has done it every time, out of 2, albeit, but he has. But one person who might know a bit more about their team compositions and who will be playing what agent is their coach, Damon. I believe he is joining us for a quick interview now. Hi, Damon. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you.
Congratulations on your win today. I'm not sure if you were listening to me and Mitch's discussion and Lothar's discussion earlier, but we were just kind of debating on Element's role on this team. We've seen him pop off like crazy on the Reyna on Icebox. What is the reasoning actually for putting him on an agent like Sage on some of the other maps instead of maybe shifting him on the Reyna as well?
So technically we had an actual roster with wins. Back at the time before we had Element, we needed to scout him, which we did, and he was for a Sova position. But at some point, we saw that maybe switching things up between Tivik, who is very smart player, IGL as well, and Element could be good, so we decided to put Element on Sage. The thing is, we're a very recent team, so we're still trying to find our grounds and trying to mix things up and trying to do theory and all that stuff. So for now, this is what we're pleased about. But of course, when we need to flex, we do it. And Element, Tivik, all the personnel of the team are like smart enough to do it. So for now, this is what we have.
When we spoke to Tivik yesterday on this stream, he said you learned a lot from that Red Bull home ground appearance, and that was kind of an off day for the team. What are your views on the performances they pulled out there, and what changed between that tournament and
I think the idea was confidence. I think we had a lot of fans out there cheering for us when they saw us on the Red Bull. Obviously, we professionals, we know how to deal with it, but at the same time, we needed a confidence boost, but as well, tournament experience. So we did our experience, and I think Red Bull was the little alarm for us to push it a little bit forward, our skills, our teamwork, our synergy, doing our stuff. And I think we just needed a couple of wins and the momentum to gain that confidence. And I think the Red Bull helped for that, and the beginning of the VCT helped as well.
Well, I think you've done more than, build up some momentum. And like you said, you guys are still quite new to the Valorant scene. You do have experienced players in other titles, but in terms of, Valorant in general, this is the very, very beginning of your journeys. How are you finding the competitive scene so far here in Europe?
I think things could be tweaked a little bit. Everyone is aware of it. We would love BO3 for this stage. For instance, I think Guild is an extremely good team. We do respect them. We love those people. A lower bracket, they would deserve it, in my opinion. So it's kind of unfortunate that NA and EU, in terms of format, is so different. So we would love a little bit of change, but what we have right now is good. And again, what matters is win. So we try to go for it.
You've already, beat Team Vitality. You've beaten Guild. Are there any other teams that you guys want to go up against in this tournament?
Well, it's hard to say for now because there's still too much left. Obviously, we would love to play again the Fnatic guys because we like this team as well. FPX, I think they are the best team in Europe, or at least they can be the kings for sure. I do respect their coach, their players. I think they're the smartest. So those would be the two teams I would pick personally.
And lastly, I am going to be a little bit cheeky just because you guys are the unsigned team here, but you have heavily been rumored to be being picked up by an organization soon. So I was just wondering, are we going to see you guys under Monkey Business for too long, or are you going to be picked up for the next time we see you perhaps?
We're unsure, but for now, we love our logo. I think this is the best logo out there, and I think we love being apes to the scene, so let's go full monkey.
I love that. I've already loved some of the copy pastas here in the chat, but that is all the time we have for now. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again, and we'll see
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Well, I'm going to bring Lothar and Mitch back in to quickly just discuss everything that Damon and I just spoke about. Right, Mitch, what did you make of that and some of the things that he was saying about them maybe having a bit of nerves and not being too confident and sort of coming into the scene with a lot of pressure and having an off day a couple of weeks ago?
You're rumored to be getting picked up by Rogue and by OG. You're going to have two kinds of people. You're going to have the fans of OG Rogue and of the EU scene in general coming in to say, hey, another org, that's fantastic. Or, hey, my org's going to have a team. Let's support these guys. And then you're going to have the people that are looking for you to fail. So they can go, oh, you want to pick up these guys? The thing is, last week, or whenever, a week and a half, Red Bull event, they played terrible. They really did. And I'm really glad that we got some insight there into, like, it was a wake-up call for them because it damn well had ought to be. Because it was shocking. Then the turnaround from that event to this one, I love the fact that they're mentioning how, obviously we've heard from other coaches as well that they've been practicing and scrimming for quite a while. They've only changed to one player for 3 or 4 months. So the fact that they're saying that tournament experience is so important, it's true, man. It's a different environment completely. And you'll see that. We saw it in Alliance as well. Your pracs can go as you want them to. You can fix out all your communication issues, all that sort of stuff. You're going to have to do it again when you hit the tourneys because it's just high emotions, right? Everyone's on edge when you hit those elimination games, which remember, in EU, we don't have a lower bracket. As he's saying, I 100% agree. BO3s all the way, lower brackets, it takes longer, but it's better. It's better for everybody. And that's something that nerves really do hit you. If I lose this one map, if I lose this one BO3, I'm out of the tournament straight away. It's a lot of stress. So I understand why. And then in the Rebel event, it was the same thing. I understand why they felt stressed there. They faced a very good team. The fact that they've bounced back and shown us really an insanely polished form of Valorant. Like, yeah, Element's insane. He's sick individually, but it's not even that. The Resent game, exactly as Lothar said, this one ended up looking even more like a pug because Element was just pugging. But outside of that, their Ascent game was clean. They were smart about it. They were 3-0 down, and they just beat their opponents 8 rounds in a row with no opportunities to plant spikes, no openings. It was really nice to watch. So you could see that this is a team that definitely has promise.
I mean, in fairness, Summon FC, now Fnatic, aren't exactly the easiest team to go up against in your debut. So I'm very, very glad that they've sort of turned a new leaf and they're growing and developing. Now, Lothar, if I had told you before our top 8 that at the halfway point, Nip and Monkey Business were the 2 teams that were going to make it into the top 4, what would you have thought of that?
I would have been honestly very surprised, at least with the NIP pick, because on paper, as we have talked extensively, G2 should have won that, but NIP, I feel like they caught a second wind in the wings and just rolled over, I guess, on 2 maps out of the 3 that we had seen today. The bind was definitely on G2's side, but in general, I have to give it credit when it's due, and NIP were playing extremely well, extremely structured, which I'm a very big fan of. And then Monkey Business are just looking, for me, it's still a relatively new team because I didn't have much time to watch them apart from the Red Bull event, and I wasn't impressed. The same as Mitch said, I wasn't impressed by them during the home grounds tournament. But here, wow, I'm super impressed. Elements, of course, is doing his job on those maps. He's pulling his weight, but in the team is just playing very smart way of doing trades, smart ways of using utility, good combos. So I'm looking forward for them to actually find an organization, go full time on this, in this lineup in Valorant. It's very exciting times.
It is indeed. Before I wrap everything up, I would like to just quickly reverse to the G2 game because we didn't give them an MVP for that one. Lothar or Mitch, do you guys have anyone in mind, I guess from the NIP side, that you would like to give this unofficial MVP award to?
I mean, realistically, you look back at that game, it has to be Korea. He was unbelievable from the start to the finish of that game. Even in the map that they lost, he was more than double, I think, the next kill too. Playing a smoker role, playing someone that normally you wouldn't imagine would be dealing quite as much as he was on that Omen. I really enjoyed watching him play, so for me, it would be Korea.
Well,
Nice.
for me, I feel like it was mostly JD, actually. Although I would love to give an MVP to Existence because we don't exactly know how much is he doing work because it is hard to judge that by just watching some POV and the minimap, right? But I felt like JD and Kriya were set up for the success because of the way Existence was using his utility, and that is just insanely valuable for a team. But that will require a further investigation from the officials.
Oh, so we're split on this decision. Do I have to then make this decision?
Yes.
Sorry, we're encountering a little bit of a technical difficulty, but did you guys catch what I said there? Are we good?
Mine echoed like crazy. I have no idea.
Oh, it's
okay
alright,
now.
Mitch. Okay. I feel like I have to give it to Existence. I'm just gonna give a executive order over that one and abuse my power. But, they have another chance to prove themselves, of course. But, like I said, this is not the end of the road for any of the teams here. Fortunately, they have another chance to qualify, which will be next week. So don't be surprised, guys. This is not the end of G2. This is not the end of Guild either. I have no doubt they're going to come back stronger. But for now, that's all the time we have. So I'm going to say a huge thank you to you, Mitch and Lothar, for joining me today. Tomorrow, we'll be back here at 4:30 with Fnatic versus Wave, followed by Team Liquid versus FPX. We'll see you then.
is the battle I choose, and I'm gonna